Noah's question wasn't out of context, and it didn't strictly apply to the Elbas family. Both the Utra nation and the Papal nation had a fragmented political system. The raids of the Hive had further divided the forces of the Utra nation into two sides. But the nobles that had joined the royals weren't considered royals themselves. The same was true for the council and the many sects under its domain. Having such a divided power was one aspect that had prevented those countries from matching the empire, and it was also a weakness that the exploration teams couldn't have during the invasion. After all, their domains would remain exposed if most of their assets were to venture on the other side of the portal, and other organizations could just exploit that temporary weakness. The Hive and the Empire didn't share that flaw, but the former still had to be wary of meeting a similar outcome. The small number of powerful assets was the unavoidable disadvantage of every new force. Chasing Demon couldn't risk the current favorable position of his organization just to match the potential gains of the other nations. Yet, the return of the two demons had given him some insurance. Though the issue remained, he could deploy at least 10 heroic cultivators without weakening the defenses of the Hive too much. That would be up to the council and the Elbas family to decide. Elder Julia answered, but she understood that the prince's words hid a deeper meaning. Do you have something in your mind? We can use the cause, Noah said before turning to dive toward the ground. Creating a mixed team was necessary to force cooperation between the four forces, but it didn't have more potential allies among them. Ideally, the exploration teams would see the four forces deploying the same number of heroic cultivators. Yet, the Hive would be in an advantageous position if some of the troops coming from the Utra nation were loyal to the cause. After all, they were secret allies, and the nobles would have to cover for any eventual misconduct of the organization that was helping them claiming their independence. Of course, the Elbas family wouldn't be so stupid to assign the exploration of a new world to disloyal troops. Still, there was a chance that they sent a few of them just to remove troublesome people from their nation, and Noah wanted to make sure that the Hive exploited that possibility. I need to prepare for the mission, Noah thought as he created a small cave when he reached the ground. There were issues that he couldn't solve before for the time being. Forging rank 5 demonic swords would be possible with the current level of his centers of power, but he needed to sacrifice an arm to use it as his core material. His body was incredible both in terms of power and healing properties, but growing an entire limb would require a lot of time, and Noah couldn't use his rank 5 drug just to forge a saber. Those drugs were his lifesavers, and he wouldn't use them for something that simply required more time to heal. Also, he had yet to fuse his 2 inscription methods. Expending so many valuable materials just to create something that he would abandon once he managed to fuse the will-consuming runes with the elemental forging method was just a waste. That was one of the problems that inscription masters had to face when they attempted to create items in the heroic ranks. The materials needed for each test were simply too valuable, and they were bound to meet many failures in their attempts. Noah couldn't just cut one of his arms and hope that the forging would go well in that period. Not when he learnt about the portal to the new world. First of all, I need to keep the expansion of my mind going, Noah thought as he pressed index on his right temple and retracted it slowly. A spherical rune came out of his sea of consciousness, and Noah suddenly felt the pressure inside his mind decreasing when it left his personal world. The sphere was dark, and it radiated an intense pride as it kept the energy contained inside it still. That was the second will-consuming rune that Noah had created during the months before the opening of the portal. Different from his first rune that used his ambition and greed, the second one used his pride and hunger to function. Its effects were also different. The saber-shaped runes used his ambition to enhance the sharpness expressed in his individuality, and his greed to absorb the primary energy created by his energy. Instead, the spherical runes still used his greed in the same way, but the pride that made it forced that energy to stay still inside it. That allowed Noah to contain what he intended to use as his core material for his future creations, other than resuming the enlargement of his mind. Its power is satisfying, but I still need to test its viability in the forgings, Noah thought as he inspected the rune. Yet, the pressure that it can apply on the walls of my mind is limited since this energy is less dense than the breath. Noah placed the rune back inside his mental sphere when he confirmed that it didn't lose any energy during the period inside his mind. The internal pressure returned and weighed on his mental walls, but Noah barely noticed any difference with his usual state. The primary energy was fundamental compared to the complex structure of the breath. That made it harder to control but also lighter in terms of weight for the training of his mind. Noah couldn't accept to slow down his growth, but there wasn't much that he could do with his current assets. I can only create more of them and fill my mental sphere. Yet, I should make a blood companion first. Noah thought as he proceeded to send a series of messages through his inscribed notebook. He had ignored the issue concerning the peculiar capabilities of his mental energy in that period because he had focused on improving his offensive. Still, he would need to use his full power during the invasion. So, he needed the spell that had accompanied him since the beginning of his cultivation journey. Also, he wanted to match somewhat the expansion speed generated by a Xianxia rune with his methods, even if he knew that it was impossible to achieve the same results. The elders on the southwestern coast answered quickly and provided him with an updated analysis of the fauna in both the old continent and the new one. Noah hadn't contacted only them though, and his eyes lit up when he received an answer from the rank 6 automaton. 37's voice resounded in his mind. The Xianxia runes are an expression of pure mental power. They aren't something that can be replicated easily, but I have thousands of researches in that field with me. Noah had developed an interest in the Xianxia runes since he discovered how scarce they were in the mortal lands. His ambition made him train continuously, but he had reached the point where he started to feel the limits of a lower plane. That was an issue that all the cultivators in the world had to face and overcome with their forces, and his position was even quite privileged since the hive owned the 6th Xianxia rune. However, he would have to share it with the other rank 5 mages, and that wasn't enough for his standards. Luckily for him, 37 was knowledgeable in most inscription methods, and Divine Architect had included the records about the Xianxia runes in his programming. Send me those that have something in common with my inscription methods. Noah transmitted through his inscribed notebook to answer the automaton. He knew that his expertise wasn't enough to replicate such a miraculous training method, but he wanted to attempt to make an effective imitation, at least. That wasn't a project for the imminent future, but something that he had to study and use as inspiration slowly. After sending that message, he browsed through the reports gathered by the elders. Choosing a blood companion would generally take an in-depth analysis of his battle prowess and his weaknesses, but Noah could only settle for something that he could use at that moment. There weren't many creatures in the 5th rank that he could kill in the world, and that number further decreased when he added his element to the equation. I'm nearing the might of a complete rank 5 cultivator, Noah thought as he sorted the reports in his mind. But I have little confidence in dealing with something in the middle tier of the 5th rank. The growth of every being would be exponential as their rank increased. Noah had been able to injure and kill rank 5 beasts until then because his liquid dantian allowed him to express a solid-stage battle prowess. However, only complete rank 5 cultivators could handle creatures in the middle tier. Also, even they would avoid battling a beast that had access to such a powerful body and almost endless endurance. Noah had access to rank 5 spells now, but his reserves of energy didn't change much. He would end up exhausted before a creature in the middle tier, even with the liquid dantian and rank 4 solid breath. The differences in rank were hard to overcome. His incredible body could fill parts of those gaps, but it reached its limits against something so powerful. Maybe I can kill something weak in the middle tier, but that would make the creature worthless as a blood companion. Noah thought as he started to send another series of mental messages. The reports didn't enlighten anything interesting, and all the beasts that had unusual abilities didn't match his element. The lands under the domain of the hive didn't contain anything that could meet his already lowered standards. Yet, if the land didn't have what he needed, he would just search for it in the sea. The sea wasn't famous for its abundance of magical beasts with a darkness aptitude, but it was incredibly vast and occupied most of the mortal lands even after the fall of the Peace of Immortal Lands. Its depths could hide something that interested him. Of course, exploring the sea near the archipelago and the southwestern coast would take a while under normal circumstances. Still, Noah had 2 powerful helpers that didn't mind helping him in that tedious task. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon weren't busy in that period. The Hive had tasked them to create teleportation matrices and doors inside the separate dimension to facilitate the deployment of troops. Still, they quickly returned to the southwestern coast when they received Noah's message. The environment of the new continent had a fantastic density of breath, and it stood on top of ice created by the spell of a divine being. Magical beasts would gather there if they had the chance, which meant that the sea near the coastlines would see many different creatures that attempted to settle inside its area. The entirety of the sea was considered a danger zone, especially when its depths were taken into consideration. Dreaming Demon's mental waves though allowed her and her lover to explore most areas without triggering any pack of powerful creatures that inhabited those zones. Noah's request wasn't complex. He only wanted them to find a creature in the lower tier of the 5th rank with a darkness aptitude, and that wouldn't be useless once turned into a puppet. The demons weren't experts in the magical beast's field, but they could evaluate the power of a beast thanks to their powerful minds. Noah spent the weeks after his request creating more spherical runes that he filled with primary energy and stored in his mind and studying the data that 37 sent him. The powerhouses of the 4 nations were away in that period, and every organization was busy making plans to prepare for the invasion in the New World. The heroic assets weren't in a hurry. Instead, they took their time to make the necessary arrangements and gather useful items that they could need in an unknown environment. Noah spent part of his days meditating on the fusion between his inscription methods too. Even his cultivation technique needed improvements, but his understanding of his individuality partially dictated its absorption speed. He felt that deepening his creation was the path to tread before approaching the forging of items on a higher rank, so he simply followed that instinct. Of course, he also began to test his ideas during the forging of some of his rank 4 disposable items. His initial designs saw the spherical runes being used as the core materials for the elemental forging method. Still, the primary energy inside them kept on escaping the fusion with other items. Noah was beginning to evaluate the possibility of using a 3rd rune created only through his pride to force the fusion when the demons notified him that they had found something. The portal was in the Outcast, so there were many branches of the separate dimension under those territories. Noah only had to reach the nearest door to the dimension and use a series of teleportation matrices to return to the desert on the new continent. Then, he followed the instructions of the demons and reached the area in the depths of the sea where they were waiting for him. "I believe you can sense them too here," Dreaming Demons transmitted through her consciousness when Noah neared them. His body had learnt about the beasts in the distance from a while, but he wanted to let his mind scan them before making a decision. Lazy whales, Noah thought when his mental waves swept the creatures in the distance. They can work. The lazy whales were a giant species of darkness magical beasts that used the depths of the sea as their hunting area. Their bodies were strong and suited their large sizes, but they didn't excel in melee battles. Instead, their signature move was the powerful suction force generated by their lungs. That feature earned them the name lazy, since their hunting habits saw them laying at the bottom of the sea and relying on their innate ability to capture prey. There is a whole pack there with 2 specimens in the 5th rank, Noah thought as his mental waves spread through the sea. His mind could see how more than 30 giant figures rested on the sandy seabed with their mouths open. Most of them were creatures in the 3rd rank, but there were 5 of them in the 4th rank together with the 2 rank 5 leaders. 1 in the middle tier and 1 in the lower tier. Perfect, Noah thought as he retracted his consciousness. It might be troublesome nearing them though. Giant whirlpools formed from the open mouths of the lazy whales and created dense currents able to trap any being that touched them. The currents would then drag those unfortunate creatures directly in their stomach. That innate ability was particularly potent at those depths, since the whales could make use of the water to increase the density of their currents. Such a skill would inevitably be weaker in an environment without water, but Noah knew that he couldn't find something perfect at his level. Magical beasts of the darkness element weren't as rare as cultivators with that aptitude, but he needed specimens in the 5th rank. The lazy whales were creatures that expressed their full power underwater, but even their weakened version was enough for him. Also, the strength of their massive bodies wasn't affected by the environment, so he could use it with simple strategies. Keep the middle-tier creature busy while I take care of the other beast in the 5th rank, Noah said before shooting toward the pack of whales that were still unaware of the 3 powerful existences near them. The demons didn't hesitate to follow Noah and unleash some of their abilities toward the pack. Noah attacked too, slashing with his sabers toward the creature in the lower tier of the 5th rank. The area became messy as soon as the trio challenged the pack. The whales noticed the attacks only when it was too late to do anything about them. A series of ice shards swept them and gave birth to white flowers that spread their coldness on the environment. The water around them began to vibrate too, and those tremors affected the normal functioning of their bodies. Noah's slashes landed on the creature in the lower tier, and the destruction carried by his individuality spread from the large cuts that they created on its body. The weaker specimens died in a few seconds under the might of 2 spells with the power of the 5th rank. But the 2 powerful beings endured them. Noah and the demons saw the long whirlpools turning toward them as the 2 rank 5 beasts tilted their heads to redirect the suction force of their abilities on the assailants. A sudden pressure appeared around them as the currents engulfed their bodies, but they were ready for that eventuality. A small flower appeared on Flying Demon's palm, and the water around him immediately froze when its coldness spread inside the whirlpool. Dreaming Demon closed her eyes, and the rotation of the currents slowed down under the influence of her mind. As for Noah, he simply roared and accompanied his cry with a torrent of white flames. Ice and flames reached for their open mouths, but the whales quickly closed them to stop their abilities and endure the attacks with their bodies. A layer of ice spread on the rostrum of the creature in the middle tier, and white flames burned the skin of the beasts in the lower tier. The skin above their mouths broke and fell apart, but their muscles were barely affected. Flighting underwater wasn't a problem for heroic cultivators, and that environment wouldn't weaken even their attacks. However, the lazy whales were simply too big, and they would need abilities that had a large area of effect to suffer serious injuries. Their size, coupled with the overall power of contained in their bodies, made their species quite troublesome to hunt, even if it lacked a potent offensive method. Let's divide them now, Noah transmitted as he shot toward the beast in the lower tier while slashing with his weapons and laying the saber-shaped runes on the battlefield. The demons followed his orders and diverted the attention of the whale in the middle tier on them. Shockwaves spread next to Noah as the battle between the 3 powerful existences unfolded at his side. Yet, he knew that the elders would handle the beast, so he focused only on his opponent. He had killed many rank 5 beasts by then, but the lazy whales were particularly resilient and hard to take down without wasting most of their bodies. Also, Noah could express a rank 5 battle prowess, but his dantions wouldn't last much if he used his full power. The abilities that required less breath were mental attacks that didn't work well on magical beasts, so he had to rely on his spell, flames, and martial art. After all, Noah wasn't aiming to kill the creature, but to create a blood companion, which required a bit of care. Noah slashed and spat flames toward the whale, but the latter only reactivated its innate ability. The offensive of the lazy whales was limited, and they weren't in the upper part of the food chain. They mostly hunted weaker beasts with their suction force, and that was enough to satisfy them due to their peaceful lifestyle. Yet, their size made them difficult to kill, which was why other predators only took pieces of their skins and muscles when they attacked them. Lazy whales in the 5th rank were more than 70 meters long and could easily endure wounds that would typically sever other creatures in 2. However, Noah wasn't there to satisfy his hunger. His figure darted everywhere around the body of the creature while releasing countless attacks. The water turned red as numerous injuries appeared on the defenseless beast and released blood in the environment. But Noah promptly stored it inside his space ring and left it to its automaton. Meanwhile, the saber-shaped runes all around it kept on absorbing the primary energy that Noah was creating with his offensive. Noah decided to make use of the runes when they reached a power in the 5th rank, and they didn't fail to pierce the thick layer of muscles that covered the internal organs of the beasts. It took a while, but the whale eventually died under Noah's patient and precise offensive. His mind felt heavy after manipulating the runes for so long, but he managed to store the giant corpse of the whale without breaking its core nor losing its blood. These creatures aren't so suitable as blood companions. Noah thought as he stared at the massive corpse laid on a brown terrain. But they are natural shields, and I can improve their innate ability with my greed. He was inside the separate dimension, making the last preparations for the body inscription spell, and he couldn't help but evaluate the prowess of the lazy whales during the process. The trio had returned in the tunnel after Noah killed his target, and he had even asked the demons to let the specimen in the middle tier go. Noah had long since learnt about the drawbacks that accompanied his hybrid status, and he wasn't willing to lower the number of rank 5 magical beasts in the world just to see those nourishments sold. He was basically preserving the lives of the powerful creatures so that he could hunt them when he was strong enough to face them alone. Relying on his organization or allies to face enemy groups didn't bother him, but he didn't want to use them even to gather his food. It wasn't only a matter of dragon instincts. Noah simply wanted his breakthroughs to carry an evident mark of his individuality. Let's see if this works, Noah thought before focusing on the insides of his sea of consciousness. Solid breath rose from his dantian and entered his mental sphere before he immersed it inside the brown sea. His greed invaded the breath and gave to the sharp crystal a suction force similar to his saber-shaped rune. His breath wasn't something that could change form anymore. It was an energy that was evolving alongside his individuality. Noah would have to remove his individuality to make it change form like it used to do in the past, but he would never weaken it on purpose just to make it more pliable. Now the rune, Noah thought as he focused on his ethereal figure. His half-transparent hands pierced his body and ripped off his stomach, but he didn't smash it to turn it in the dust needed for the creation of a will-consuming rune. Instead, he decided to forge it with the energy that he had just created. The ethereal stomach appeared in his palm, and Noah proceeded in imbuing the solid breath that carried his greed inside it. The elemental forging method usually required physical materials, but the meanings in both breath and ethereal stomach were identical. The stomach was a raw expression of his hunger, which wasn't refined through the will-consuming runes method, and his breath contained his greed at its peak intensity. After all, he used his ambition to bring his meanings to their peak when he prepared the energy to use in the forging. So, their intensity was bound to reach their limits. The ethereal stomach didn't resist the fusion with the breath, and there wasn't any kind of destabilization afterward. In the end, Noah thought while splitting the shard in his palm into 2 pieces. The infusion. One piece went for the blood of the whale that the spirit automaton of his ring had filtered when he gathered it from the water. The other went for its heart so that even the core of the beast would carry his meanings. That was Noah's first success in fusing his 2 inscription methods. By applying the basics of the will-consuming runes, Noah obtained a pure meaning that he could use as a material in the elemental forging method. Of course, that procedure was far from optimal. Noah had to forge the raw rune and his imbued breath before using the finished product with another material, which meant performing 2 rounds of forging with the same items. That would produce a weaker inscribed item, but Noah wasn't interested in the power of the core and blood during the creation of a blood companion. He only needed his meanings to be more intense, and those 2 rounds of forging gave him that result. Noah quickly completed the following requirements of the body inscription spell. His period spent hunting magical beasts to enlarge his mental sphere had made him extremely fast in creating blood companions, and even his expertise in the mental battles had increased by a lot. The ethereal figure of the lazy whale crumbled and fell on the brown sea after Noah defeated it, but he didn't let his focus waver at that moment. His mental energy surrounded the minute pieces of the beast's will and attempted to devour them. Still, Noah forcefully held back the capabilities of his mind to complete the body inscription spell. Holding back the properties of his mental waves turned out to be quite easy since he had just severed his hunger to make use of that meaning. But they still struggled to devour the pieces of beast's will. It was as if that was their instinctive behavior. His mind, though, had reached the 5th rank, and that breakthrough brought a more profound control on his hybrid features. An ethereal whale soon appeared near the center of his sea of consciousness and lazily floated above the brown sea. Noah felt the internal pressure rising, but even the appearance of a rank 5 blood companion couldn't match the training speed of the Xianxia runes. I can only store more primary energy inside my mind for the time being, Noah thought as he evaluated the limits of his mind. Anything more effective would have to wait for my expertise to increase. Noah stretched his arm, and the whale's tattoo on his chest moved toward his palm. He willed, and the tattoo spread its mouth to use its innate ability. Noah felt the energy contained in his liquid dantian depleting at high speed, but a powerful suction force appeared at the center of his palm and stretched for hundreds of meters. The structure of the separate dimension trembled, and cracks appeared on its surface as the pressure affected its stability. Small pieces of the dimension fell apart and flew toward Noah's palm. His body then turned them into primary energy that was absorbed in a matter of seconds. This suction force is stronger compared to the innate ability of the specimen in the lower tier. Noah, though, while retracting his arm. The result of the procedure left him satisfied since the attack of his blood companion surpassed the original power of the creature, and he had used it in the air. Lazy whales usually reached that might with their ability because they made use of the water in the environment. Still, obtaining more potent effects while being in the open clearly showed that fusing two inscription methods would lead to amazing results. However, that outcome only made Noah sigh. The creation of a blood companion signaled the end of the methods that could increase his power in the short period. There was nothing else that could boost his battle prowess more before the exploration of the new world. I've reached the point where only long periods of meditations and enlightenments can help me. Noah concluded in his mind as he moved toward the door that would lead him back to the old continent. Noah returned in the territory of the Outcast with the portal and went in seclusion as he waited for the higher-ups to form exploration teams. His body was still a few dozens of rank 5 magical beasts away from reaching the middle tier, but his other centers of power were improving on their own. The black hole cultivation technique kept on absorbing breath, and the many runes filled with primary energy inside his sea of consciousness pressed on its walls. There was also the blood companion now, which brought the expansion of his mind to a decent speed. The absence of the 6th Xianxia rune had forced him to train his mental sphere with alternative methods, and they were bound to have drawbacks when compared to the runes. His mind felt the constant pressure radiated by the ethereal whale and spherical runes while also enlarging at a lower speed. Couldn't be helped. The absence of resources was a curse that afflicted every cultivator once reached higher ranks. Yet, there was something that Noah gained from that unorthodox training. The constant pain that afflicted his mind helped in hardening his walls and making them suitable for the intrinsic properties of his mental energy. Noah had to spend only some years in that state before his sea of consciousness allowed him to devour magical beasts' wills again. In the meantime, he could only meditate, study, and perform tests. The divine deduction technique aided all those processes, and Noah's knowledge and expertise quickly rose as he wholeheartedly focused on his researches. His battle prowess couldn't be improved further unless he widened the creation of his individuality. Yet, he lacked a method that matched the standards of his ambition. Being with June would probably help him in gaining insights in that field since she was an expression of life in his mind, but the politics of the mortal lands didn't allow him to be with her. So, he could only focus on his researches while he waited for his journey on the other side of the portal to begin. 37 had given him the teachings of old and new schools that studied the Xianxia runes and tried to replicate their miraculous effects. Of course, Noah had requested for studies in line with his inscription methods. He was an expert when it came to wills and intense meanings, and that was a feature that he had to exploit if he wanted to obtain some sort of success. However, he also knew that he needed a better inscription method to achieve something so difficult. His weeks spent in the solitude of his cave saw him meditating on his individuality for most of the time. Still, he forged and tried to find better ways to fuse his inscription methods too. The rest of his time went on the reports sent by the automaton that he simply studied and analyzed with the help of the divine deduction technique. His power was slowly increasing, but such a low rate of improvement was something that Noah had never felt in his life. He had entered in one of the most tedious parts of the cultivation journey where he could only keep on studying and testing until some understanding appeared in his mind and allowed him to advance. Many cultivators could lose their path in the endless years spent in the solitude of their training areas, and their will to progress in the cultivation journey might falter after seeing no improvements. The anxiety originated from the fear of the stagnation of their centers of power, coupled with the impossibility to advance without enlightenment, broke many weak mindsets. Noah had it a bit easier compared to other cultivators since he had created his cultivation technique. His Danteon would eventually reach the 5th rank, but its training speed depended on the understanding of his individuality. My destruction opens the path for my creation, Noah thought as he reviewed his life. Each of my steps has created a path that heaven and earth couldn't see. Understanding his destruction had been relatively easy, but his creation was utterly lacking in that aspect. After all, Noah had lived as a lone cultivator for a large part of his life. He had destroyed everything on his path, and his effects only widened as his power increased. The destruction of his mansion and his family had completed that aspect of his individuality. Still, that wasn't enough to express the entirety of his life. I have forged my path toward this rank. My creations accompany most of my accomplishments, Noah thought as images appeared in his mind. His demonic swords had accompanied him since he learnt the elemental forging method, and they were a core aspect of his battle prowess. Yet, the creation could be tracked back to Xianxia, his first blood companion. I've turned dead beasts in puppets that have saved my life countless times. Noah seemed to understand something when he thought that. His memories then led him in the Audionation, where his expertise in the elemental forging method spiked and allowed him to spread his creations to other cultivators. A crucial mistake that feeds on heaven and earth's world, but that needs it to obtain materials. I need to forge my darkness before I can hope to match their creation, and that can only happen if I have better methods. Noah concluded his meditation at those thoughts. His reasoning always led him to the same conclusion. He lacked a core material that was only his. The primary energy was perfect for that task, but his pride only allowed him to contain it. He couldn't bend it to his will, nor use it in his experiments unless he created a better inscription method. Noah was about to focus on his experiments when his inscribed notebook transmitted a message sent by Elder Julia. She was warning him that the higher-ups had finally concluded the division of the exploration teams. Noah's eagerness exploded when he heard those words, and he quickly wore one of his good robes before flying out of his cave. The massive portal appeared in his view as soon as he resurfaced, but his eyes went on Elder Julia's figure waiting for him with other cultivators of the hive. Their expressions were stern, but Noah didn't fail to notice the eagerness hidden behind their eyes. They were about to venture into different mortal lands. How could they not be excited about it? Even Noah could barely contain himself at that thought. A new world doubled the number of powerful beasts that he could hunt, other than giving him access to a completely different environment. His excitement, though, turned into coldness when he saw the cultivators gathered by the other 3 forces. Noah didn't recognize the heroic assets of the Empire, but he was able to spot Faith's enchanting figure among the elders of the council. Also, when he turned his gaze toward the forces of the Elbas family, he could see both Thaddeus and June stepping forward. The portal can't sustain the passage of too many powerful cultivators, Elder Julia explained as the groups gathered at the center of the region. Each force can only send 1 rank 5 cultivator and 10 cultivators in the 4th rank at the time. Is there any restriction on the stage of the cultivators? Noah asked. The possibility to form equal teams was intriguing, but the big nations could exploit the variety of their assets and deploy their best warriors. Instead, the hive would have to restrain itself in that aspect to prioritize the defenses of its domains. 6 in the gaseous stage, 3 in the liquid stage, and 1 in the solid stage, Elder Julia replied. The rank 5 cultivator must be in the gaseous stage too. Excited gasps resounded among the elders of the hive after her words. Noah felt a series of gazes landing on him, but he ignored them even if he had understood the reason behind their excitement. According to Elder Julia's words, the portal couldn't endure too much power. That led the 5 powerhouses to calculate the best possible arrangements for the exploration teams. The portal applied limits to the 4 nations, but they still wanted to send the most powerful team on the other world. Their calculations ended up in those numbers, but they had naturally taken into consideration only the dantions of those assets. After all, the breath was heavier than the mental energy when it came to influencing the material world. Yet, There was someone who ignored the common sense of the cultivation journey inside the hive. Our faction will be the most potent in the exploration team, Noah thought as he neared the center of the region. He was a rank 5 mage, but he could fill one of the spots for the rank 4 cultivators in the troops deployed by his organization. That would give the hive a significant influence once the team reached the other mortal lands, since it would have 2 existences with a rank 5 battle prowess. The patriarch of the Bulvin family will join us, Thaddeus said as he neared the gathering area, followed by June and other rank 4 cultivators. He wore a proud smile as he said those words, and Noah recognized that expression. It was the same calm smile that he had worn after the entrance test of the academy when he exposed Noah's true identity. Noah's aura began to spread toward the group from the Elbas family at his words. He understood what he meant with that smile. Thaddeus was simply showing that he knew the truth behind the event inside the Bulvin mansion. Every organization would suspect Noah for the events in the mansion, but none of them had the proofs needed to incriminate him. Secrecy had been a must during the raids, and the forces of the hive had been cautious in hiding as much as they could. Noah had even used only new abilities too. Accusing him would just lead to endless discussions, and no force was interested in wasting time in processes that would barely benefit them. Thaddeus' eyes sharpened when he sensed the dense mental waves reaching for him, but his worry soon vanished when his father intervened. Noah saw Cecil landing in the air next to his son and using his consciousness to disperse the destructive aura that was surrounding his group. "Do you want to start a war so soon, Lord Bulvin?" Cecil asked, but another rank 5 cultivator landed on the scene and sided with Noah. The prince was just giving pointers to a weakling, Elder Austin said before turning and winking at Noah. The air suddenly became tense, but the arrival of the other 2 groups forced the cultivators on both sides to divert their focus. Noah made sure that June appeared in his vision as he turned his gaze toward the other forces. The Shandal Empire and the Council had reunited the required troops for the team, and they were staring at the 2 factions that were about to start a conflict. That was the whole point of creating mixed groups with troops from all 4 forces. Even if 2 of them had past grudges that could endanger the success of the mission, the other 2 factions could intervene and force them to cooperate. Noah recognized only Grey Fury on the side of the Empire. He was the rank 5 cultivator that had negotiated the terms for the independence of the archipelago with Chasing Demon. On the side of the Council, he recognized Faith among the cultivators in the liquid stage, and her master, Elder Clara, as the solid stage cultivator. The troops of the Royals had Cecil as rank 5 cultivator, Thaddeus as the asset in the solid stage, June among those in the liquid stage, and other gold-robed cultivators that he didn't recognize. I expected June to improve a lot in these years, Noah thought as he analyzed the cultivators on the scene. But that Faith isn't normal. She reached the liquid stage before Daniel. The improvements in the heroic ranks without a personal cultivation technique were linked to the understanding of the individuality. Daniel was still immature when it came to his understanding due to his lofty lifestyle, but his breakthrough was drawing near after the experiences accumulated in the raids. Yet, Faith had surpassed him even when her life should have been similar to his. The heroic ranks divide the real talents with those who have obtained their power thanks to their status. Noah thought before focusing on his side. Elder Austin would accompany him in the mission, but there were other familiar faces behind him. Elder Jason stood proudly among the cultivators in the liquid stage, together with Elder Hope. He had managed to advance in the last period, proving that his centers of power still hid some potential. Other rank 5 cultivators floated above the 4 groups to witness the departure of the first exploration team, and all the assets on the scene were waiting for further directives. Then, a voice resounded in the air and filled the environment. "Those chosen for this journey, please land in front of the portal." The voice belonged to King Elbas, and the 11 cultivators from each faction hovered toward the ground at his words. They didn't mind following the orders of an enemy powerhouse in that situation, so they all grouped right in front of the portal surrounded by shining lines. The fissure was still dark, but breath kept on coming out from its insides. The air around the group of 44 cultivators suddenly became tense when the mission became imminent, and they fixed their eyes on the fissure as they waited for orders. "Go and bring the pride of your mortal lands with you," King Elbaz's voice echoed again through the sky. But remember, it was the Elbaz family that gave you this chance. As soon as his phrase ended, the 4 rank 5 cultivators in the lead moved forward, and the troops behind followed them and entered in the fissure. The insides of the fissure didn't contain any trace of light. There was only the complete darkness in front of the heroic assets, and even their mental waves couldn't help them in that environment. Their mental waves simply dispersed when they tried to spread them through the darkness. The group of 44 cultivators advanced slowly and let the 4 rank 5 existences take the lead. Their minds were powerful enough to inspect their surroundings without wasting too much mental energy, so it was their task to lead the troops on the other side. Noah inspected the environment too, but he could only feel disappointed when he sensed that there was nothing at all around him. They were in what seemed to be a tunnel without solid boundaries. The passage had the same shape of the vertical fissure in the portal, but its edges often mixed with the void outside of them. Are we in space? Noah thought when he lost control of his mental waves and condensed his consciousness inside his mind. Even rank 5 mages couldn't study the area as they wished. They could only keep track of where they were going. No, Noah answered to himself. The tunnel itself is a dimension that connects 2 lower planes. Amazing. Even Noah had to recognize that King Elbaz's feat was exceptional as he ventured through the darkness. There was nothing in the records retrieved in the Mortal Palace about cultivators exploring other lower planes. There was a high chance that King Elbaz had been the first to make that kind of journey possible. The records spoke about experts researching other worlds, but there was nothing that mentioned exploring them. As for why he had succeeded where many had failed, Noah had a few ideas already. A country that pushed the researches in the inscription field to their limits and a material born from the power of 5 rank 6 cultivators. Noah thought. Yet, only a true expert could make use of them to connect 2 worlds. There weren't enough praises to describe King Elbaz's achievement, and they even increased as some features of the tunnel became evident. Noah felt as if he was being teleported every time he took a step forward. The dimension seemed to condense the space, which allowed the group to cross kilometers with each centimeter that they passed. Of course, there was a limit to how much Noah could understand with the short investigations that his mind was capable of. Yet, there were a few evident features that the passage revealed. The door didn't teleport them directly in the new world. Instead, it led them inside an unstable passage that made them able to cross vast distances in a few steps. I wonder how many resources did the Elbaz family invest in this project. Noah wondered before suppressing that thought when he noticed that the density of breath around him had suddenly increased. A pale red light began to illuminate the passage, and another fissure appeared in front of the heroic assets as their advance continued. The cultivators in the exploration team couldn't contain their emotions and increased their pace toward the end of the passage, and the rank 5 entities did the same. They were about to step into a different world. That small action was enough to make their names last for millennia. Noah felt excited too, but he didn't care about glory. His interest was on the lifeforms that filled that plane, as well as the techniques and spells that it could contain if humans inhabited the lands ahead. The group quickly reached the red fissure and crossed its edges without any hesitation. A rocky environment appeared in their vision, and the source of that light turned out to be an underground river of magma that flowed right under them. The portal had connected them to a narrow underground area. The cultivators spread their consciousness to inspect the environment and sighed in relief when they sensed that there wasn't any life form nearby. "Quick, stabilize the exit," Cecil ordered, and the cultivators in his faction took out inscribed items that they activated and deployed around the fissure floating in the area. The members of the other factions fixed their gazes on the 10 nobles and royals to make sure that they didn't try to scheme anything. A dense pressure fell on the cultivators from the Nation when the 4 rank 5 mages began to inspect their every movement. The other nations had barely managed to prepare their defenses before deploying their troops to join the mission, but the Elbaz family was different. The silver-haired royals knew about King Elbaz's plan, so they had focused on developing suitable items for the journey during the period before the opening of the portal. That gave a lot of power to the royals faction during the exploration since its cultivators owned specific items that benefited the entirety of the team. Yet, only the rank 5 cultivators chosen for the mission knew about that, and even Noah was in the dark. The cultivators from the Nation surrounded the fissure with glowing spheres and strange nails that seemed to stabilize its edges. Then, some of them took out a series of brown runes that surrounded the crack and created another layer of defense. Noah kept his eyes on June for most of that process, but he didn't fail to inspect the other devices too. The purpose of those items became apparent after a few inspections, and the heroic cultivators from the other nations were pleasantly surprised to discover that the royals had come extremely prepared. There were cloaking devices meant to hide the presence of the fissure, items that stabilized its structure, and even orbs intended for long-distance communications. Also, those inscribed items worked in perfect harmony with the edges of the passage, which showed how they had been built specifically for that task. Noah and Elder Austin glanced at each other before moving their focus back on the fissure. That short exchange of looks was enough to convey their amazement and helplessness about the distance between their organization and the Elbas family for what concerned the inscription fields. Cecil waited for each of those items to start working before speaking in a polite tone. The Elbas family has provided the passage and all the required items for the mission. I'm sure the other nations won't forget this. He then sent a series of folded sheets flying toward all the rank 4 cultivators of the other factions. Noah quickly browsed through the words written on the sheets only to see that short descriptions appeared in his mind at that act. The reports concerned the usage and function of each item set around the fissure. They even mentioned some specifics that involved the insides of the portal. They are playing fair, Noah thought as he stored the sheets and moved his gaze toward the ceiling of the underground area. The other cultivators noticed his action and moved their gazes there too. Let's resurface, Grey Fury said, and the team quietly followed his rising figure. There wasn't a single leader for the whole exploration team. It was impossible to find an agreement between the 4 nations on that topic. Yet, the 4 rank 5 cultivators had long since decided to be reasonable during the mission. They were in an unknown environment that had only one escape route, and that was obviously fragile. For once, the cultivators of the 4 forces would have to work for the greater good of their mortal lands instead of minding their benefits. Couldn't be helped. Greed could lead to the failure of the mission, which could trap them in that unknown land until King Elbas managed to open another passage. Of course, death was a possible outcome too, and that led them to abandon previous grudges to focus on the exploration. The group of 44 heroic cultivators silently dug an opening in the rocky ceiling and flew toward the outside world. The 4 rank 5 cultivators were in the lead, and Noah was right behind them. No one dared to complain about his position. Status didn't matter in that place, and the vanguard would usually be the first to meet any potential danger. Everyone knew that Noah was the strongest among the rank 4 cultivators. That was something that no one could deny due to the power of his sea of consciousness. The group had to dig upward for a few kilometers before the rocky ceiling ended, and the sunlight filled the tunnel just created. Wary expressions appeared on the heroic assets as they came out in the open and inspected their surroundings. The scenery that unfolded in front of their eyes didn't seem to belong to a different world. It was a dull wasteland, which saw some vegetation appearing only at a few kilometers in the distance. Not the safest environment where to have our only escape route, Noah thought when he noticed that the wasteland was, in truth, a volcano. There were cavities on its sides and traces of burned terrain near them, which carried the marks of past eruptions. The other cultivators didn't fail to notice those details too, and the 4 leaders acted as soon as the environment turned out to be dangerous. Their priority was to protect the fissure, so they had to make sure that the volcano remained stable for the entire duration of their mission. The rank 5 existences had a brief discussion through their consciousnesses before they spread in the area and used their methods to prevent any sudden eruption. Elder Austin even glanced at Noah before diving toward the base of the volcano, and the latter simply nodded at that gesture. It was clear that he wanted him to manage the situation while they were busy, and Noah agreed without uttering any complaint. The other rank 4 cultivators focused on him when they realized that their leaders had silently left him in charge of the group. Noah's figure stood proudly in front of them. His mental waves filled the area and swept them as he made sure that there wasn't any threat. The symbol of the coral archipelago occupied the back of his robe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind as he remained focused. The famous criminal that had surprised everyone with his achievement was now protecting them. It was needless to say that such sight gave birth to conflicting emotions inside those cultivators, especially those from the Nation. The Elbas family had worked to suppress Noah since he reached the academy, but he was still there, and he was stronger than all of them. "Don't worry, Lady Balor," one of the royals said as he lowered his head to whisper to June. "We won't let him kidnap you again." Noah feigned to ignore those words, but his attention inevitably went on the cultivator in the liquid stage that was wearing a golden robe next to June. He was handsome and had the usual features of the Elbas bloodline, with short golden hair and a pair of shining green eyes. Also, he seemed quite young, which showed his talent in the cultivation field. Of course, Noah was more interested in his relationship with June since he didn't seem to mind nearing her. June tilted her head to avoid letting the royal whisper in her ear and said, "Lix, I don't need anyone's protection." She then glanced at Noah's back before focusing on the vegetation that spread after the volcano. "Lady Balor, I would never mock your prowess," Lix continued, "but he is a demon. You shouldn't underestimate him." Every cultivator heard their conversation, but most of them simply lowered their heads when they saw Lix brazenly speaking about Noah in that way. Noah felt the worry carried by June's gaze when she glanced at his back and decided to let go of the matter, but his consciousness suddenly sensed something at that point. His aura sharpened as he focused on the threatening presence nearing their position from a distance, and that change caused a reaction in the cultivators behind him. Lix and the others in his faction wielded their inscribed weapons while the other cultivators around them retreated. They thought that Noah was about to attack due to Lix's words, but his following action left them dumbfounded. Shockwaves spread from Noah's feet as he shot in the sky, which seemed utterly empty. However, a dark figure soon became visible, and it reached a distance where rank 4 mages could sense its aura. The figure turned out to be a huge winged reptile when it crossed the barrage of clouds, which radiated the unmistakable aura of a rank 5 magical beast. Noah quickly appeared in its trajectory and kicked its mouth while carrying the momentum generated by the shadow sprint martial art. The reptile was a beast in the lower tier of the 5th rank, so the cultivators hovering above the volcano released surprised gasps when they saw that Noah's kick made it fly back behind the clouds. Rank 5 flying snake, Noah thought as he shot after the beast. This species lost to the dragons in my world. Excitement rose inside him when he saw an extinct species making its appearance right at the beginning of their mission. The snake hissed in pain, but Noah reached its head before it could focus again and delivered a powerful punch. The creature felt a ridiculous pressure landing on its mouth and flinging it downward along with its entire body. The snake crossed the clouds once again, but its descent saw it landing on the vegetation outside of the volcano's range at that time. Noah knew that his priority was to let the rank 5 cultivators stabilize the area, so he had pushed the beast away with his attacks. The beast hissed again and spread its feathered wings to stabilize his fall, but Noah was already on it, and he delivered another kick that pushed it even further away. The creature understood that it was time to change tactics and released a toxic substance from its fangs, which spread in the area and engulfed both its and Noah's figures. Noah felt a dangerous sensation coming from the dark green substance spewed by the snake as they fell from the sky. The toxic liquid enveloped their figures, and Noah diverted focus when he saw it reaching for his skin. "Isn't it a bit too powerful for its level?" Noah thought before using his flames to fight back the dangerous poison. White fire spread in the sky and burned the liquid, which released a green gas that Noah dispersed with his mental waves. However, a confused expression appeared on his face as he turned toward the beast. Winged snakes mostly rely on their strong bodies and on their aerial maneuverability to fight. Noah reviewed that information in his mind. But this poison was almost able to match my flames. Noah felt that something was off, and that wasn't a sensation born only from his knowledge in the magical beast's field. Even his instincts were telling him that the snake under him didn't match the power of its species. Its poisonous attack wasn't its main ability, but it was so powerful that Noah had to use his flames to defend against it. Is it a mutation? Noah began to question himself as he wielded his pair of black sabers. Or did I fail to guess its species? There were too many variables when Noah took into consideration the fact that he was in a different world. So, he simply decided to learn more about that creature after killing it. Of course, he was aware that he couldn't use all his abilities in front of Thaddeus. His mocking words from before the mission had revealed that the Elbas family had learnt something from the battle inside the Bulvan mansion. Noah wasn't sure about how much had been recorded back then, but he wasn't going to risk exposing the identity of the secret assailants of the Uhtranation. Also, he didn't need to use those spells to defeat the winged snake. The beast spread its maws and shot toward Noah. Releasing the toxic liquid had stopped its opponent's momentum, which allowed it to attack and stop defending. The snake, though, wasn't able to close its mouth since 2 black slashes landed on its insides and created 2 deep cuts. A violent aura spread from those cuts and shattered more of the skin inside the mouth of the beast. The snake hissed to no end and failed to reach Noah, who had already landed on one of its wings. Since Noah's dantian had reached the solid stage, the breath contained inside it matched the power of the energy inside the liquid dantian. So, the first form of his martial art had become obsolete. There was no point in using a simple but powerful slash when he could do the same but add the innate destruction of his individuality to the attack. It was better to leave the energy inside the liquid dantian for the shadow sprint martial art since it didn't carry his individuality to begin with. What are you hiding? Noah thought as he slashed again, aiming at the spot where the feathers met the scaled skin of the snake. His attack resulted in a clean cut that severed the left wing of the beast and destroyed part of the scales and feathers due to the aura that it carried. Noah quickly stored the wing in his space ring before moving to the right one. The flying snake launched another poisonous attack when it lost control of its flight, but Noah spewed white flames whenever that dark green liquid tried to reach his body. Also, he didn't stop his martial art, and a pair of slashes landed precisely at the base of the right wing. The attack completely severed that body part, and Noah found himself standing on the back of the falling snake after storing it in his ring too. The group of cultivators in the distance could only see what seemed him riding the 40 meters long magical beast as it left a trail of red blood in the air. Noah appeared utterly calm, and his gaze even wandered in various spots of the creature. It was as if he was more interested in the anatomy of the beast rather than on the actual battle. Couldn't be helped. Noah had fought so many rank 5 magical beasts by then that such fights didn't pose him any threat. Also, the dragons in his world had defeated that species of snakes in the past, which showed their inferiority. However, the power behind its poison was off, and he was set on discovering the cause behind that feature. The snake couldn't control its descent without wings and crashed on the sparse vegetation that filled the territory next to the volcano. Noah didn't let go of that chance and released another series of attacks. Yet, the beast had nothing else to lose once it landed on the ground. A messy and violent brawl exploded in that area, with Noah and the snake exchanging blows. Both of them completely abandoned any defensive stand to focus everything on their offensive. Noah relied on his technique and raw strength to avoid any grave injury, and the beast used its huge body to try to overwhelm its opponent. Noah gained the advantage rather quickly, and only a few cuts appeared on his skin due to the shockwaves created by the clash with the powerful snake. He could avoid any kind of injury if he just flew above the maimed beast to benefit from its lack of wings, but there was a lot to gain from that physical fight. First of all, he would obtain a clear understanding of the actual prowess of the snake, which would lead him to evaluate the differences from the records studied in his world. Then, he could keep most of his abilities a secret, especially in front of such a variegated group of experts. Also, he simply liked fighting in that way. Expressing the power of his body was something that he couldn't often do in battles against cultivators or when hunting beasts for specific reasons. That was one of the few times when he could just let go and have fun. The battle lasted for more than Noah had predicted. The snake kept on charging at him even when injuries filled its body. It seemed that no matter how much blood it lost, it would just straighten its position and pounce again. Nevertheless, it still lost its life after Noah kept on answering to its attacks with powerful slashes that carried his individuality. Most of its skin is gone, and the same goes for its muscles. Noah thought when he analyzed the corpse of the snake. This endurance is completely off the scale. More unusual features had become evident during the battle, and one of them was the insane tenacity despite the countless wounds on its body. Elder Austin's voice resounded near him at that point. Having fun already? Noah didn't turn but gave a simple answer. We'll see. Then, he slashed horizontally at the corpse to begin the dissection. The flying snake didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary at the beginning. Its internal organs and bones matched the records studied by Noah in the past, and even its remaining muscles corresponded to them. Yet, every fiber of its body felt sturdier at his touch, and the amount of breath that its complete form contained was above the standards of a rank 5 magical beast in the lower tier. Are beasts stronger in this world? Is this just a general rule? Noah thought as he continued with the dissection. Elder Austin and the other rank 5 cultivators reached his position and oversaw the procedure. Noah was an expert in that field, so there was no reason to stop the dissection. However, they still wanted to be there in case he missed something or ruined some body parts. Bones, organs, and strands of muscles disappeared as Noah stored them in his space ring. The corpse of the snake lost part of its shine as its interiors left it. Noah noticed how the leaders of the team didn't seem to mind his actions, so he simply kept on storing nourishments that he would eat later on. The dissection continued with Noah using his instincts and consciousness to find the reason behind the extraordinary power of that species. What is this? Noah thought when he severed a large chunk of muscles to reveal part of the interiors of the creature. A spherical organ appeared in his view, and Noah was utterly sure that there wasn't supposed to be anything significant in that spot. He had simply followed the trail left by the energy that the beast had started to release after its death, which led him to find that peculiar structure. The organ radiated a soft light that flickered as it lost the energy contained in its insides. A tight array of blood vessels linked it to the rest of the corpse, and the tissues around it seemed to be even sturdier than the others. Noah stopped his actions when he saw the sphere, and the leaders hovering behind him focused on that organ as soon as it entered in their vision. This is impossible, Elder Estelle said when her consciousness enveloped the organ. She was a middle-aged woman with short brown hair and dark skin, and she was the rank 5 cultivator sent by the council. She was knowledgeable in the fields that concerned magical beings, and her expertise didn't stop at the magical beasts but covered even the magical plants. That allowed her to notice the similarities between that spherical organ with the dantians of the cultivators. Of course, Noah noticed that too, but his understanding of the matter was far more detailed. This isn't a dantian, Noah thought as he neared the organ to let his body gather as much information as it could. It resembles a cheap version of my liquid dantian. The spherical organ released primary energy identical to that stored inside his liquid dantian, but it didn't seem as perfect as his creation. Also, its main function appeared to be the nourishing of the snake's body, as well as the empowering of its innate abilities. The presence of a liquid dantian would explain the power behind its poison and its endurance. Noah thought as he stored his weapons and reached for the organ with his fingers. Wait! Cecil shouted when he understood Noah's intentions. Do not taint the corpse further. Noah ignored his words and sealed his grasp around the organ before pulling his arm backward. The blood vessels around it broke, but Noah paid attention to preserve the structure of the organ with his gesture. Then, he turned toward the elders and showed the bloody sphere in his palm. Magical beasts with a fake dantian, Noah said while moving his gaze toward Cecil. Has the Elbas family ever heard of this? The rank 5 cultivators landed on the ground and inspected the sphere, which released the last bits of primary energy contained inside its structure. The organ was nothing more than a dark red ball at that point, but the absence of energy made the cultivators able to ascertain the thickness of its walls. It was just as Noah had said. It wasn't a real dantian but rather a cheap version that couldn't match the center of power of the humans. Yet, even that fake had made the flying snake surpass the limits of its species. Countless questions appeared in the leaders' and Noah's mind as they kept their eyes on the bloody ball. That feature was something that could make vain the accumulated knowledge of the magical beast's field. Also, some issues concerned the actual layout of the immortal lands. If the immortal lands is a huge plain connected to multiple mortal lands, Noah asked himself, why didn't we find this feature on any of the creatures inside the new continent? The heroic cultivators didn't know much about the immortal lands, but Noah had seen the statue inside the mortal palace, and his world had explored a piece of them. He had formulated hypotheses that seemed somewhat on point, but that sudden discovery had already eliminated most of them. Is this limited to this lower plane? Noah thought before rejecting that idea. Magical beasts with a dantian would be naturally more potent than those without it, which meant that their chances to reach the higher plane would be higher. It was evident that such an empowered species would need more energy to reach the higher ranks, but that requirement wasn't enough to stop their growth. They would be kings among beasts, even if their fertility turns out to be poor. Noah concluded in his mind. One of them would be far stronger than its peers, and it would soon take control of any environment with only weaker beasts as its enemies. Its rule would lead to the spreading of its bloodline, meaning that there were bound to be similar creatures in the higher plane. Yet, none of them had appeared in the piece of immortal lands fallen in his world. Of course, he had considered the possibility that such a feature was limited to the flying snake species found in this lower plane. There was even the possibility that the fake dantian was something that the beasts of that world had developed only recently due to mutations. We know too little, Noah said when he accepted that he couldn't find an answer after analyzing only one specimen. Not even a day had passed since they had reached the new world, but their notions of the balance enforced by heaven and earth were already falling apart. I agree, Elder Estelle said. Let's capture more creatures and study the plants too. We must understand how this plane works. The other rank 5 cultivators didn't object to her words, and even Cecil simply returned to the group still flying over the volcano. As for Noah, he stored the corpse of the snake before following them back in what was now their base. The rank 4 cultivators saw the 5 figures returning to them before receiving a series of orders. The leaders had stabilized the area, but that place still needed some improvements before they felt confident in abandoning it to proceed with the exploration. Defensive and cloaking formations were a must in those situations, and some cultivators would have to clear the surrounding territories before their factions felt safe in sending more assets in the new world. However, the rank 4 cultivators didn't immediately begin to work on those improvements. Their gazes were fixed on Noah, who was casually floating in silence with his mind clearly elsewhere. They had just witnessed a cultivator in their rank winning a brawl against a magical beast in the 5th rank. The outcome of that battle showed that he was capable of a rank 5 battle prowess and that it wasn't even the full extent of his power. Noah appeared completely fine, with only a few bruises on his knuckles and exposed chest due to the countless clashes with the snake. His robe had been torn during the battle, which left him in his usual half-naked state. The power showed before, and his current appearance was a magnet for the assets in the 4th rank that inspected him with stares that carried various emotions. There was fear, worship, envy, and some of the younger women in the group even felt sexual drive filling their bodies. Noah didn't fail to notice those emotions. After all, rank 4 mages couldn't hide much from his powerful consciousness. That led him to sense the annoyance carried by June's gaze. She was trying to suppress that emotion, but seeing her lover's prowess and noticing the blushing expressions of some female cultivators near her made it impossible to hide that feeling completely. Noah sighed and took out a new robe as well as a couple of Daniel's pills from his space ring. He couldn't risk exposing his relationship with June, and he also had to pretend that his body-nourishing method had evident drawbacks. Of course, he didn't go to a secluded place to change his clothes. That gesture would just create more suspicions. A series of snorts, gasps, and suppressed laughs resounded among the cultivators as they watched Noah's changing himself. Yet, they quickly began to follow the orders of the leaders when they noticed their stern stares. I'll investigate the surrounding areas, Noah said before flying away, in the direction where the snake had arrived. Elder Estelle did the same, but she flew in the opposite direction. As for the other 3 rank 5 cultivators, they simply remained above the volcano to oversee the work of the troops. Noah flew above the clouds, and he soon sensed the presence of other living beings. A pack of flying snakes appeared in his vision, but there weren't any rank 5 specimens among them. They should be its underlings, Noah thought before shooting toward them while wielding his sabers again. Killing a few rank 4 beasts and a dozen creatures in the 3rd rank didn't take much, and Noah was able to obtain a large number of corpses in just a few minutes. He dissected them too, only to discover that each of those specimens had a fake dantian in the same spot as the rank 5 snake. However, those organs appeared far weaker, and the difference in their level wasn't enough to explain such inferior structures. Also, some of the fake dantians in the rank 3 specimens weren't even fully formed. Noah felt another series of questions rising inside his mind, but he held himself back from making more hypotheses before inspecting other species. His next destination was the ground, in the midst of the sparse vegetation that encircled the volcano and spread in the distance. The search took a while, even with the enhanced senses of his body, but he ultimately found other species of magical beasts in that environment. They were generally small creatures with innate hiding abilities, and that could live underground if the situation required it. This should be one of the hunting areas of the pack of snakes, Noah thought as he killed and stored every beast that he found. That territory contained only creatures in the human ranks, which was what made Noah deduce that the dead snake in the 5th rank was the overlord of that area. So, his hunt went smoothly, and he was even able to capture some of those beasts alive. The first detail that he noticed was that he didn't recognize some of those species, but he expected that since he was exploring a new world. However, his interest skyrocketed when he began to dissect and vivisect them. The striped lemurs have the same fake dantians as the flying snakes, Noah thought as he kept on studying one specimen after another. Yet, these rat-type magical beasts don't have any trace of that organ. His investigation ultimately revealed that the species that had a fake dantian were fewer than those that didn't. That feature didn't seem connected to the kind of those beasts, nor their rank. It appeared completely random, which was something that made Noah unable to create a reliable scheme in his mind. Also, that feature was even hard to notice since the fake dantians were fused entirely with the bodies of the creatures and didn't radiate any particular energy. The beasts with that organ were merely stronger than normal beings in every aspect. When Noah felt satisfied with the data gathered in that territory, he decided to rely on his body to try to uncover more details about those unusual beings. The fake dantian of the rank 5 snake appeared in his palm, and Noah bit a small piece of it to test if it would taste differently or just cause other reactions inside him. His body destroyed the minute chunk of flesh and turned it into primary energy that it absorbed in less than a second. The energy wasn't any different from that inside his liquid dantian. Yet, it seemed to have an intrinsic behavior that made it aim to nourish his dantian first. The energy reached his low waist, but it went to feed other tissues when it saw that it couldn't improve that center of power any further. What is happening in these mortal lands? Noah asked himself as he proceeded on eating other body parts of the snakes. Then, he began to eat pieces of the magical beasts that had a dantian too, only to switch to those without it when he felt satisfied with what he had learnt. The results of those tests left him completely speechless. The primary energy contained in the corpses of the unusual beasts always aimed for his dantian first when it entered his body. Instead, that coming from the normal creatures worked as usual and nourished his entire structure, without any preferences. It's similar to a bloodline inheritance, Noah concluded at that point. But it works on the dantians. I wonder if it can make them grow out of nowhere though. It was clear that the cause of that mutation was something hidden in the bloodline of the beasts with a dantian. Yet, Noah couldn't understand the limits of that substance so soon. The fact that the raw meat of those creatures carried nourishments that could improve his dantian was already amazing. He was sure that a massive hunt would begin if experts learnt how to extrapolate that property and turn it into a drug for ordinary cultivators. However, Noah had to find out how valuable that information was before deciding which factions could learn about it. Let's see what happens, Noah thought before shooting toward another crowded area and capturing a rank 3 golden rat after scanning it with his mind. Noah growled when he made sure that the beast didn't have a dantian. The rat couldn't do anything against his pressure, and it merely lowered its head as a sign of submission. Noah threw a chunk of flesh in front of the trembling beast and growled again to force it to eat the rank 3 material. The rat quickly finished its meal, and Noah kept his consciousness fixed on its body for the whole process. The beasts experienced the same events that he had observed inside his body, with the only difference that part of the nutrients gathered in the lower side of the creature. Only half of the nutrients fed its body. Noah summarized when everything was over. The rest is still amassed there. One meal wasn't enough to produce lasting changes, but the experiment had already proved that his guess was on point. The primary energy contained inside the mutated beasts could affect normal creatures and initiate the creation of a fake Danteon. Of course, Noah would have to perform more extended tests if he wanted to grasp the rules behind that process. Yet, even that small discovery made him feel happy that he had joined that mission. He had long since accepted that only laws could force the primary energy to work in a specific way, but he had an example of that right in front of him now. Nourishments that were supposed to feed all the tissues equally carried intrinsic behaviors instead. That was exactly what Noah was trying to do with his individuality and inscription methods. This is worth studying, Noah thought as he resumed with his tests. The troops on the volcano were busy creating defenses and formations for various purposes, so he wasn't in a hurry to return. He could focus on that discovery as much as he wanted. Noah waited for a few hours without allowing the rank 3 golden rat to move. The divine deduction technique consumed his mental energy as he continued to focus on the primary energy amassed inside the beast. He wanted to discover more about that innate behavior, but he couldn't use the full extent of his consciousness, or the rat would simply die under the weight of his mental waves. Also, he noticed that its body began to slowly absorb the primary energy without creating anything in its place. Noah threw another chunk of meat at that point and kept on observing the changes inside the creature. The absorption proceeded in the same way as before. The energy gathered in the lower side of the rat had simply increased due to the addition of the new nourishments. Noah waited again and threw more food when its body began to affect the mass of primary energy. He repeated that process multiple times, and the first visible changes appeared only after an entire day spent in that way. Noah's focused when he saw that part of the primary energy had turned material and had created what seemed to be the beginning of the fake Danteon that the other creatures had. "I knew it!" Noah exclaimed in his mind and decided to stop feeding the rat at that point. The energy that didn't solidify slowly nourished its body during the following hours until it was depleted. The rat didn't show any evident change after all those procedures, but Noah could see that the piece of fake Danteon was still there. That day spent testing the features carried by the unusual beasts had given him a basic knowledge about the fauna of that world. Noah could already predict how the food chain had evolved and what to expect by those creatures in different areas. Mutated beasts are less appealing as a meal since they don't provide as much energy as the others. Not immediately, at least. Noah thought as he killed the rank 3 golden rat and began to dissect its body. Also, they are generally stronger once they get a Danteon. A dangerous prey and the delayed arrival of the nourishments made the specimens with a Danteon more powerful and without any challenger. It was evident that they would rule most environments with those qualities. Their only weakness was the increased amount of breath needed to improve, but that was only a sign of their superior power. Let's see if I can learn something else. Noah thought and was about to resume his exploration when a message reached his mind through his inscribed notebook. The message came from Elder Austin, and it compelled him to return to the volcano as fast as he could. His exact words were, "You don't want to miss this." Noah suppressed his eagerness to experiment to return to his group, but he only saw a few gaseous stage cultivators when he reached the volcano. They were guarding the area while the others were away, and they didn't hesitate to point toward a direction when they saw his figure. Noah flew past the volcano and sensed a series of familiar auras after an hour of travel. When he reached them, he noticed that all the remaining rank 4 and 5 cultivators hovering in a circle around a human figure that he didn't recognize. His confusion became amazement when he understood that his group was surrounding what seemed to be a cultivator native of that world. The human was a tall and brawny man who wore a scared expression as he stared at the powerful existences that had surrounded him. He only radiated the aura of a rank 2 cultivator, so the sole sight of more than 30 heroic entities was more than enough to scare him to death. However, Noah soon noticed that there was something strange with that human. His body seemed too strong for his level, and his mind radiated an aura that affected the breath around him in a way that was hard to define without further analysis. Yet, the amount of danger that it exuded was lower compared to the rank 2 cultivators of Noah's world. Noah was able to find the reason behind that lower amount of threat with a simple inspection of his mental energy, and what he discovered left him completely stunned. The man was identical to any other human of his world, but he lacked one of the 3 centers of power. He didn't have a dantian. This world keeps on surprising me, Noah thought as he studied the peculiar human surrounded by the heroic assets. The man looked as if he was about to faint under the innate pressure radiated by the group. Still, none of the cultivators on the scene cared about his well-being. There was something that they had yet to make clear about their mission. The 4 nations had deployed their assets to explore new mortal lands and find valuable resources, but they didn't agree on what methods they would use to achieve that. They were invaders, but they had yet to decide how far they were willing to go. "Can you speak?" Grey Fury asked while trying to convey his questioning tone as much as he could. The rank 2 cultivator shook when he heard those words, but he didn't answer. There was only fear in his eyes, and that feeling was stopping him from doing anything that wasn't trembling. Silence filled the group at that moment. The man was unresponsive, and they didn't even know if he could understand their words. Questioning him in that state was pointless and would just waste their time. "I have to ask everyone to leave me alone with this human," Grey Fury said. "I just need one time to make him speak." The leaders of the other factions obviously rejected that offer and began to express their complaints. "Any heroic cultivator could make him speak," Elder Austin said while shrugging his shoulders. "We have a lot of experience in torture in the Papal Nation too," Elder Estelle said before revealing a cold smile. "The Elbas family has come prepared even for similar situations," Cecil concluded and pointed at his golden space ring. Each faction had considered the possibility that humans habited those lands and had prepared something that could help them with the interrogations. The leaders couldn't leave Grey Fury alone with such a valuable source of information. The monopoly over the knowledge concerning the political environment of the New World would give to the Shandal Empire complete control over the mission. Yet, the Empire was prepared in ways that not even the 3 rank 5 cultivators could imagine. "I'll turn him into a slave and let everyone interrogate him," Grey Fury said to answer the complaints. "I just need to be alone to create the inscribed chains." There was another moment of silence after his words in which the leaders reconsidered his offer. Any type of torture or coercion would inevitably taint the words of the rank 2 cultivator, and that was something that every faction wanted to avoid. However, all those issues would be solved if they enslaved the native. "From what I know, cultivators don't remember much after the Empire's chains take away their freedom," Noah said, and the gazes of everyone on the scene went on him at that point. Noah had just joined a conversation among rank 5 cultivators, and he did that while criticizing the approach advised by Grey Fury. Nevertheless, Noah didn't care about manners, especially in that critical mission. Also, he had already proven that his battle prowess reached the 5th rank, which further improved his status in the exploration team. Noah continued to speak when he saw that Grey Fury failed to answer him. "I've analyzed the mental spheres of your slaves. They are empty, broken, and barely able to formulate simple thoughts." His comment forced the other leaders to reconsider Grey Fury's offer once again. The Empire held the monopoly over the inscribed chains, and the other nations could only learn something by purchasing slaves. Of course, the Council and the Elbas family had done that in the past, but they didn't discover much. Also, the cultivators there weren't specialized in that field, so they even lacked the basic knowledge that concerned those items. Instead, Noah had needed to question slaves when he was searching for the remains of the demon sex, and that made him aware of their miserable state. "I will create something slightly different and fitting for the situation," Grey Fury said after the second complaint. "You have my word that he won't lose any of his memories." Noah could only turn toward Elder Austin at those words and leave the decision to the other leaders. He could point out flaws, but his status was still lower than the other rank 5 cultivators. The leaders began to speak through their consciousnesses, but they still decided to trust Grey Fury in the end. The possibility of learning without any effort was too appealing, and refusing his offer would just ruin future collaborations during the mission. Also, his idea was perfect if it worked as intended. Everyone except for Grey Fury left the area and waited for the 2 hours to pass. Then, they returned to the territory where they first found the native. What they saw when they arrived there pleased them. The rank 2 cultivator had a collar around his neck attached to chains filled by inscriptions. But his expression wasn't dull like that often worn by the slaves. Instead, he appeared quite energetic as he spoke in a foreign language that didn't exist in their world. "What did you ask him?" Cecil asked as he descended toward Grey Fury, who was attentively listening to the slave while sitting in a cross-legged position in front of him. "I just ordered him to speak," Grey Fury answered without moving his focus from the slave. The strongest cultivators simply sat around the chained man at that point and began to focus on his words. They needed to learn his language before they could start to question him, but that wasn't so hard for beings with such powerful minds. Noah maintained part of his attention on the surrounding areas as he listened to the slave. Still, those territories had emptied after so many heroic existences had gathered there. An entire day had to pass before the cultivators grasped the basics of that foreign language and began to question the slave to improve in that field. Then, when they reached a decent level of mastery, the leaders started to interrogate him on crucial matters. The slave didn't hesitate in his answers due to the inscribed chains, and the group quickly discovered more exciting features about that world. The first questions concerned his lack of a dantian, and, to the leader's surprise, the native didn't need an explanation to know what that center of power was. It turned out that not all the humans of that world had only 2 centers of power. There were specific bloodlines that managed to give birth to humans with a dantian, but the slave only knew that such beings existed. According to his words, humans with 3 centers of power were considered akin to nobles and were given prominent positions in their society. Their world was different from Noah's. The humans weren't overlords there. They only controlled a third of those mortal lands, while the other territories were domains filled by magical beasts. It seems that bloodlines are a crucial aspect here, Noah concluded in his mind. Dantians appeared to be a privilege linked to certain bloodlines or nutrients in that world. Also, only a smaller percentage of the living beings had access to it. According to the slave, the humans with a dantian were rarer than the beasts with that feature. Yet, they were generally protected by the rest of the society since only they could lead the endless battle against those powerful creatures. The questions then moved to another interesting topic, which concerned the unusual features of his centers of power. Noah had labeled the slave as a rank 2 cultivator, but that evaluation came from the combined power radiated by his mind and body, which were both in the 2nd rank. Also, they were quite strange, especially his mental sphere. The slave's mental waves seemed to affect the breath around him, but the effects were too faint for the heroic cultivators to study them. On the other hand, his body appeared extremely strong and was far above the standards seen in Noah's world. The slave didn't hold anything back and began to explain how his training methods worked and which effects they had on his centers of power. The leaders had to stop him often during his explanation because there were details that they couldn't understand due to the differences between their worlds. There were even issues linked to his poor knowledge, which was to be expected due to his low level. Yet, the cultivators on the scene managed to learn a lot anyway. First of all, his body nourishing method was similar to those used in Noah's world, but its effects were different since he lacked a dantian. The slave's body only needed to contain his mind, so it could divert most of its power to his physical prowess. Also, it seemed that the humans in those mortal lands had stronger bodies in general, but the chained man couldn't give much information about that. There was a limit to how much he could know, especially when specific topics concerned the differences between the 2 worlds. After all, he had always considered his strength normal since everyone around him was the same. Only the cultivators from another world could notice the difference in power and investigate what kind of evolution process they had experienced. Another interesting detail was that the humans with 3 centers of power there didn't suffer from a weaker body, but his knowledge in the field wasn't reliable since he had never met one of them. His mind was quite different instead. The cultivators of that world used the Xianxia runes too, but they added something similar to an inscription method along with their regular training. The inscription method seemed to follow some of the teachings of the attunement method, but it also expressed part of their will. They basically learnt how to become one with the breath around them to control it through their minds. It was needless to say that the part that concerned his mind surprised all the heroic assets that listened to his explanation. Using the breath in the environment was something that the cultivators in Noah's world didn't know how to do, except for peculiar cases like Dreaming Demon. That ability allowed them to make up for the lack of their dantians, even if the strain on their minds was extremely high. Also, that skill resembled the innate ability carried by their individualities since it required one's will to control the energy in the environment. "Let me see," Grey Fury ordered in the foreign language when the slave's explanation reached that point. The chained man immediately stood up and performed some simple gestures with his body. Those movements resembled the forms of a martial art, and they appeared to be a requirement for the spell that he was casting. The slave's mental energy followed his gestures and spread in the environment according to the forms executed. The breath in the area began to follow the orders carried by his mental waves and gathered to form a fiery snake that encircled his body. A bit weak for a spell in the second rank, Noah thought when he sensed the power of that ability, and the cultivators around him had a similar evaluation. You can't match the power of a dantian with just the energy around you, Noah concluded, but he suddenly realized something troublesome. If a cultivator without a dantian could create spells on that level with only his mind, how powerful would those with 3 centers of power be? The leaders and other quick-witted cultivators had similar doubts, and they exchanged silent glances between each other to convey their worry. The cultivators of that world had stronger bodies and minds that could bend the breath around them according to their will. They could be considered inferior with 2 centers of power, but they would be far more potent than an average cultivator with 3 of them. We are more numerous, and they should have less rank 6 cultivators, Noah thought as he evaluated the worst possible outcome. Yet, all our troops are on the other side of the portal, and the powerhouses still can't reach these lands. Asking the slave about the heroic assets of his world was pointless since he knew almost nothing about the higher existences. So, Noah and the others were left in the dark about the actual power of that world. There shouldn't be many of them, Grey Fury said. The humans are on the losing side on this world. He was speaking about the rank 6 cultivators with 3 centers of power, but his words didn't lift the morale of the other assets. The balance of heaven and earth, Noah thought as his mind began to wander. His world could be considered linear for what concerned the power level of humans and beasts. The cultivators just happened to be more powerful due to their innate qualities. However, those mortal lands had extremes that went from powerful magical beasts and humans to weaker cultivators. The balance remained. Heaven and earth had simply applied it differently. "What's our next move?" Elder Estelle asked. The way she saw it, the recent discoveries would force them to retreat or wait for more assets to reach that world. The situation was simply too dangerous, and even the mutated beasts were enough to make her reconsider their preparations. "I believe we should send an envoy," Cecil said. "They are on the losing side. I don't see them refusing external help." The leaders agreed with his proposal, but another problem appeared at that point. Who would be willing to fly toward the closest big country and speak with those unknown forces? They were still foreigners, and they didn't know what kind of reaction the rulers of the human society would have at their sight. Nevertheless, there was someone particularly interested in their techniques, especially in their ability to bend the breath around them to their will. "I'll go," Noah said, "but I won't go alone, and I would need some sort of protection." Noah didn't volunteer for the mission out of goodwill. The cultivators of that world could control the breath around them without needing a fitting individuality, and that was a power that he needed. Human cultivators could imitate the effects of the individualities with that inscription methods. That led Noah to believe that heroic cultivators would be able to imitate laws if they mastered it. At least, that was one of the possible applications that he could think of. Noah needed to find a way to control the primary energy created by his destruction, so even that method didn't wholly fit his situation. Yet, he was confident that he could modify it with the divine deduction technique and pair it to his 2 inscription methods. Also, there was the innate behavior of the primary energy carried by the mutated beasts. Noah was sure that the cultivators of that world had researched those creatures in depth since they were their main enemy. He couldn't match centuries and millennia of studies even with his instincts and deduction technique. The fastest way to gather information was to ask directly to the inhabitants of those lands. As for the dangers linked to the mission, Noah was quite confident that the arrival of potential allies would be appreciated by the natives if handled well. The humans there were on the losing side of the war against the magical beasts, and Noah's world could help them in their battles. Of course, that would be decided only later on. The priority was to establish a peaceful relationship to understand their actual power. Elder Austin shot a worried glance when he heard his words, and the other leaders did the same even if their expressions carried far different emotions. Noah wasn't known for playing by the rules, and chaos often followed him wherever he went. So, he wasn't the best candidate to be a political envoy, especially when there was a relationship with an entire world at stake. On the other hand, Noah's growth speed was scary. The three big nations wouldn't admit it, but they were wary of his fast improvements. He wasn't even a century old, but he had already taken a step into the realm of the existences in the 5th rank. Also, his improvements didn't seem to slow down in the slightest, no matter how his rank increased. Sending him as an envoy might finally stop his growth for a while and maybe even kill him. However, the other assets didn't give the leaders enough time to decide if Noah was the best candidate. "I'll go too," June said as her aura began to radiate a battle intent so dense that the air around her started to release sparks. "She would be able to fool me too if I wasn't part of her act," Noah thought while suppressing a smile from appearing on his face. Well, these feelings aren't fake either. Lix was surprised by her sudden decision, but determination quickly filled his expression as he declared his intention to join the team. "I'll follow Lady Balor." The leaders felt the need to stop those hurried decisions. Still, the morale of their troops had been kindled, and it was too late to do anything about it. "I'm more suitable as an envoy," Faith said as she stepped forward. "They'll need me if we want to prevent a war." June snorted when she heard her words, but Noah simply feigned ignorance. Faith's character could be annoying in certain situations, but she wasn't bad or mean. Also, she was speaking the truth. She was perfect as an envoy due to her exceptional beauty and calm aura. More rank 4 cultivators felt the need to join that mission when they saw so many famous names grouping together, and some of them even had intentions that didn't concern the task. Many men in the group volunteered just to follow Faith, and some of the women did the same to stay with Noah. There were even some cultivators like Elder Austin who had come forward just to ensure the safety of talents of their factions. In the end, almost every rank 4 cultivator had expressed their intention to become an envoy. The leaders could only take control of the situation at that point, and they created a small team that made use of the forces of the 4 factions equally. Noah's participation wasn't even discussed. He was the strongest rank 4 cultivator, and a political meeting needed someone able to show the power of their world. Also, Noah's expertise in the magical beasts field made him perfect for the role of the leader in that unknown land. June was selected too because her battle intent was hard to keep in check. Cecil and Thaddeus were worried that denying her that chance could give birth to grudges other than hurt her individuality. Yet, they still decided to send Lix since he was interested in the talent from the Balor family. Faith had to go too, and her master, Elder Clara, followed her in the task. Elder Jason wanted to go with Noah, but he had to leave his place to Elder Hope since she was better at investigating the environment. She was even more potent than him, so she could be more useful to Noah on the battlefield. As for the Shandal Empire, Grey Fury simply ordered 2 liquid stage cultivators to join the team. Each faction decided to send 2 cultivators to form a team with 2 rank 4 existences in the solid stage and 6 of them in the liquid stage. The Empire and the Elbas family had decided to keep their most potent assets in their ranks to have more influence on the headquarters in the New World. Instead, the Council felt forced to send their solid stage asset to protect their talent. However, the team was now completed. They only needed to retrieve the information concerning the layout of the human forces of that world from the slave. Then they could begin their journey. The leaders dismissed most of the team at that point and sent them back on the volcano to complete the defenses. The envoys and some other assets remained there to continue the questioning. The slave resumed his explanations and drew a simple map based on his knowledge of the surrounding areas. There seemed to be a city at some distance from there. That city marked the beginning of the human territory and was also the home of that unfortunate slave who had just gone out to retrieve some herbs. Yet, Noah and the others weren't interested in speaking to the rulers of a small city. They wanted a meeting with the nobles with 3 centers of power since they were the true leaders of the humans. The 6 bloodlines rule 6 different regions. The slave said when Grey Fury pressed him to be more specific. You will enter the territory directly under the control of the Durin bloodline if you travel in that direction for 5 months. The slave had spoken using his speed as a parameter, which meant that a group of heroic cultivators would be able to reach the domain of the Durin bloodline in less than a month. As for any details about that region, he knew nothing about them. Traveling in that world was dangerous since magical beasts occupied most of its territories. The slave had barely left his city during his life, and that was his first time wandering so far away from the human domain. Noah and the others would be in the dark after crossing the areas around the city. However, that thought didn't scare them. The truth was that their group was strong, especially when they considered the peculiar situation of the humans of that world. Noah didn't believe that the natives would attack them without trying to create an alliance first. The terms of that alliance would depend on how desperate their situation was. Another series of questions followed those that concerned the layout of those mortal lands, but the slave's knowledge had reached its limits. That was expected from a rank 2 cultivator. Still, reaching that point meant that the leaders had to decide on his fate. They would just kill him in a normal situation, but it would be a problem if the rulers of the natives became biased because of that act. Different worlds had different traditions, and every asset would be valued a lot in that one due to the power of the magical beasts. Also, Noah and the others couldn't hide the fact that they had captured a cultivator. There wasn't a way to justify their knowledge otherwise. The chains? Noah spoke when silence spread in that area. Can you remove them? He knew that slaves couldn't escape the chains alive, but Grey Fury seemed to have used a different kind of restraining items. Moreover, he didn't believe that the leader of the Empire's faction would condemn a cultivator without knowing his background. The slave had turned out to be a no one, but that world was still in a dire state, so it was better to be cautious about their action. Yes, Grey Fury answered before questioning him. Will you carry him along? Noah nodded and left the area before he could ask them to leave. The others followed him and regrouped at some distance from the leader of the Empire's faction to discuss some details. First of all, they had to be sure of their safety. Noah only had 1 rank 5 defensive talisman left since his journey inside the separate dimension, and that wasn't enough for such a critical mission. Except for June, the wealth of the cultivators in his group was even worse than his in that aspect. Of course, she wouldn't say that since the fact that she had retrieved Eccentric Thunder's inheritance was a secret, and obtaining more defensive items from the royals could only benefit her. The matter was quickly settled. The leaders had already deployed their cultivators, so protecting them was the least they could do. The second part of their discussion concerned the type of behavior that they would have upon reaching natives of particular importance. They could secretly communicate in their language, but that didn't cover how they would approach the new force. Their primary objective was to understand their power so that the rank 6 existences could decide if a peaceful alliance was the best option, or if a war would bring them more benefits. That topic caused a lot of discussions, but, in the end, the leaders agreed that it was better to be respectful for the time being. They also allowed the envoys to reveal some of their techniques to make a collaboration appealing. The last issue concerned the roles of each envoy, but that matter was settled quickly. Noah would be the leader of the mission, while the others would simply help him with their knowledge in their respective fields. The rank 5 cultivators, though, added the condition that the 8 of them would have to swear an oath before adventuring through the unknown lands. Noah knew that the council and the Elbas family were mostly worried about him due to his history. Yet, he immediately accepted that condition since he had no intention to undermine the success of the mission. It was in his best interest to obtain those techniques, and June would be with him too, There was a high chance that he could seize some private time with her amid their political mission. After they made their mind on everything, the group waited for Grey Fury to return with the now free slave before flying back to the volcano. Formations and defenses began to appear on the surface of the underground area as Noah and the others waited for their mainland to send the resources requested through the fissure. Gathering the items wasn't a problem, but the mental messages took a while to traverse the void and reach the other mortal lands. Meanwhile, the envoys improved their language and reviewed their strategy, while also completing the preparations that concerned their personal power. The native was less talkative after he regained his freedom, but he still forced himself to solve any doubt that Noah and the others could have. For rank 4 cultivators in the liquid stage crossed the fissure a week after the leaders sent their message. Each faction had sent one of them to carry the defensive items, and the oath requested. The envoys didn't waste time anymore at that point. They left the volcano as soon as they swore that they wouldn't betray their mortal lands, nor hurt any of their teammates. The native was with them too. One of the cultivators from the Empire carried him so that their flying speed wouldn't be affected. Noah and the others flew toward the area pointed by the native while avoiding his hometown since they aimed to speak directly with the rulers of the human society. The first signs of civilization soon appeared below them. Long defensive walls stretched for kilometers and surrounded small towns. They marked a clear division between the two regions. There didn't seem to be any being in the heroic ranks in those areas, but Noah felt an awful smell surrounding him and trying to affect his mental sphere. That sensation, though, wasn't shared by his companions who didn't even seem aware of that scent. It's something that targets only magical beasts. Noah quickly concluded in his mind and released part of his mental waves to destroy every trace of that smell from around him. Those defenses weren't weak, but Noah wasn't only a magical beast. Countering them with the power of his mind was quite easy. The envoys flew for days, and the towns under them became bigger as they reached for the center of that region. Yet, Noah signaled to the group to stop when he sensed 3 rank 4 cultivators flying toward them. The atmosphere became tense when the 3 natives stopped right in front of the envoys. However, confusion soon appeared on their expression when they saw the 3 cultivators kneeling toward them. The first interaction with the heroic cultivators of that world surprised the envoys, who simply analyzed the trio that had reached them in the sky. They quickly discovered that the 3 men didn't have a dantian, but they still radiated an aura that only heroic cultivators could have. How do they even fly? Noah thought before moving his attention to their feet. The natives stood on platforms made of condensed breath, but that energy didn't come from inside their bodies. They used their mental waves to force it to gather under them in that form. It doesn't seem to stress their minds so much. Noah evaluated. Maybe the weight on their mental spheres is connected to their expertise in the inscription method. Noah had started to gather data about their techniques even in that peculiar situation. The 3 cultivators soon straightened themselves, but Faith stepped forward before they could say anything and gave voice to a request. "We wish to see a representative of the Duran bloodline." Her sudden action saw the approval of the others in her group. It was clear that the cultivators with 2 centers of power held them in high regard, so it was wise to use that chance to hasten the meeting. Faith's beauty had forced her to become experienced in handling political matters to avoid issues that could put her in dangerous situations or enrage famous characters inside and outside the council. She had been able to understand how valuable her group was in the eyes of the natives and find the approach that exploited that before her companions. The natives were taken aback by her sudden request, and they revealed signs of struggle through their expressions as they pondered about the matter. "What is it?" Faith asked when she saw that the natives limited themselves to speak through their consciousnesses, and she even showed a bit of annoyance. The 3 of them stopped their mental discussion when they saw her expression, and one of them stepped forward to answer. "I don't want to be disrespectful, but—" The native glanced at his companion, who simply nodded at him to give him some confidence, and the former finished his sentence with a question. "Who are you?" "We are explorers arrived from far away." Faith didn't hesitate in her answer, but she didn't reveal any detail. The matter of the different world was something that could be discussed only with cultivators of a specific knowledge. There was a high chance that the natives in front of them would just react poorly when they revealed the amazing feat that their world had been capable of. However, that answer wasn't enough to satisfy the trio. It was clear that they were trying to be as respectful as they could, but there was an evident struggle inside them that forced them not to trust the envoys. All the humans outside of our walls are either dead or exiled, the man said. Does this mean that you are descendants of criminals? The atmosphere became tense as soon as the native gave voice to that question. Noah and the others expected that lack of trust, but linking them to potential criminals so soon wasn't something that they could have predicted. After all, humans with 3 centers of power were held in high regard in that world. So, no one considered the possibility that some of them had been exiled in the past. Even Faith felt that the situation had become too troublesome to handle with simple words, and she limited herself to stare at the trio that didn't show any fear. The natives were against 8 heroic cultivators with a dantian, but they didn't hold back their questions and didn't seem intentioned in letting them advance. The determination of warriors willing to die for their country. Noah thought as he heaved a loud sigh and stepped forward. He had seen those expressions in the past. Warriors determined to follow the customs, but also ready to fight and die if they sensed that something was off. He knew far too well that words couldn't overcome such determination. Noah wielded one of his sabers, and the 3 men took a few steps back to prepare themselves for the imminent battle. However, they didn't attack since his actions seemed to hide a deeper meaning. Noah's action had been too slow for a being on his level, which meant that he wanted them to see it. Yet, they still had to prepare themselves in case they misjudged him. Noah raised his weapon upward and slashed toward the sky. His attack created a black line above their heads, which shattered the air with its sharpness and spread the innate destruction carried by his individuality. Noah pointed at the sky as he stored his weapon and said, "This is a martial art." The 3 natives and the envoys behind him stared at his figure with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. His companions didn't understand why he would suddenly reveal his techniques in a situation that could quickly become a battlefield if he wasn't careful. Instead, the natives were amazed to see that Noah didn't use his mental energy, but he still managed to surpass the power of their most potent attack. Then, Noah raised his hand, and a few strands of a corrosive black smoke came out from his palm only to disperse shortly after. The smoke, though, exuded an aura so threatening that the 3 natives felt the need to take a few steps back. The power of a rank 5 spell fueled by solid breath and mental waves in the 5th rank was incredible. Also, the demonic form spell had become even more destructive after both his breath and mental waves began to carry his individuality. "This is a spell," Noah said when the last strand of smoke dispersed in the air. The envoys behind him could only remain silent after seeing the might that he was capable of if he used his sea of consciousness. They understood that, no matter their expertise was, Noah would always have the last word on every topic. The issue still remained, though. The natives had seen that Noah was mighty, but they failed to understand the exact purpose of his actions. The same went for his companions, who simply waited for his next action. "In my world," Noah said, "humans have conquered most of the habitable lands thanks to these attacks." The eyes of everyone on the scene widened at his words. Noah had casually revealed that he came from another world, but the envoys weren't sure if the natives had truly understood him. Words could confuse, especially when they concerned the existence of multiple mortal lands. However, they had seen how his attacks were different from those that they were used to see. "Trust is important, so I've decided to take the first step," Noah said as he turned his head toward a seemingly empty spot behind the 3 natives. "Is this enough to make you take yours?" Both the envoys and the natives turned toward the spot pointed by Noah's eyes. There didn't seem to be anything there, but they believed that there had to be a reason behind Noah's actions. The truth was that even Noah didn't plan for his demonstration to end in that way. He had intended to give a demonstration to the natives to gain their trust or arouse their interest, but something strange had happened after he showed his martial art. The awful smell that filled the habited territory had suddenly increased as if something had arrived next to them. However, Noah didn't sense any aura, and even his instincts failed to detect any living being. Nevertheless, he trusted his body, and the fact that the smell came from a spot behind the natives made him almost sure that a powerful existence was observing them. It wasn't hard to imagine that the humans of that world would have inscribed items that mostly targeted the magical beasts, so his guess wasn't completely groundless either. A female voice suddenly resounded from that seemingly empty spot. "I'm surprised that someone on your level can sense me." Cracks appeared in the air behind the three natives after the voice filled the area, and the aura of a rank 5 cultivator enveloped the group of envoys as small pieces of the sky fell apart. It was as if a curtain made of glass had covered the actual scenery for the whole time. A middle-aged woman became visible as the azure shards fell toward the ground, and the envoys were immediately able to sense the difference in power between her and the other natives. At once, they knew that she had 3 centers of power. "Greetings, Lady Danielle." The 3 men kneeled at her sight, and Noah didn't hesitate to perform a polite bow that was imitated by the others in his group. Danielle had fair skin and long brown hair that created a wonderful contrast with her blue eyes. She was tall, but her stature didn't prevent her figure from appearing graceful. She wore a tight robe that underlined her forms, but there were sturdy materials under the upper layer that revealed that her clothes were similar to an armor. Danielle didn't even look at the 3 men kneeling in front of her. Her gaze went for the young-looking man who had been able to notice her under her cloaking spell. "What do you mean by in my world?" she asked, and Noah couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. His words had caught her attention. Now it was just a matter of making her ignore the difference in their power to start a fair meeting. "We ventured through space to reach unknown lands. Our journey led us here, and your techniques caught our attention," Noah answered. He was being vague on purpose for what concerned their origin, but he didn't hide the reason behind their mission. There was a rank 5 cultivator in front of them, and she was bound to be stronger than the average existences of their world. So, he decided to be honest when it came to what he wanted to obtain from their cooperation. Danielle didn't show any emotion, and not even her aura flickered when she heard those words. However, she remained silent and kept her eyes on Noah. She couldn't believe him so quickly, but those 8 cultivators were an unusual sight for her world. They all had 3 centers of power, even if they weren't connected to the same bloodline. Their accent was strange, and the techniques shown by Noah didn't follow the common teachings of any region. She broke the silence to ask, "How did you come here?" But Noah limited himself to shake his head. There was no need for further explanations. It was clear that he had no intention to reveal that information. "I can't believe you if I don't see any proof," Danielle said at that point. "We are the proof," Noah immediately answered, and he pointed at the fainted rank 2 cultivators in his companion's grasp before adding, "You can ask him when he wakes up." Danielle had noticed the human cultivator when she arrived, but she didn't think much about him. Yet, Noah's words made her able to link his presence to the knowledge of the foreigners in front of her. "Have you already hurt my people?" Danielle asked, and her aura began to radiate a suffocating pressure that affected the breath in the area which closed around the envoys. It was as if that spot of the sky had become an extension of her mind in that instant, and Noah and the others were in the middle of her personal world. Noah's interest in the techniques of that world could only increase at that sight, but he didn't forget that the rank 5 native was attacking them. His companions were already struggling to keep their eyes open under what could be considered as a mental spell since it used both the breath in the environment and Danielle's mental energy. After all, they were only rank 4 mages. They couldn't possibly endure a rank 5 spell even if it was only a weak one. Elder Clara was about to use one of her defensive items to protect Faith and the rest of the group when she heard a loud roar. The temperature rose as a column of white flames shot upward and severed the control that Danielle had on that area. It soon became clear to everyone that Noah had intervened. "Listen." Noah began to speak, but his tone was far colder than before. "We come in peace, and my men even protected your underling. Just give us a chance and dash." He couldn't finish his phrase since Danielle shot at him while trying to deliver a punch aimed for his face. "This woman," Noah cursed in his mind as his right hand shot to grab her wrist, and a black saber appeared on his left one. Also, black smoke began to come out from his body as he activated the demonic form spell. Danielle was a complete rank 5 cultivator. He couldn't hold back anything if he wanted to hope to match her. Surprise filled his mind when he blocked her punch. Her physical strength was entirely above that of ordinary cultivators, and it neared the realm of the magical beasts. Of course, that strength could only surprise Noah, but it couldn't overcome him since their bodies were in the same tier. The corrosive smoke started to create a scaled armor around his body, and Noah even began to slash with his blade to fend off the powerful opponent. However, he stopped his offensive when he saw the pure amazement that had appeared on Danelle's expression. "What is it?" Noah asked without releasing his grasp on her wrist. Even a powerful rank 5 cultivator would be doomed in a melee combat with him, and Noah wasn't willing to let go of that advantage until he understood her intentions. A single tear fell from Danielle's eyes as she muttered soft words. "I thought that heaven and earth had destroyed your kind." Noah was a fantastic liar, and he was great at hiding his emotions. His acting skills were incredible, even if he didn't rely on them so often anymore. His path led him to express his individuality, and he couldn't risk tainting it. Yet, he still needed to pretend when it came to June and some of his powers. He couldn't just reveal all his secrets to his enemies. However, all that experience in feigning his emotions didn't help him when he heard Danielle's words. It wasn't hard to understand what she meant, and Noah even believed that her punch had only been a test. She needed to assess his physical strength to be sure of her guess. Did this world used to have hybrids? Noah questioned himself, but there was a more pressing matter in front of him. Danielle's words had been soft, but the cultivators behind him were rank 4 mages. Their consciousnesses couldn't have missed hearing her, especially when she was attacking their leader. The fact that he was a hybrid was one of his biggest secrets, and he wasn't ready to reveal it to the world. The Hive and the other factions could have picked up some clues about his body-nourishing method, but they were useless without actual confirmations. Also, the thought that he had fused himself with a magical beast was quite unbelievable, and that further hindered their ability to understand. Humans haven't been able to wield the Bios dash. Danielle began to speak, but Noah quickly interrupted her by raising his voice. "This conversation should be private." Noah shouted, and both sides felt surprised when they heard him, especially his companions. Noah was always cold and calculative with his behavior. They had never seen him losing his cool. Their interest obviously spiked at that point, but Danielle didn't fail to understand the meaning behind his sudden action and decided to protect his secret. "Follow me," Danielle said while moving her gaze toward her wrist still locked in Noah's grasp. Noah nodded at her when he noticed that gesture, and he slowly released her while storing his saber and dispersing his spell. His eyes, though, didn't leave the tall woman even when she turned to fly toward the center of the region. If someone were to look at Noah's expression, they would believe that Noah had been captivated by Danielle's beauty and was unable to stop looking at her. However, the truth was that his interest in the matter was so high that he could barely contain himself from asking the questions that were popping in his mind. Noah followed Danielle, and the other envoys did the same. The 3 natives limited themselves to escort the group while keeping some distance from it. No one talked. The envoys were still surprised by the sudden change of attitude of the rank 5 cultivator, while Noah was simply waiting to be alone with her. Of course, the envoys didn't fail to link Noah's body with that change. It was the only logical conclusion, but they didn't really understand what they had discovered. Noah's body was still a mystery in their minds, but it was a mystery that seemed extremely important in that world. Only June had a clearer picture of the situation since she knew that Noah shared many similarities with the magical beasts. Danielle led the group in one empty area that lacked any sign of civilization. However, when she waved her hand, a crack spread in the sky and revealed a tall castle hidden behind that cloaking spell. The envoys went through the fissure and found themselves in what appeared to be a transparent dome. The castle wasn't the only building inside those glassy walls. There were many mansions laid around the perimeter of that huge structure, and a series of training grounds spread behind it. Also, Noah didn't fail to notice that the awful smell had increased in intensity when he entered the dome. This should be one of the most protected places in the entire region, Noah thought. He had already begun to link the intensity of that scent with the defenses of an item or area. Its purpose was quite evident for someone who could recognize it. As for the three natives, they simply remained on the other side of the crack and watched as it quickly closed. Danielle led the group inside the castle, and a series of human cultivators with 2 centers of power welcomed their arrival with a military salute. She didn't look at them and continued to speed through the large corridor unfolding in front of the envoys. Noah and the others didn't even have time to inspect the environment for fear that she would disappear if they lost their focus. Danielle slowed down only when they reached a large hall, where other human cultivators welcomed her again and waited for further orders. It appeared that those weak soldiers guarded the entirety of the castle, and their status seemed to be higher compared to that of the rank 2 cultivator still carried by the Empire's envoy. They should be some kind of royal guards, but they are just humans, Noah thought before losing interest in them. Danielle completely stopped when she reached the end of the hall and turned to look at Noah at that point. "The rest of you must remain here," she said. "The guards will bring you everything you ask." Then, she crossed the door at the end of the hall without waiting for their reaction. Noah quickly followed her, even if he felt that the envoys were about to shout a series of complaints. However, they didn't say anything when they saw that Noah had already left them. Also, they didn't dare to break Danielle's orders for fear of undermining the opportunity of a peaceful relationship with that world. Danielle brought Noah in the deepest parts of the castle, where a series of paintings depicted images of cultivators slaying giant beasts with their bare hands. Some of them even used abilities belonging to the magical beasts world. Yet, when he saw a painting depicting a human eating the raw meat of a giant snake, he felt the need to stop to admire it. "We weren't always so weak," Danielle said when she noticed his behavior. "We used to treat those beasts as nothing more than food when the bloodline of our ancestors still existed in this world." Noah remained silent when he heard her. He knew that he was about to learn what made that world so strange. Limitations often accompany power due to heaven and earth's fairness, but we managed to keep that bloodline alive even with its poor fertility. Danielle continued while pointing at a painting that featured a series of naked men around a woman laying on a large bed. Yet, they crossed a limit when they tried to give a dantian to every cultivator, and lightning storms filled the sky until all of them were reduced to dust. "What about the 6 bloodlines ruling the human society?" Noah said. "What is the difference between them and their ancestors?" Danielle didn't mention anything concerning the actual power of the lost bloodline, nor in which way it was connected to his hybrid status. "The 6 families are the result of mixed blood. We have inherited part of their power, but we don't carry any of the abilities of the magical beasts like they did," Danielle said, and Noah couldn't help but ask more about that peculiar bloodline. It turned out that the balance of that world had initially been different from what he had imagined. The 6 families didn't exist, and the only humans that had a dantian were a small group of people that were now called ancestors. According to Danielle's words, the ancestors were very similar to hybrids. Their bodies could match the physical might of the magical beasts, and they could learn some of their abilities when they ate them. They were basically perfect beings, especially in a world where they didn't lack nourishing creatures. Also, the fact that they had poor fertility wasn't an issue since it was considered an honor to become their lover. Danielle told Noah how they used to have large harems with the only intention of enlarging their bloodline and improving the power of the humans as a whole. "Through the years, we discovered that women have a higher chance to pass down the 3 centers of power," Danielle said. "This feature is present even in the 6 bloodlines, so women are generally valued more here." Noah's eyebrows arched when a thought popped in his mind, and Danielle revealed a smirk when she saw his expression. "In case you are wondering, I have a harem too. Every human with 3 centers of power has one, and we seclude ourselves in long mating sessions." Danielle revealed, "I have given birth to 7 complete cultivators and dozens of incomplete ones." Noah couldn't help but be surprised about her situation, and some respect appeared inside him when he understood how determined they were in keeping their bloodline alive. The data was disheartening, and the ancestors had it even worse. Their chances to give birth to a hybrid were even less, but they managed to create the 6 bloodlines in the process. "What happened?" Noah asked. Danielle wore a helpless expression before speaking. "We became too powerful. The balance was maintained at the beginning, But too many cultivators with 3 centers of power began to fill our ranks. It wasn't fair to have the ancestors with that number of assets, so heaven and earth started to target them until all of them died. Noah finally understood at that point. That world had stronger magical beasts and weaker humans, but it also used to have a small number of extremely powerful cultivators that compensated those disadvantages. That was the balance decided by heaven and earth, but the humans had broken it with their commitment to making that powerful bloodline flourish. The humans would keep the weaker progeny, but they would lose their strongest assets, forever limiting their maximum power to the 6 bloodlines. Those were events that had happened millennia ago, and Danielle had learned about them because the 6 bloodlines had kept records of the experiments and achievements of their past leaders. However, when he understood that, he realized what Danielle's intentions were. The last painting on the large corridor depicted a heaven tribulation piercing a series of human figures, and a set of rooms appeared after that. There was a large bed in each of those rooms, and there were people in the middle of sexual intercourses in some of them. Noah was able to notice that there was at least 1 cultivator with 3 centers of power in the rooms that were occupied, and the intercourses weren't limited to 2 people most of the time. They had orgies without even bothering to close the doors of their rooms. Noah had already begun to think of ways to politely decline Danielle without endangering his relationship with that world when a strange scent reached his nose and triggered his arousal. That sensation was so sudden that he didn't even have time to understand where that scent had come from. Yet, it seemed that Danielle had planned that since she turned and revealed a strange smile. I wasn't sure if it would work. The records concerning our ancestors aren't always clear, Danielle said as she placed a hand on Noah's chest. Noah felt his instincts exploding at that soft touch, but his mind was strong enough to make him hold back from falling prey to his arousal. With you, Danielle continued to speak as she slid her hand to reach for his lower body. We might be able to restore the bloodline of the ancestors. Noah felt the hand sliding past his waist and reaching for his groin, but he took a step back when she was about to open his robe. I have a woman, Noah said, and my bloodline is the result of an experiment. It isn't as pure as that of your ancestors. Noah had decided to reveal the truth to avoid the possibility of Danielle's forcing him to lie with her. After all, she was a rank 5 cultivator who was even more potent than the cultivators of his world. Noah would have to go all out just to buy himself a few minutes before his inevitable loss. He could only tell her part of the secrets behind his body to remain faithful to June. Also, he had fused himself with a cursed dragon, a species that had already been punished for its power. His fertility was bound to be incredibly low, which would force him to try for years if he wanted to procreate. Danielle didn't seem disappointed that Noah had rejected her. She actually appeared quite interested in the fact that he had created something able to match her ancestors by himself. This experiment, Danielle said. Can you reproduce it on other subjects? Noah shook his head and said, I would advise against it. The mortality rate is too high, and it causes heaven and earth's anger. I'm afraid their reaction would be far worse if I were to perform it in this world. Danielle could only give up on that idea when she heard his words. The retribution of heaven and earth was something that she wanted to avoid at all costs. I need to browse through the records and see if I can find something useful. In the meantime, you can all remain here. I'm still unclear about this matter concerning another world, but we can set the basics for cooperation. Danielle said and was about to leave when Noah had an idea. Maybe it was just his arousal clouding his judgment, but that was the perfect chance to obtain something that he had desired for a long time. Danielle, Noah said, can you do me a favor? I need your help to have some intimacy with a woman in my group. Noah returned in the hall by himself, and the envoys couldn't help but assault him with countless questions. The oath made them confident that he didn't betray them, but they still wanted to know the reason behind that private meeting. Noah couldn't hide much at that point. He began to explain how his body-nourishing method made him resemble the lost bloodline of the ancestors of that world. He even explained Danielle's story and how they kept the 6 bloodlines alive. It was needless to say that the thought of having a harem interested some of the envoys. After all the humans in Noah's world had 3 centers of power, meaning that each of them was a valuable resource there. Of course, Noah lied to them when it came to the features of his body. He said that Danielle had rejected him when she discovered that his abilities were the result of a technique and carried drawbacks. The envoys could only let the issue go even if Noah didn't reveal any secret about his body. It was clear that he wasn't willing to expose himself, and they simply accepted the positive result that the misunderstanding brought to their world. Only June knew that something was off. According to his explanation, Noah did resemble the ancestors, which meant that Danielle didn't refuse him. However, she couldn't give voice to her worries in that place. She could only try to pick up clues from Noah's expression whenever their eyes met. She realized that Noah was distracted and that his usual sharpness didn't appear in his aura. Seeing him in that state frustrated her, especially since she couldn't reach for him and ask what was wrong. Yet, she could only lower her head and try to stop those emotions from appearing in her aura. One of the guards in the hall announced that they could spend a few days there while Danielle prepared herself for an official meeting, and the envoys didn't hesitate to accept that offer. The guards even allowed a few of them to exit the dome to contact their headquarters. The news that they had been accepted by one of the ruling forces shook the rank 5 cultivators on the volcano. Everything was going smoothly, and establishing an alliance was a priority since they were still unaware of the actual power of the bloodlines. They would need to know their exact number of powerful assets before choosing a more violent approach, but they could settle for a simple exchange of resources until then. The fact that Noah's peculiar body had influenced Danielle's behavior surprised them too, but the report of the envoys made them believe that they had just been lucky. After all, Noah had been alone with Danielle for less than an hour. With the oath and that short amount of time, they felt inclined to believe him. The guards assigned luxurious rooms to each envoy and made sure to leave a device that they could use in case they needed something. Noah didn't even glance at his companions before entering his room and closing the door behind him. The others simply followed his example and decided to spend that time either cultivating or enjoying the delicacies that the guards could bring. They couldn't possibly know that Danielle had granted Noah a favor and was waiting for everyone to close their doors before appearing inside his room through a secret passage. "I thought you would have chosen the brown-haired woman," Danielle said as a passage appeared inside Noah's room and revealed her figure. "Your status should grant you the best of the best." She was obviously speaking about Faith. Her beauty was something that had managed to surprise even a powerful rank 5 cultivator. "Beauty has nothing to do with my choice," Noah said as he began to follow Danielle through that secret passage. The walls of that area carried strange features that Noah could only describe as an unknown type of inscription. They blocked any sound or aura from leaking outside, and they even reinforced their structure as a whole. That world still hid a lot of surprises, and Noah had just started to learn about it. However, his mind couldn't focus on those details at that moment. The peculiar scent that had triggered his arousal was still affecting his body. His mind had struggled to suppress those sensations since he had returned from the depths of the castle. That was the reason behind his lack of focus when he discussed with the envoys. His intense instincts made him unable to concentrate. Also, the fact that Danielle had agreed on helping him obtaining some intimacy with June didn't help his distracted state. The duo walked for a few minutes through the dark passage until Danielle stopped and used her fingers to trace a few signs on the wall nearby. The wall became ethereal, and Noah could see a room identical to his on the other side. The female figure meditating on the bed, though, claimed the entirety of his attention. "I'll pick you up before the meeting," Danielle said as she began to leave the area. "Remember that you owe me one." The wall started to return material when she left, and Noah didn't even answer her to cross it in time. June suddenly sensed a foreign aura arriving in her room and threw her golden spear toward that unknown presence. Yet, her eyes widened when she saw her lover holding her weapon in his grasp and showing a warm smile. "How?" June asked as she slowly left the bed to take short steps toward Noah. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was as if Noah had materialized directly in her room. "I've asked Danielle a favor. For your information, she was already willing to give me a harem," Noah said as his smile became an arrogant smirk. Nevertheless, June didn't even mind his words and jumped toward him when she understood that he was really there. Noah suddenly found himself embracing June. One of his hands instinctively went for her messy hair, and he closed his eyes as he lost himself in the sensations that their reunion caused. He felt the warmth of her body filling him, and he sensed the softness of her cheeks on his neck. Noah felt her lips on his shoulder, and her hands immersed in his hair. Even the smell of the heaven tribulation reached him, but the sensations that filled him at that moment completely overwhelmed that hateful scent. His arousal reached its peak at that point, and Noah felt that he would lose control of his actions if he remained in that position. The scent from before and the sensations caused by June were too intense when they attacked his mind together. "June," Noah said. "They used something and my instincts are all over the place now. I might jump on you if I don't calm down first." June turned her head and laid her lips on Noah's ear. Then, she whispered words that made him stop holding back. "What are you waiting for?" The effects of the drug used when Noah was with Danielle, and the natural arousal caused by June's presence made him unable to stop anytime soon. Luckily for him, the walls of those rooms were thick and prevented any kind of noise from leaking outside. The members of the bloodlines were used to have long mating sessions, so every room in the castle was perfect for that kind of activity. The long years spent away from each other vanished as they enjoyed themselves in that alien world. Their bodies instinctively remembered what it was like to be together and what their lover liked. "Now I can be sure that you didn't let that woman tempt you," June said when Noah finally managed to calm himself and give her a break. His hand caressed her hair as she rested on his chest, just like she used to do back in his quarters. Looking at her gave birth to a calm and warm feeling that he had almost forgotten in the years spent training and fighting alone. Even his usually violent aura became more peaceful when June was in his arms. "She managed to tempt me," Noah said while revealing a warm smile. "I just didn't want to lose you because of that." June was already preparing a punch when she heard the first part of his phase, but she ended up giving him a long kiss when he finished it. Noah had broken other records after their separation, but he was still the man that she loved, even if he was on a completely different level now. "These years without you were hard. That Lix is set in taking me as his bride. Luckily, he respects my achievements and lets me cultivate in peace," June said as she snuggled even closer to him. Noah felt a mixture of anger and arousal due to her words and gesture, but he decided not to address that issue. Their time was limited, and he didn't want to spend it thinking about problems that he couldn't fix. "We are getting stronger," Noah said. "We will reach a point where the organizations behind us won't be able to affect our relationship." His words sounded like a promise in June's mind, and she rejoiced a little when she heard them. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a bit helpless when she remembered how strong Noah had become. Also, she was aware of the events that had created chaos in the Nation in the last years. She wouldn't dare to ask Noah if the Hive was behind the attack on the nobles for fear that her knowledge could hurt him. Still, she was almost sure that he was behind the destruction of the Bulvin family. Noah was achieving his goals at an unbelievable speed, while she was still stuck between the marriage proposals of the Elbas family. Also, her family was gaining a lot from her cooperation with the royals, but she wasn't completely free inside it. She felt caged most of the time, with only her desire to become stronger and see Noah keeping her company. "Hey," June asked with a bit of hesitation. "How do you feel about the events in the Nation?" Her question hid a more profound meaning, and Noah didn't fail to understand that she was simply worried about his mental state. Noah sighed at that question. He had already thought a lot about the battle against his grandfather and the price paid for his revenge. "Back then, I would think of the noble families as unbeatable monsters that I had to avoid enraging at all costs," Noah said as his mind remembered the feelings that he had when he was just a new cultivator. "Now, they are just weaklings who are limited by the same status that made them powerful in my eyes," he concluded. The nobles were just underlings of the Elbas family, and the appearance of the new continent further worsened their position. Also, their lofty lifestyle often hindered their progress in the heroic ranks. Their nobility gave them an initial boost, but that was one of the causes behind their lack of powerful assets. "The only constant in my life is power and, well, my feelings for you," Noah concluded. He and June looked deep on each other's eyes after his words. Every second felt too short since they knew that they would have to resume their act once the meeting began. "I won't leave you alone," No matter where your ambition would lead you, I'll be sure to be right behind you, until the day when I finally surpass you. June repeated her vow as she pressed her palm at the center of Noah's chest. It was a natural act. June simply wanted to feel the slight change in his heartbeat whenever she touched him. I'll always leave that spot open for you. Noah repeated his vow too and reached for her hand without moving his gaze away from her eyes. His arousal would increase every time he reaffirmed his feelings for June. It was something deeply linked to his emotions, something that he couldn't control when he was with her. June recognized that gaze and the feelings that it carried. She couldn't help but feel some eagerness when she understood Noah's intentions. Then they abandoned themselves to their desires, aiming to make the most out of their short time together once again. Days peacefully passed inside the castle, and Noah didn't dare to leave June's room for that period. They spent most of their time in bed, but they also cultivated and discussed their individualities. June's individuality was slowly evolving into a spreading battle intent that affected the entirety of her centers of power and allowed her to surpass her limits as she kept on fighting. Of course, her understanding was still immature, and she had yet to gain insights on the innate defiance of her cultivation technique. She just knew that her existence was a perpetual cycle that would lead her toward more battles and stronger enemies. As for Noah, he explained his issue with the impossibility of modifying the primary energy without laws. June could immediately see how the techniques of the natives of that world seemed incredibly fitting for his problem. She even understood that Noah would have quickly gained their methods if he had just given up on his relationship with her. That realization made her feel so happy that she basically jumped on him and didn't let him go for almost half a day. She knew that Noah needed her for his individuality, but she felt happy that her lover didn't sacrifice her for the quickest path to power. Lix even tried to visit June in those days, but she always managed to send him away with the excuse of her training. Then, after 11 days spent in that way, the wall of her room became ethereal and revealed Danielle, who announced the beginning of the meeting. Danielle accompanied Noah back to his room before using the guards inside the castle to announce the beginning of the meeting. She had found something in her ancestors' records that could make use of Noah's peculiar body, but she wanted to wait for the meeting to end before negotiating with him in private. The guards led the envoys in another hall in a deeper part of the castle, and cultivators in the heroic ranks began to appear as they reached for those areas. The envoys quickly understood that Danielle was simply showing the power of her region, but they weren't so impressed since all those cultivators had only 2 centers of power. Yet, they still saw more than 40 of them, which made Noah and the others reevaluate the actual power of the humans of that world. There was one feature that they didn't consider at the beginning, but that they felt forced to acknowledge when they saw all those heroic assets. Humans with only 2 centers of power would be weaker than ordinary cultivators, but they would also have an easier path toward the higher ranks. The absence of their dantian made their training far quicker since they could focus only on their bodies and minds. I wonder how strong they actually are, Noah thought as he inspected those powerful guards. The number of heroic assets of the Duran bloodline could almost match the hive, even if they were bound to be weaker. Yet, Noah and the others knew that they saw only what Danielle was willing to show them. They had yet to see other cultivators with 3 centers of power, and they didn't believe for even a second that Danielle was the only one in the castle. Also, they could imagine how those carrying her same bloodline would receive the best treatment that the world had to offer. After all, they were the real power of the human society, as well as the only ones who could pass down the 3 centers of power. 6 bloodlines fight the endless tide of magical beasts together. Our world should be stronger, but only when considering the entirety of its heroic assets. Noah thought as he sat around the large table placed at the center of that vast hall. Even if each bloodline were as strong as the hive, they would still be inferior to his world in terms of heroic assets. However, the fact that they were united as a force made them threatening. Also, Noah didn't know if they had rank 6 cultivators, and they were the assets that would determine the power of that world. The envoys sat on his sides, and Danielle took the seat on the opposite edge. Guards in the heroic ranks began to bring wine and other delicacies, but the envoys were too amazed to focus on them for now. They had never seen heroic cultivators being treated as servants. They were all humans without a dantian, but they were still powerful assets. However, their rank didn't matter in that world, and the guards didn't mind being used in that way. They simply worshipped the members of the bloodlines too much to complain or have grudges. A man entered the hall from a door behind Danielle and spoke. "So, they are the reason behind the recent mess." The man was tall, and his facial features resembled Danielle's so much that the envoys immediately thought that they were twins. He had a pair of blue eyes and her same brown hair. He wore a loose green robe that exposed most of his chest, and his expression revealed some arrogance as he inspected the guests. What surprised Noah and the others the most, though, was the fact that he was a rank 5 cultivator with 3 centers of power too. Yet, the surprises weren't over since a female figure followed the arrival of the man. The woman resembled a younger version of Danielle and carried the same traits of the Duran bloodline. Also, she was a rank 4 cultivator with 3 centers of power. "Please welcome Florent, my brother, and Lori, my daughter," Danielle said as the 2 cultivators sat on her sides. They had to interrupt their mating sessions to join this meeting. "I hope it will be worth it." Noah could smell the scent of other men and women on the newly arrived heroic cultivators, which made him confident that Danielle was telling the truth. Even her daughter, Noah thought before suppressing his wonder. He didn't care about what they did to keep their bloodline alive. He only wanted to obtain their training methods and the knowledge concerning the magical beasts of that world. "Why are your bodies so weak?" Florent asked, but his eyes soon fixed on Noah. His mind tried to inspect the secrets hidden under his sturdy skin, but Noah's destructive aura prevented him from discovering anything. Yet, he had the vague feeling that Noah's body was even more potent than his. That didn't make any sense since his center of power was in the middle tier, and he had trained in one of the best body-nourishing methods available in his family. His arrogance soon became curiosity, and he found himself glancing at his sister, who didn't hesitate to solve his doubts. "They say that they come from another world," Danielle said, and both Florent and Lori revealed amazed expressions. Florent couldn't contain his curiosity anymore at that point and began to question them. "How many bloodlines are there in your world? They must be more than 8. Yet, why is he the only one that meets our standards?" He was obviously speaking about Noah since he could sense that he appeared extremely dangerous for a rank 4 cultivator. Noah didn't want to answer too soon, but Danielle noticed his hesitation spoke. "You know about our history. Tell us yours before moving to other topics." There wasn't much that Noah could do after she said that, so he simply explained some of the differences between their words. The 3 natives remained silent for the entirety of his speech, and they didn't even stop him when they learnt about details that seemed incredible in their view. After all, Noah's world resembled a paradise in their eyes. The humans controlled most of the landmasses, and each of them had 3 centers of power. Also, the magical beasts didn't have a dantian, which made them inferior to cultivators on the same rank. Noah even spoke about the differences with their training methods, but he focused on the part that concerned the seas of consciousness. He was trying to bring the discussion on that topic to learn more about their methods, but Danielle interrupted him before he could ask anything. "We would like to perform a few tests," Danielle said, and the 2 heroic cultivators next to her nodded in approval. Noah and the others didn't understand what she meant with her request, but Lori quickly explained the meaning behind her mother's words. "We would like to try mixing your bloodlines with ours." Not even 10 minutes had passed since the beginning of the meeting, but the representatives of the Duran bloodline had already requested to add the cultivators from Noah's world to their mating sessions. "We would only test the procedures with the highest chance of producing complete cultivators," Danielle continued to explain. "So 10 men from your world should be enough. Also, it would be better if they were all heroic cultivators." Noah and the others felt simply lost at their request. They had come there intending to exchange resources, and maybe even a few secrets concerning their training methods. However, they suddenly realized that the natives were more interested in sexual partners. "They underestimate us," Noah thought. It wasn't hard to understand what had gone through the natives' minds after he explained how his world worked. The cultivators of that world had stronger bodies and peculiar training methods that enhanced the capabilities of their minds. Those features in the 6 bloodlines created cultivators that were generally stronger than those in Noah's world. Danielle and the other members of her family believed that their only weakness was their lack of complete cultivators, since they felt superior to their guests in any other aspect. Still, learning that all the humans in Noah's world had 3 centers of power gave them hope in improving their chances of giving birth to complete cultivators. Their reasoning was simple. Using better materials could increase the quality of the final product. In the same way, the union between better cultivators could improve the quality of their offspring. In the worst case, they would still obtain complete cultivators, even if inferior to those carrying the features of their bloodline. Noah didn't mind their offer as long as he could obtain the training methods in exchange. The only issue was that he didn't have the authority to accept that request. "What would you offer in exchange?" Noah asked. It was pointless to contact the rank 5 cultivators in the volcano when they didn't know if the Duran bloodline was willing to give away something valuable. It was better to obtain a complete view of their world and their resources before leaving the decision to the leaders. "What do you want?" Danielle asked, and Noah didn't hesitate to list everything that he had in mind. Training methods for each center of power, inscription methods, the complete history of your world, and a list of the precious materials with their respective uses. Noah said, "Oh, I wish to see even all the researches of your ancestors. It doesn't matter if they concern the humans or the magical beasts." Danielle and the other natives couldn't possibly imagine that. When it came to negotiations, Noah didn't hold back in the slightest. He had basically asked for anything that those mortal lands had to offer. Of course, complaints followed Noah's request, but there was something that the envoys learnt among those loud discussions. The members of the Duran bloodline didn't know what the inscriptions were. They didn't understand the topic even when Noah provided a few examples and mentioned their ability to control the breath in the environment. According to their explanations, they simply added specific functions to suitable materials through their minds. That was the only form of inscription that they were capable of doing. It was a basic type of formation that used raw materials instead of lines. Danielle held back many details when she described their method, but the envoys soon lost interest in it. It was just a rudimentary form of inscription in their view, and it seemed to be heavily dependent on the precious materials used in the process. Their world had similar methods, but it also had others that completely surpassed the limits dictated by the materials. Noah was able to understand how limited the natives were better than others, since his inscription methods covered both aspects of that field. The elemental forging method was somewhat similar to the inscriptions performed in that world, even if the latter didn't use breath, imbued with meanings, and didn't fuse different materials. On the other hand, the will-consuming runes didn't need any items, but they still created terrific effects. The need for precious materials wasn't connected to the power of the inscription method, which, instead, was a requirement there. "I wonder how they create techniques then," Noah thought when he learnt that. "How do you call your ability to control the breath around you?" Lix asked as he gathered notes that he would deliver to Cecil later. As a member of the force in the lead when it came to inscription methods, he was the first to understand that their initial hypothesis was wrong. "Humph, we already revealed too much," Florence said. "You know our price. We will give anything you want afterward." The meeting ended with a stalemate where both factions were waiting for the opponents to take the first step. Noah simply nodded at his companions when he understood that it was pointless to continue their discussions. His gesture just signaled that it was time to contact the leaders and explain the situation. Elder Hope, Lix, Elder Clara, and one of the Empire's envoys exited the dome to contact the rank 5 cultivators of their faction while the others returned to their rooms. Noah revealed a cold expression when the wall of his room became ethereal and showed the 3 natives with whom he had spoken just a few minutes before. The fact that 2 rank 5 cultivators had just appeared in his room didn't scare him. He was expecting them to make a move. "We did find a way in which you can help us," Danielle said as the 3 of them crossed the wall and filled the room with their auras. The atmosphere became tense, but Noah didn't show the slight trace of anxiety in his expression. His mind was focused on their actions and mental waves, ready to act in case they tried something strange. "For your information," Florent began to speak, "we will collaborate peacefully as long as you don't cheat us with some unknown method." The corners of Noah's mouth curved into a smile when he heard those words, but that expression didn't radiate any positive feeling. There was only a sharp aura that prevented those powerful existences from understanding what he was thinking about. Lori inevitably trembled at his aura, and even the rank 5 cultivators could only stop to underestimate him at that point. Noah seemed ready to go all out at any moment, and they couldn't risk losing the only being similar to their ancestors because of their arrogance. "For your information," Noah said once he made sure that they weren't underestimating him, "I will collaborate peacefully only if I'm satisfied with what you are offering." "Remember that you owe me one," Danielle quickly said. Yet Noah was even quicker with his reply. "Then, the first trade is free, but it will cover any future visit in my lover's room." Danielle nodded, and Noah relaxed a bit before asking what they needed from him. "Your blood," Danielle answered. Danielle's request was surprisingly simple, but Noah didn't dare to accept her terms without knowing how it would be used. "The elite beasts can force a mutation in the normal ones and cause the creation of a danteon," Florence said. "Our ancestors have tried to imitate that process to find an alternative to the forced breeding." He didn't reveal if that experiment had succeeded, and he held back from speaking about any detail concerning those records. Yet, those few words were enough to give Noah an idea of how they would use his blood. Noah felt a bit hesitant. His blood carried some secrets of his hybrid status, and it could be used as a material in the creation of specific inscribed items that targeted him. However, the Duran bloodline didn't know how to perform inscriptions, and the items used on the ancestors were effective on him too. The natives of that world were probably the less dangerous force when it came to using his blood to hurt him. His hesitation slowly became determination as he understood that he was out of options. He could only accept their offer or wait to obtain their training techniques and knowledge through the forces of his world. "My blood isn't cheap," Noah said to test their reactions. He had already decided to sell his blood, but, at the same time, he wanted to start studying the researches of that world. "What more do you want?" Danielle asked. "We won't give you resources in the first trade. I believe I have made myself clear." Noah shook his head and made another offer. "I'll give you enough blood for 2 trades, but I want your studies and knowledge. You can cut away anything containing techniques and methods." Danielle's unwillingness forced him to aim for the knowledge of that world rather than for its techniques for their first trade, at least. The trio didn't want to agree to his request, but giving him some historical records wasn't an issue. Also, his blood could contain the secrets behind the power of their ancestors, so they felt inclined to please him. "Deal," Danielle said, and the tension in the room suddenly vanished after that. They had finally set the terms for their secret cooperation. Now it was just a matter of exchanging the resources mentioned in their deal. "I'll put a guard in the secret passage. He will lead you to your woman's room whenever you want," Danielle said as she pointed at a spot on the wall. According to her explanation, he just needed to knock, and a guard would open the passage. As for the knowledge, he had to wait for them to return in their inventory and decide what they could give him. Then, Lori traced a few lines on the wall to turn it ethereal, and a guard appeared on the other side. The guard held a large syringe in his grasp, and Noah couldn't help but shake his head at that sight. "They have come prepared," Noah thought. His interest increased though, since he wasn't sure that they could pierce his skin with that item. After all, the natives lacked real inscribed weapons, so the power of their tools couldn't be too high. Yet, when he stretched his arm, and the guard placed the metallic tip of the syringe over his veins, he saw that the needle pierced his skin without any problem. It was as if his body had allowed the passage of that foreign material. Florent noticed his amazement and didn't waste that chance to brag. "This is one of the few relics of our ancestors. Powerful beings have filled the needle with their curiosity for many years until they created something capable of piercing almost everything." Danielle and Lori shot an admonishing glance in his direction, which forced him to stop talking. Noah didn't fail to memorize his words, and he had even activated the divine deduction technique to analyze them. He said filled, so they still use meanings when they perform their simple inscriptions. Noah thought as he watched his blood flowing into the syringe. Yet, taking years to make something like this is a bit too much. Noah wasn't underestimating the value of the syringe. an item able to pierce any material because the curiosity that it carried lowered their natural defenses was something incredible. However, his world had produced a portal that connected two mortal lands. Their expertise in that field was simply on another league. The guard didn't stop until an entire liter of Noah's blood flowed in the syringe. Then, he pulled the item back and handed it to Danielle while performing a polite gesture. The trio stared at the dark red liquid with intense gazes, but Noah didn't have time to waste. "I'll be in June's room," Noah said while nodding at the guard. "Bring the knowledge directly there." The guard glanced at Danielle, who could only nod too. Noah had respected his side of the deal, so he could act as he pleased. The five of them left the room through the secret passage and separated when they reached June's place. Noah crossed the ethereal wall, and June welcomed him with her usual affectionate gesture when she saw her lover reappearing. Yet, she couldn't help but shoot a cold gaze at the four figures that were disappearing as the wall returned material. "Don't worry," Noah said while caressing her hair. "We have a deal. They just wanted my blood. Are you okay with that?" June asked as she took his hand and led him to her bed. Noah sighed. "Nothing I can do about that. Luckily for me, their knowledge in the inscription field is laughable. It would take them decades to turn my blood against me." Florence's last words further confirmed that idea. Noah felt that they were mainly interested in what benefits his blood could bring, and there didn't seem to be any scheme behind their actions. Noah began to eat some of Daniel's pills when he reached the bed, and June sat next to him to resume her training. He felt incredibly hungry after the blood loss, but his body was already producing more of it thanks to its incredible healing properties. "If only my bones healed so fast." Noah sighed as he thought that and crossed his legs to train too. His training in that period mainly consisted of activating the divine deduction technique to meditate about his individuality and stress his mind. His centers of power advanced on their own, and there wasn't much that he could do to improve his situation without the sixth Xianxia rune. Meditating right next to June though deepened his understanding of his creation. Noah felt that his mind managed to produce more ideas for what concerned the fusion of his inscription methods, and he even started to imagine new spells. Meanwhile, the leaders at the volcano sorted the information obtained in the reports and held a lengthy discussion focused on their cooperation with the natives. It was needless to say that they ultimately accepted the conditions of the Duran bloodline. The decision of the leaders wasn't something that they had reached on their own. They had contacted the other world and explained the situation to the powerhouses before accepting the conditions of the Duran bloodline. They quickly conveyed their decision to the envoys in the castle too, who didn't hesitate to contact one of the guards and update them. It wasn't hard to find 10 heroic cultivators willing to spend a few years as sexual partners of the members of the Duran bloodline. Still, the four factions assigned those 10 spots to rank 4 cultivators that had been stuck in the gaseous stage for a while. Of course, Danielle and her family had to wait for a while before the promised partners reached their castle. The new assets had to cross the portal and wait for some of the envoys to pick them up and guide them through the region. It was mandatory to keep the location of the fissure a secret from the natives, so they couldn't use the guards inside the castle for that job. June felt compelled to be one of the escorts to avoid creating suspicions inside her faction. She was spending all her time secluded in her room, and some interested envoys had noticed her absence. It wasn't only licks. Even Faith tried to visit her with the excuse of exchanging pointers that concerned the higher ranks. Noah had to leave her room at times when the requests became too many, and he had to resume living in his place when June left to return to the volcano. However, he found himself quite busy even without his lover around. Danielle had respected her side of the deal and had provided him with historical books and researches of her world. Noah had begun to study those scripts with June when they first arrived, but he continued alone after the arrangements of the leaders. Most of their records have been lost during their retreat in these regions. Noah thought as he browsed through the tall pile of sheets, books, and scrolls that filled his room. A large part of those pages spoke about the short political issues that had afflicted the 6 bloodlines through the years. It was impossible to avoid internal strives in a united force that featured 6 isolated families. Still, those struggles had never seen the death of a member of the bloodlines. Noah would normally skip those parts to focus on actual researches, but he wanted to see if those pieces of history revealed some of the power of the bloodlines involved. It was needless to say that he didn't find anything relevant. Danielle had probably removed those parts. The researches, though, covered exciting topics, and the names of the ancestors often appeared on those scripts. It wasn't clear when or why the first ancestor appeared, but the human society of that world developed with them at its center. After all, they were the only beings capable of fending off the endless waves of mutated beasts. As for those powerful creatures, the natives called them elite beasts, and the ancestors had studied them for a long time during their rule. The ability to force the growth of a dantian, even if only a fake one, was incredible, and the incomplete cultivators desperately needed a form of power that didn't depend on the environment. There was a need for an alternative to the forced breeding. Yet, even those mighty beings didn't succeed in replicating the feature carried by the elite beasts. The records became vague every time they concluded certain events or studies, and Noah could only curse when he didn't find anything useful to his centers of power. The scripts weren't completely useless, though. Noah learned that the bloodlines were specialized in building structures and items that carried peculiar features. That approach was possible only in an environment that contained many precious materials, which meant that the world was full of them. Another critical piece of information revealed the targets of their creations. The lack of severe internal strives limited their items to products that were effective against the magical beasts. That made the bloodlines extremely vulnerable to a human attack, but made them quite safe inside the long defensive walls that surrounded the 6 regions. Danielle contacted Noah again while June was still away. She tried her best to mask her excitement, but Noah could immediately see that his blood had met her expectations since she asked for more of it. Also, she didn't refuse any of his requests at that time. Noah happily gave away another liter of his blood and received in exchange the long-awaited training method for the mental spheres, along with other resources that he had requested. They are kind of crazy, Noah thought when he read the description of the training method. Due to their nigh-perfect existence, the ancestors could understand the nature of the breath better than most cultivators. They were just like Noah, who could analyze it from the point of view of both humans and beasts. In their long rule and through the countless analysis, the ancestors had created a technique that allowed every cultivator to isolate the heaven and earth's will in the environment. Then, the cultivators would have to store that will inside their minds to reproduce it with their mental energy. The copies would be imperfect, but the breath in the environment would still follow their orders if they reached a certain level of similarity. The procedure, though, wasn't over at that point. The cultivators would have to use the copied will to imbue the walls of their spheres so that their mental energy would gain those features as soon as it left the center of power. It was a slow and dangerous procedure, but the results were quite surprising. Of course, Danielle had given Noah their best method, while she would provide an incomplete one to the other envoys. There would be no point in Noah giving away his blood otherwise. He would just wait for the factions to handle the trades. The envoys that had gone to the volcano eventually returned to the castle, followed by 10 male rank 4 cultivators in the gaseous stage. Danielle and Lori didn't hesitate to begin their mating sessions at their arrival, and Florent became the new representative of the Dern bloodline in that period. Meanwhile, the envoys, the assets on the volcano, and the forces on the other side of the portal received the first wave of resources, techniques, and knowledge. They didn't match what was available to Noah, but the many experts in his world were able to uncover and theorize things that he hadn't been able to imagine. Also, Elder Estelle soon discovered the miraculous properties carried by the elite beasts, and a series of alchemists reached the new world at that news. Little by little, more and stronger assets arrived in the new world, and they kept themselves busy as they waited for the first child belonging to both worlds to appear. Both sides felt a mixture of hesitation and anxiety as the mating session continued. Yet, Noah's world didn't waste those precious months with so many new resources and techniques at hand. A series of experiments and researches began as more and more experts crossed the portal to reach the new world. The same door and the headquarters on the volcano saw many improvements in their structure too. After all, the cooperation with the Dern bloodline had set the foundation for a peaceful colonization, and the forces in Noah's world couldn't let go of that chance. Those developments, though, didn't involve only the explorer's side. The Duran bloodline had been mostly silent about the arrival of an alien force, but their political system made it impossible to hide that shocking event. The other bloodlines soon noticed the activities of Danielle's family and began to show their interest in the matter. The possibility of improving their chances to give birth to complete cultivators was too appealing to ignore it. The Duran bloodline quickly updated the other rulers on the recent events, and their castle suddenly became the main interest of all the human forces of that world. Florent informed Noah and the others that the other rulers had learnt about their arrival. Still, that event didn't affect them since they continued to live peacefully inside the castle without anyone bothering them. It was evident that the bloodlines had handled the matter peacefully, but the envoys felt that they had to pass the news to their leaders anyway. It was paramount to prepare for any problem since they had yet to understand the actual power of those natives. Luckily for them, no issues appeared even as more months passed. It seemed that the forces of both worlds were simply waiting for the outcome of the mating session to decide on their next move. "They have updated the list once again," June said when she saw that Noah had interrupted his meditation. They had resumed their cohabitation when she returned from the volcano, and they had lived together since then. They spent most of their time training in the new methods provided by the Duran bloodline, but they didn't forget to enjoy themselves and share intimate moments. Of course, Noah had shared the resources obtained by selling his blood with June. He didn't want her to train and study flawed or weaker versions just because she wasn't a hybrid. "Let's take a look then," Noah said as he neared June and inspected the item in her grasp with his mental energy. The assets on the volcano had begun to list every discovery in a special inscribed notebook that they had provided to some crucial members of each team. Even the forces in the other world could add information whenever they discovered something. It was a bit clunky to update the item inside the castle since the dome blocked the mental messages, but the envoys simply took turns to periodically exit it and convey the new list to their companions. A large number of names appeared in Noah's sea of consciousness as his mind touched the special notebook. The names belonged to various materials, and detailed descriptions accompanied them. There were even signs next to the names recently updated to quicken the study of the list. They have already started to isolate the mutagen carried by the elite beasts, Noah thought. It wouldn't take long before they start testing new drugs. He was regularly checking the discoveries linked to the strange fauna of that world since his expertise covered that field too. The forces of his world were making incredible progress in those researches, and he couldn't wait for them to obtain useful results. There was a limit to how much his knowledge could help in the creation of drugs. Also, he was busy managing his centers of power. His power would always have the priority in his mind. "You know that you have your notebook, right?" June smirked when she felt Noah's arm wrapping around her waist. Noah kept on inspecting the list and ignored her words as he sat behind her and took her in his embrace. Those gestures had become natural by then as their cohabitation continued. The eagerness to make the most out of their time together had turned into a peaceful warmth that didn't force either of them to interrupt their usual routine. June shook her head when she saw that Noah was still engrossed in the list and simply laid her back on his chest to find a comfortable position. "They created a nomenclature for the humans too," Noah said, and June nodded before closing her eyes to rest in her lover's embrace. The appearance of different kinds of humans had forced their leaders to assign names that better defined them. The cultivators without a dantian became flawed humans, those in Noah's world humans, and the members of the bloodline earned the name of elite humans. As for the ancestors, the leaders could only assign them the title of perfect humans, due to the breathtaking information recorded in the history of that world. "How is the analysis going?" June asked without opening her eyes. Her question was meant for his advancements in the training method that aimed to copy heaven and earth's will. She knew that Noah didn't wholly trust the Duran bloodline, especially when it came to such a dangerous technique. Also, both of them were existences that had clashed with heaven and earth due to their training methods. The consequences of condensing and absorbing that will inside their minds could be ugly, so they both decided that it was better to analyze the method first. Noah was a rank 5 mage, so he was the most suitable for that task. "The method isn't dangerous by itself," Noah answered. "The issue is the material involved. our minds would surely need to fight it. There was one significant problem with practicing the method after reaching the heroic ranks. Any cultivator at that level would have stepped on their path by then, which inevitably clashed with heaven and earth. Noah and June were in an even worse situation due to their techniques, which made them hesitate to approach the method without gathering data. Generally speaking, the natives of that world would start copying heaven and earth's will since they became rank 1 mages. That allowed them to slowly modify the walls of their mental spheres without incurring in any kind of punishment from the world. By the time they reached the heroic ranks and began to pursue their individualities, they wouldn't need to store the will inside their minds anymore. So, June asked again, and Noah couldn't help but immerse his head in her wild hair before answering. "So, I'm going to test it," Noah said, and June opened her eyes to shoot a worried glance at him. However, she saw the determination radiated by her lover's gaze and knew that she couldn't stop him. She could only wish him good luck in the most affectionate way that she knew. Noah condensed part of his mental energy in the form of thick layers that would act as a filter to isolate the will of heaven and earth from the breath. Then, he activated the first part of the training method. His mental energy spread in the environment and attached itself to the breath that it touched, only to be pulled back toward his mind when he retracted it. Human cultivators would have to use most of their mental energy just to drag a small amount of that breath. Instead, Noah could gather all the energy contained in the room since his consciousness was powerful enough. The layers of mental energy exited his mental sphere and surrounded its walls to create a filter for the incoming breath. Of course, he had built those layers in the specific way described in the method, and only after his analysis had led to the conclusion that those structures were harmless. The breath struggled to cross the layers, but Noah's consciousness continued to pull while making sure that the filters remained intact. It took a while, but, in the end, small particles reached the other side of the layers and used his half-transparent figure to cross the walls of his mental sphere. The insides of Noah's sea of consciousness were quite crowded. There were the 5 Kezir runes, the lazy whale's figure, his saber-shaped rune, the wills for his spells, and a large number of spherical runes that contained primary energy. Noah needed them to keep enlarging his mental sphere, and he could consider himself satisfied with the result that he had reached. He was expecting the arrival of the heaven and earth's will to increase the internal pressure in his mind further. Yet, when those particles entered his mind, he only felt a stream of confused information filling his thoughts. Noah felt momentarily lost as those foreign thoughts tried to take over his mind. It was as if the will were giving confused orders to the energy inside his mind. Yet, he was still a rank 5 mage who had stressed his mind beyond the conventional limits. His brown mental energy surged and isolated the wills that struggled to escape that encirclement. Nevertheless, they didn't have any real power once they lost their grip on Noah's energy. The situation inside his sphere stabilized in a matter of instants, and Noah could finally observe the true nature of the will once he reassembled those small particles together. It wasn't exactly material, but it wasn't ethereal either. The will was utterly invisible, and it seemed to lack any kind of fabric as it floated in the barrage of mental energy that isolated it. It was as if Noah's mind couldn't turn that substance into something that he could see with any of his senses. He could only perceive its peculiar aura. Noah felt a strange sensation whenever the aura tried to affect the functioning of his mental energy. His instincts told him that there was something profound hidden inside that aura, but he didn't delude himself into thinking that he could uncover its secrets. After all, the will was nothing more than a series of messy and broken laws that he had forcefully taken away from the breath around him. Of course, he had used the version of the method fitting for the level of his mind. He had created the filters with his mental energy, so the purity of the will was quite high. Something on that level would have taken control of any human mage's mind. I still can't grasp laws, Noah thought as he looked at the empty space where the will was. He had yet to express the entirety of his individuality with his centers of power, so the fact that he couldn't see anything didn't surprise him. Nevertheless, having the answers to his problems right in front of him made him feel restless. How do I reproduce something so pure, though? Noah thought before activating the divine deduction technique. The only available approach was to perform countless tests just like he did when he translated the diagrams of his spells. The focus of the procedure, though, was in imitating the aura and not the actual laws isolated during the absorption. It was simply impossible for him to copy existing laws at his level, and succeeding in doing it could even hurt his individuality. His Dantian had to absorb them as his understanding of his individuality naturally increased until he reached a point where he could wield them. Noah had just begun to analyze the aura when the will started to shake and consume its invisible fabric to corrupt the encirclement of mental energy. A battle for the control of the Brown Sea happened inside Noah's mind, but he quickly regained complete control. Yet, when he focused again, he discovered that every trace of the will had vanished, consumed in its last attack. "How did it go?" June asked when she saw that Noah had regained his awareness of the outside world. "The will self-destructed before I could begin to study," Noah answered. "It's not too dangerous, but it's quite troublesome to contain." After those words, June and Noah started to actively train in the method and exchanging pointers as they kept on living together. Months inevitably passed, and the news that the forces of both worlds were waiting for ultimately arrived. The mating session had given birth to an offspring. The eyes of the members of the other 5 bloodlines landed on the castle as they waited for an official announcement. The natives of that world based their survival on the number of elite humans in their ranks. Their society had focused the mating sessions for so many years that they had created specific techniques to improve the procedure. They could forcibly increase the fertility of certain existences for a short period, and they could even shorten the time required for a pregnancy. Also, they had learnt how to increase the chances of passing down their bloodline, even if that wasn't always effective. Yet, when the official announcement came, even the cultivators of Noah's world could understand how amazing that outcome was. Danielle, Lori, and other female members of the Duran bloodline had given birth to a total of 30 children, and one of them was an elite human. Nevertheless, that wasn't the most surprising part. The 6 bloodlines were speechless to discover that the other 29 children weren't flawed humans, but were instead humans like the natives of Noah's world. Of course, they had their methods to test that, and they had even been perfected through the years. Yet, they still performed them multiple times to be sure of that result. It seemed that the humans from Noah's world could suppress the appearance of flawed humans, and that immediately became a priority of the 6 bloodlines. Natives reached the castle and requested the envoys to seal pacts and agreements. And even Noah wasn't left alone after that discovery. The 4 factions on the volcano, though, had understood that the situation was escaping their control and decided to send their leaders forward. The tables had instantly turned. The humans had become the most valuable resource for the 6 bloodlines. The fact that humans could stop the appearance of flawed humans was a game-changer for the assets of both worlds. Yet, the consequences of that discovery were still unclear. The rank 5 leaders of Noah's side made their way toward the castle of the Duran bloodline as soon as the news reached them. It was clear that the situation could become dangerous with one slight misstep. So, they wanted to be there to defuse any kind of problem. Even their arrival, though, wasn't enough to calm the eagerness of the bloodlines who saw in the humans the hope to reconquer their world. However, they still maintained some form of courtesy in their manners out of respect for the power of a society able to open a passage toward other mortal lands. Noah and the others saw the representatives of the bloodlines contacting them and inviting them to long meetings. The elite humans even organized multiple parties in their honor before the leaders arrived. It was evident that they wanted to tempt some of the envoys in the castle to join their mating sessions, and some of their attempts succeeded. 8 out of the 10 cultivators in the gaseous stage had failed to resist the offers of the bloodlines and had secluded themselves to join a series of mating sessions. It was hard to refuse the chance to become kings, especially for cultivators who didn't have many opportunities to reach the higher ranks. As for the other envoys, they managed to resist until the leaders arrived and took control of the negotiations. The threat of 4 rank 5 cultivators was too great even with many members of the 6 bloodlines gathered there. It basically showed that Noah's world could deploy powerful assets whenever it wanted. Noah could finally relax when he saw the leaders interrupting the 6th party organized in their honor. He had it worse than his companions since the elite humans were making use of their knowledge regarding the hybrids to tempt. Every party and meeting were filled with the peculiar sense that clouded his mind and awakened his instincts. Some of them even targeted humans, but most of the bloodline's focus was on him. He was more valuable than his companions since there was a small chance that he could further improve the outcomes of the mating sessions, even if he wasn't a real ancestor. Yet, Danielle and the others didn't want to end up on his wrong side and didn't take back his privileges inside the castle. He still lived with June, and she felt compelled to take care of the unnatural state in which Noah was. Delicacies and strong wine filled the days before the leader's arrival, and Noah often regained complete control of his mental faculties only to find an exhausted June next to him. It was needless to say that having such a weakness annoyed him to no end, and the fact that June had to pay for it further aggravated his irritation. Hatred was slowly forming inside him, and he couldn't allow for that to happen in his foggy state. He couldn't snap in front of everyone, or the bloodlines would have an excuse to detain him. The arrival of the leaders finally gave him a break, but the secret meetings started at that point. Danielle, followed by representatives of the other bloodlines, would often appear in June's room to offer resources and other benefits. They wanted Noah to join the mating sessions at all costs. However, he kept on refusing, and the elite humans felt forced to take a step back with their requests. They began to ask for his semen, but June almost attacked them when she heard that request. That reaction surprised even Noah, who did his best to calm her down. Truth to be told, he didn't care about his semen, but he felt forced to turn the offer down to honor his lover's wish. The elite humans had to take another step back at that point and began to ask for his blood again. Yet Noah wasn't interested in what they had to offer. He had already obtained the training method. Also, the assets on the volcano would match the researches of that world in a matter of years. They even discovered the mutagen carried by the elite beasts, so he had nothing to gain from that secret cooperation. He just wanted to train in peace and deepen his relationship with June, since it seemed that he had still a lot to discover about her. The 6 bloodlines felt forced to stop their offers at that point to find a solution to that issue. They lacked something that could interest Noah, but they were confident that there was something in their inventories that could do the job. "Why did you snap like that?" Noah asked June after the representative went away. She punched him on his torso, but she quickly dug her head in his robe after that. Noah felt confused, and that feeling turned into worry when he felt a wet sensation on his skin. June, the battle maniac ready to challenge him whenever she felt like it, was crying. "What is it?" Noah asked while enveloping her in his embrace. June quickly calmed down and lifted her head after drying her tears on his robe. She seemed utterly vulnerable in that state. "We both had bad luck with our families." June began to speak when her eyes met Noah's. "I want ours to be different. I want us to be decent parents in the future, and I definitely don't want those vixens to get their hands on your bloodline. That is my property." Noah felt speechless when he heard her. He had never considered the possibility of having a child since his mind could barely think about something different from his cultivation journey. However, June had been bothered continuously by marriage proposals, and mixing her blood with the Elbas family was something that even her family hoped to see. The idea of creating a family had bothered her for a while, but she would consider doing that only with Noah. Yet, seeing him caring so little about it had triggered all the accumulated grudges that she had managed to suppress until then. "It is your property," Noah said while touching her forehead with his. "Forgive me." Simple words couldn't explain the warmth that he felt at that moment. Noah felt as if a new desire was forming inside him as he and June remained silent in that embrace. It was a desire to create something with her and for her. June shook her head and revealed a slight smile as she reached for his lips, but an earthquake suddenly filled the castle and created cracks on its walls. Then, a shout resounded from the cracks and spread in the many rooms habited by the envoys. "Don't you dare to touch me again." The shout came from one of the rooms next to June's and belonged to Lix Elbas. Another tremor followed the shout and small cracks spread on the floor of June's room too. It was evident that a battle was happening nearby, but that wasn't Noah's biggest worry. In his mind, he could only think about the fact that he was still in June's room. Noah quickly went for the wall next to him and knocked, hoping that the guard was still in the secret passage. However, There was no response from the other side. Noah cursed in his mind and spread his consciousness at that point. The walls usually blocked the mental energy, but the cracks allowed him to reach the corridor with his mind. Then, black flames surrounded his figure and made him reappear outside of June's room, but at some distance from it. A pair of eyes landed on his figure when he came out of the warp spell, and Noah turned only to see a confused Faith looking at him. She had become used to his messy appearance by then, but she didn't understand why he had used a spell to reach the corridor. June came out of her room too, and Faith's gaze turned on her. She saw how even June's robe was quite untidy, but that wasn't strange since the shout had been too sudden. However, when she added Noah's peculiar usage of his spell and her messy aspect, she couldn't help but think that they were connected in some way. Also, she was aware that the two of them had a past and had spent a long time together during the crisis. Heroic cultivators weren't stupid, and both June and Noah knew that Faith had noticed that something was off. Yet, the situation was too chaotic, and Faith didn't find the chance to question them since more cultivators came out of their rooms and focused their attention on Lix's place. Another tremor swept the area, and Lix came out of his room in a hurry only to discover that the other envoys were looking at him. He was almost naked, and there was blood on his hands. Also, his mind seemed a mess since his mental energy spread randomly in every direction. It was as if he wasn't in control of himself. I didn't mean to," Lix said in a broken tone, and his expression became even uglier when he noticed his bloodied hands. His reaction made the others confused. It was evident that something strange had happened in his room. "My bloodline gives you a home, and you repay it by killing a guard," Lori said as she came out of Lix's room. She was completely naked, but the bloodied corpse of a flawed human covered her front as she carried it in the corridor. The guard wasn't a heroic cultivator, but that act was still troublesome to handle for the forces of Noah's world. "It's clear that something strange has happened." Cecil's voice resounded in the corridor, and the four leaders soon appeared behind the envoys. "Indeed," Danielle's voice spread in the corridor too, "and the Durin bloodline will uncover the truth." The representatives of the 6 bloodlines arrived from the other side and stopped when they reached Lori. There were 3 rank 5 cultivators in their group and 8 more in the 4th rank. The tension began to build as both sides waited in silence for someone to make a move. They can only benefit from this chaos, Noah thought as he moved his gaze between Lix and the elite humans. He didn't like the royal, but killing a guard while being inside the castle was too stupid even for the most spoiled noble. The 6 bloodlines had clearly planned that situation to gain some leverage on Noah's forces. Sacrificing a flawed human that wasn't even in the heroic ranks was just a small price to pay to gain a political advantage over the foreign assets. After all, the possibility of stopping the appearance of flawed humans was too appealing for them. They couldn't just leave that decision in the hands of cultivators capable of opening portals toward another world. They would never have the upper hand against that kind of force. However, understanding the truth was pointless if there was no way to prove it. Just like Noah with the attack at the Bulvin family, the leaders were now in a situation where the only evident fact was that Lix had killed a guard. "We'll interrogate him privately," Danielle said. "No, you won't," Cecil replied. "We agree to collaborate, but we can't let you handle this situation on your own," Elder Austin added. The 8 cultivators in the gaseous stage who had chosen to join the mating sessions didn't appear. So, the leaders were reasonably sure that they would lose Lix too if they let the bloodlines take him. That wasn't a matter that could be handled if they focused on the differences between their factions. It was a situation that needed their full cooperation if they wanted to prevent giving the elite humans the chance to restore their former power. "Enough with words," Florence said as he neared Lix to seize him. "Don't you dare." Cecil sprinted and appeared right in front of the royal and stopped Florence's arm from reaching him. "This is our home," Lori said as her aura spread in the environment, and breath began to converge in her position. The others prepared themselves for the imminent battle too, and Noah didn't hesitate to wield his sabers. He had noticed how the elite humans glanced at him from time to time during their heated discussion, and that wasn't a natural occurrence. There were 4 rank 5 cultivators in front of them, but they still moved their focus on him for brief moments. His instincts were telling him that he was in danger. The situation was too tense, and even the slightest misinterpretation of a gesture could set it off. Lori let go of the guard's corpse, and Cecil used his mental energy to disperse the breath that had accumulated around her. Danielle didn't like that and unfolded her consciousness in an attempt to suppress everyone in the corridor. Florent acted too, and he pulled to free his arm from Cecil's grasp. Those small actions forced all the other cultivators on the scene to act. The elite humans used their mental energy to take control of the breath in the environment and create spells that targeted the foreigners. The leaders promptly used their methods to disperse those weak attacks. The shockwaves released from the actions of the rank 5 cultivators affected the beings in the 4th rank on the scene that deployed more spells to defend against those natural repercussions. The walls and floor of the corridor began to fall apart, even if both forces were trying their best to hold back. They both hoped to collaborate, and killing any of their crucial assets would forever hinder that outcome. Yet, dozens of flawed humans in the 4th rank arrived in the corridor at that point. The arrival of the flawed humans put the forces of Noah's world in a complicated situation. It wasn't a matter of sheer power. Noah's side counted 4 rank 5 cultivators and a hybrid with a rank 5C of consciousness. Instead, the elite humans team had only 3 rank 5 cultivators. There was a significant difference in the number of assets in the 4th rank. Still, that didn't matter too much when there were beings on a higher level involved. Yet, that difference in the number of assets was what was preventing the leaders from unleashing their full might. Power couldn't be the answer in their situation. An offensive fueled by the whole might of their cultivation level would inevitably result in countless casualties, especially in that closed area. It would be different if the portal could already withstand existences in the 6th rank. But, unfortunately for them, it was hard to improve such a miraculous inscribed item. It soon became clear that the assets from Noah's world had only 2 options in front of them: fight and endanger their relationship with the natives, or surrender and rely on the wits of the 6 bloodlines. Noah observed the changes in his leader's aura as his cold, reptilian eyes swept the corridor to analyze the situation. He saw how the cultivators meant to guide the weaker assets began to retract their consciousness and disperse their focus. Helplessness started to mount inside him, but that feeling soon vanished when he sensed that the representatives of the bloodlines shot another series of glances in his direction. His hybrid status was the most appealing resource in the elite human's eyes. He knew that the negotiations for his eventual release would succeed only when the bloodlines had obtained everything they wanted from his body. "We wish for peaceful cooperation." Cecil was the first to give voice to that apparent trend. The leaders were taking a step back, and Noah began to muster his focus as one of his biggest fears took form. "We will seize the rank 4 cultivators for the moment," Florent said. "We will treat them fairly as we set the foundation for a new deal." Hesitation and struggle appeared on the leaders' expressions, but they kept their gazes fixed on the elite humans even when their underlings shot questioning gazes at them. A tinge of shame appeared inside the rank 5 cultivators when they silently accepted that they couldn't preserve peace without momentarily giving up their pride. They were sacrificing their envoys to make up for their weakness. In their minds, allowing the bloodlines to keep some of their rank 4 cultivators for a few months was a reasonable price to pay to avoid a war. After all, they would be forced to join mating sessions in the worst-case scenario, which wasn't even close to being a form of torture. Also, the situation would change once the portal became able to endure the might of rank 6 beings. The table would turn once again at that point, and they would force the elite humans to see them as their equals or even more. Yet, such plans didn't always work in the way they wanted, especially when they were unaware of certain secret transactions. Noah didn't care about cooperating with that world. He was interested in many of its features, but he wasn't willing to put his existence at risk because of his greed. He had already obtained the key to command the primary energy without the need for laws, so he considered his mission completed. His priority now was to avoid ending in the bloodline's grasp, and he didn't mind jeopardizing the peaceful intentions of his leaders to reach that result. "I can't end up in chains," Noah said to Elder Austin through his consciousness. The leader of his faction was initially confused by his sudden mental message, But the situation was impossible to stop now. Cecil nodded, and Danielle gestured to the flawed humans to step forward and seize the envoys in the fourth rank. Noah's companions could only sigh and let those foreign forces surround them and lead them toward deeper parts of the castle. They didn't even resist since their leaders had willingly accepted that outcome. However, when 5 rank 4 flawed humans were about to reach for Noah, a tremor spread in the entirety of the castle, and the sound of falling boulders filled the corridor. Everything had happened so quickly that even the rank 5 cultivators on the scene felt surprised to see that a large and dark body had appeared in the area. Its form was unclear, but it was so huge that the walls of the corridor had crumbled during its sudden appearance. Also, the surprise of the cultivators on both sides could only increase when they understood that the shape belonged to a massive magical beast. Their surprise then became disbelief when they recognized that it was a creature in the 5th rank. The cultivators of both worlds immediately attacked the beast, and the castle couldn't help but crumble under the shockwaves released by the rank 5 cultivators. Of course, the weaker assets had retreated as soon as they noticed the power of the creature. They were still forced to focus on their seas of consciousness to endure the battle on the higher ranks, but the fight didn't endanger their lives. Yet, the beast disappeared before all the attacks managed to land on its body, and revealed another astonishing detail. Its sudden appearance didn't kill any of the flawed humans nearby. The creature had simply pushed them back in a way that could even be described as gentle. Also, they had strong bodies, so they only suffered some minor injuries. Nevertheless, the disappearance of the massive creature revealed something that everyone on the scene had been too busy to notice. Noah had disappeared, and there was no trace of him anywhere. The elite humans began to panic and shouted orders to their underlings. Still, Elder Austin arrived in front of them and deployed his consciousness, suppressing all the flawed humans floating in the crumbled corridor. "What is the meaning of your actions?" Danielle asked as her eyes darted between the many cracks in the walls next to them. She was searching for Noah with both her sight and mental energy, but Elder Austin was obstructing her. "The prince didn't want to be in chains," Elder Austin answered, and the elite humans couldn't believe that he was risking their cooperation for that simple reason. Noah was a prodigy, but he was only a rank 4 cultivator. The representatives of the bloodlines couldn't understand why Elder Austin was willing to go so far just to prevent his arrest. Nevertheless, Florence shouted something that forced Elder Austin to contain a laugh. "The 2 women have disappeared too." By the time the cultivators realized what had happened during the appearance of the massive beast, Noah had already exited the dome. Escaping the castle had been incredibly easy. Most of the forces in the heroic ranks had gathered in the corridor, and the materials that made its walls blocked the mental energy. Also, the corrosive smoke of his partial demonic form had allowed him to create a path through the walls and the dome with a few simple slashes. The weakness of that society was that it built everything to fend off magical beasts, but the offensive of a cultivator could pierce its defensive measures quite easily. Noah was even a peculiar being that could rely on all his centers of power to express his might. Of course, the awful smell that targeted the magical beasts still annoyed him, but he could destroy it quickly with his individuality. His feelings fueled his destruction, and the continuous exposure to the bloodline sense had made him exceptionally mindful of their power. Yet, his survival instinct when it came to those smells had also improved in those months. He could now sense their arrival before they could even get near his body. Noah flew high in the sky as he exited the dome and activated the dark cover spell as he sped in the direction of the defensive walls of the region. He had no intention of returning to the volcano, not for the time being, at least. He had made sure that his blood companion didn't kill anyone, but he didn't know how the situation was evolving inside the castle. Nevertheless, it was better to ask for forgiveness in a safe place rather than being innocent but in chains. If he returned to the volcano, there was a chance that the leaders would force him to become a prisoner to make up for his sudden escape. However, he could altogether avoid any form of punishment if he just waited for his world to deploy more assets in those mortal lands. Meanwhile, he could just train in the wilderness outside the defensive walls, which he was sure wouldn't have any trace of the 6 bloodlines. "They can handle their political matters," Noah thought as he flew undisturbed in the sky. I'll just focus on learning their training method and gathering powerful magical beasts. It wasn't his first time alone, and he probably was the only existence in both worlds that could feel confident in surviving in wilderness ruled by elite beasts. Most of the powerful assets of that world were either inside the castle or in the other regions, so he was reasonably sure that no one would be able to follow him. Yet, he felt incredibly surprised when he sensed that two presences had appeared behind him and were catching up with his position. Noah's first instinct was to escape. Those existences were faster than him, which meant that their cultivation level had to be higher than his. However, his endurance was terrific, and he had countless methods that could help him reaching the lands outside of the human domain before they managed to catch him. His eyes widened though when he saw the figures that were reaching him. It wasn't hard to recognize them. They belonged to two women that he knew far too well. One of them was his lover, while the other was the most beautiful woman that he had ever seen. June and Faith stopped right before him and continued to fly in a straight line while following his trajectory. Noah noticed how both of them held a cracked crystal in their grasp. Those were the rank 5 talismans that the leaders had given them before their mission, and their broken state explained how they had managed to catch up with Noah. Of course, Noah didn't stop to chat in that situation, but his flying speed was higher than his followers. He was leaving them behind, which created an issue that he couldn't ignore. They were leaving a trail that led straight to him. Also, they weren't using any cloaking spell or device, which was telling every existence in the heroic ranks where he was. Then, June was right behind him, and he didn't even want to think about what she would experience if she were captured after her escape. To think that Faith might work as an alibi. Noah thought before slowing down to let the two women catch up. Both of them opened their mouths to speak. They probably wanted to explain their action or give him some ideas on how to handle the situation. However, Noah had already decided, and he didn't need to hear anything until he reached a safe place. Noah grabbed both women from their robes and covered them with his consciousness before kicking the air under his feet. He couldn't hide June and Faith's presence, but he could fly so fast that no one would be able to catch up with them due to his advantage. Shockwaves spread in the sky as the shadow sprint martial art pushed the three of them at a speed that shouldn't be achievable by rank 4 cultivators. Faith and June couldn't even muster the strength to complain under the pressure generated by Noah's speed, and only his mental energy was preventing their bodies from being injured. Noah pierced the clouds as he flew in a straight line toward the defensive walls. The journey would typically take 1 month if he used his average speed, but he managed to exit the human domain in only 2 weeks thanks to the continuous activation of his martial art. Of course, he had to alternate between his dantian and liquid dantian to travel for so long without exhausting himself, and he even had to stop using the martial art from time to time. Yet, he managed to have the time required to exit that region with that method. As for the two women that he carried along with him, he barely noticed their weight. Noah didn't stop after he crossed the defensive walls and continued to use that method to travel deep into the beast's territory, trying to avoid any powerful creature that he sensed along the way. Faith began to struggle when she saw that Noah wasn't going back to the volcano, but she quickly quieted down when she sensed the aura protecting her suddenly turning hostile. Then, after they flew in that way for another month, Noah decided that they had put enough distance with the bloodlines and landed in a forest filled by peculiar trees with large, blue leaves. Noah threw both women on the ground and wielded his sabers without hesitation. He had already considered the possibility of killing Faith along the way, but he felt forced to suppress that thought because June was with her too. Faith could act as a witness and report the fact that there wasn't any secret relationship going on. After all, she had already defended Noah once. Nevertheless, he still had a facade to maintain, even if he was glad that June hadn't remained in the elite human's grasp. June wore a cold expression when Noah neared her and Faith while wielding his sabers. She had to act as if she was anxious about the impending danger. However, Faith simply smiled before surprising both Noah and June with her words. "You are together, right?" Silence fell in the area at her words. Noah had already planned what he had to ask and how to handle their life in the wilderness. Still, all of that vanished at her question. Instead, he reacted by showing an even colder aura that enveloped her and threatened to shatter her mental sphere. Faith expected that kind of reaction and continued to smile while revealing a crystal and a notebook held tightly in her grasp. Both Noah and June recognized those items. The crystal was one of the rank 5 talismans given to their group before the mission in the castle, and the other was the object that listed the discoveries made by their factions. Her simple gesture hid the threat to reveal what she had just said to almost all the cultivators in the New World. Noah stopped his tracks when he understood her intentions. His mind worked at full speed to see if there was a way out of that situation, but he couldn't find anything even when he activated the divine deduction technique. The talisman would defend her against his first attack, and the notebook was unique too. It was impossible to stop the information from reaching the other items of the same kind at his current level. "What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Noah asked without withdrawing his aura. He could understand that Faith had picked up some clues about his relationship with June, but her actions didn't make any sense. There wasn't much that she could obtain, even if he was to admit the truth. A stern expression replaced Faith's smile, but she didn't move her gaze away from Noah as she explained, "My peace is worthless without experience." "Just go and gather experience then," Noah replied. "Don't threaten others over hunches." Noah didn't reveal anything even in that situation, but he had to admit that Faith had cornered him. No matter what he said, she had the upper hand. "My doubts first appeared in the new continent, when I discovered that June wasn't exactly a docile woman." Faith began to explain. "The reports about her character didn't match her actions when you took her hostage," Faith said. "And the same applies to the recent escape. She understands the difference in our power," Noah replied. "I can't say the same for you." Faith's smile reappeared when she heard that threat, but it seemed that she had more to say on the matter. "I thought that she was like me at the beginning," she said, "continuously bothered by men that didn't even try to understand her. I thought that she just wanted to cultivate in peace. But I've noticed something strange since we reached the castle." Noah's expression didn't reveal anything during her speech. Her words didn't even create the slightest tremor in his aura. "She seemed happier," Faith concluded. Silence fell once again in the area as the stalemate continued. "So," Noah said at some point. He had to admit that Faith's clues were on point, but he still didn't understand what her goal was. "I had initially thought that she was just happy to speak with me, but everything became obvious when I saw you two in the corridor." Faith's smile became wider before her final question. "Why did you use a spell to come out of your room?" It was evident that she had made her mind about a matter that she had started to doubt since the crisis with the winged beasts. Yet Noah didn't care about her hypotheses. He was only interested in what she was hoping to gain by revealing all of that. Noah dispersed his aura and stored his sabers at that point. Continuing to threaten her would just confirm her ideas. "Do what you want," Noah said. "Gossips can't hurt my reputation, and the royals already hate me." "Okay then," Faith said as she began to insert her mental energy in the inscribed notebook. Of course, Noah couldn't just let her spread that information. He shot directly toward Faith with the fingers of his left hand arched to form something similar to a claw. Yet, he had to stop his tracks again when he saw that she had lifted the defensive talisman right in the trajectory of his attack. The oath that prevented internal battles had vanished since the mission inside the castle was over, but she had long since predicted his attack. "Understand this." Noah began to speak with a voice that resembled a growl. "It doesn't matter what you hope to gain from this situation or how you plan to handle the consequences to your actions. It won't end well for you." That was a pure and honest threat, and Noah didn't mind exposing the truth with that gesture since Faith wasn't giving him any other choice. In the worst case, he would just kill her and live in the wilderness with June until his power reached a satisfying level. However, Faith managed to surprise him once again with her words, "I just want to learn your story. In my mind, I still owe you since the events with the winged beasts." Her aura conveyed her honesty, and Noah couldn't help but retract his hand while taking a few steps back when he heard that. Faith had literally threatened the strongest cultivator of her generation to deepen her individuality, and she had done that without showing the slightest trace of fear. She was still far away from the determination showed by Noah and June through their lives, but both of them started to feel some respect for a cultivator willing to go so far to improve. Then, Noah felt June standing up and reaching for him. Her left hand went for his long hair, and she used the right one to move his head in the trajectory of her lips. The two of them exchanged a long kiss right in front of Faith, and the latter couldn't help but reveal an excited smile at that sight. "She is quite nice," June murmured when their lips separated. "And we can always kill her if she betrays us." Noah could only give up at that point. "Okay, but you'll tell the story." June sat next to Faith and started to tell her how their relationship had begun. She even took a few jugs of wine from her space ring to make that situation more enjoyable. Noah saw how June seemed happy to share an essential part of her life with Faith. Removing the secrecy from her relationship made her feel good. It was as if it had just become more real. Meanwhile, Noah limited himself to inspect the area. Those blue leaves were quite strange and seemed to have some kind of tranquilizing effect when he neared them. By the time June had finished her story, the three of them had received a message from the leaders of their factions. The trio was surprised to discover that the leaders didn't condemn their escape. Actually, they even praised the three of them for their bold move. The rank 5 cultivators weren't happy to submit to a power that they considered inferior. So, seeing that 3 rank 4 cultivators had successfully defied the orders of the 6 bloodlines created a sense of satisfaction inside them. Of course, they had to wait for the situation inside the castle to stabilize before contacting the trio. The elite humans were particularly mad, and the leaders had to deal with those angry cultivators for 2 entire weeks before concluding the negotiations. It wasn't that they couldn't contact Noah and the others before. They simply didn't want to do that to protect the trio. June had been in the target of the royals for decades, and Faith was commonly known as one of the most beautiful women of their world other than a talent. Their factions didn't want to leave their safety in the hands of the elite humans. They weren't too worried about the mating sessions. They had learnt by then that the 6 bloodlines were mainly interested in the alien men since their women had a higher chance of passing down their improved features. Yet, the risk still existed, especially since both women didn't lack beauty. Also, the leaders knew that something had gone wrong with Lix, and they would rather not see their cultivators being controlled through foreign drugs or similar. The rank 5 cultivators from Noah's world managed to appease the anger of the elite humans by offering other rank 4 cultivators for their mating sessions. With 6 bloodlines involved, the number of assets deployed in the new world would increase drastically. Still, the forces on the other side of the portal had already begun to take precautions against the foreign drugs. Also, the bloodlines felt forced to continue trading resources for those assets since they were now competing against each other to obtain the highest number of humans. Nevertheless, even that newfound agreement didn't set free the rank 4 cultivators imprisoned after Lix's action. It would take the arrival of a more potent asset to force the elite humans' hands in that matter. Only Noah and June could understand how angry the bloodlines really were. Losing their hope to recreate their worshipped ancestor was a significant blow on their pride, and they weren't hesitating to vent that feeling on their factions. In the end, they agreed to remain in the wilderness for now. In that way, the bloodlines wouldn't have any leverage over them, and the leaders could keep some of their pride. "I never thought that the bane of the Elbas family could be so sweet with his lover," Faith said when they finished their conversation with the leaders. She was giggling, and her cheeks were slightly red. It was evident that she liked what June had told her. On the other hand, June simply shrugged her shoulders. She didn't reveal too much, and she didn't even describe their most intimate moments. Yet, she had told Faith some of the anecdotes that made her laugh too when she compared the cold youth that she had met in the academy to how Noah was in their own time. "I guess she has a friend now," Noah thought as he heaved a helpless sigh. "She can be considered normal at least." Noah compared Faith to the people that he viewed as friends. The cold expressions of Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon appeared in his mind, but he quickly suppressed those images when he tried to match them to Faith's happy face. They simply belonged to 2 different worlds. "Let me be clear," Noah said while crouching in front of Faith. "I still think that it would be safer to kill you." Faith stopped giggling and replied, "Even if that meant removing the only friend that can keep your lover company while you are gone?" June stabbed her spear on the trunk behind Faith and spoke, "Do you think that I won't be able to endure it?" Faith didn't expect June's sudden reaction, But a tinge of anger appeared in her expression before she gave voice to her feelings. "I'm saying that you shouldn't." Faith's words left both Noah and June speechless. The two of them had lived among people that wanted to exploit them or had hidden intentions for so long that they failed to recognize when someone had good intentions. Of course, Faith had something to gain from too. She had always lacked normal relationships, and she needed them to build a stable foundation for her individuality. She needed to experience life outside the protection of the council to understand if her path toward her peace and calmness was right. Yet, the same applied to June even if her situation was worse than Faith. She was different from Noah, who had managed to find an organization where he could be himself. She still lived among the nobles and the royals, where she had to pretend every day to be someone else. The years spent in solitude that she could escape only when Noah managed to find a path toward her weighed on her mind. That didn't mean that June's determination was fading or that she was about to give up on the offers of the Elbas family. Still, it was a situation that was far from ideal. Noah understood how Faith could reach her out in the open due to their favorable position. They might be able to set up meetings and sparring sessions where June wouldn't have to pretend. He did not doubt that June would be able to endure on her own. However, just as Faith said, that didn't mean that she should do it. Leaving Faith alive increased the risk of exposing his relationship with June slightly, but he was willing to take it if it benefited his lover. Noah felt like heaving another tired sigh, but he suppressed it to ask a question. "So, did you gain something from our story? Your love is quite poetic," Faith said. "You both know that your journey won't allow you to stay together until you reach the peak. Yet, you are unwilling to let go of your feelings, and you snatch these few periods together just to find small moments of peace." June's story didn't involve their individualities nor their vows, but Faith could understand how the political situation in the other world would force their relationship to evolve. "You have my complete support," Faith exclaimed as she took both Noah's and June's hands in her grasp. "Just be sure to give me some nice detail from time to time." Faith winked toward June when she said that, and Noah could just pretend not to see that gesture. Once they made their situation clear, the three of them began to explore the forest with Noah relying on his enhanced awareness to look for any danger. Nevertheless, it seemed that the calming properties of the leaves scared away many powerful magical beasts, which made the area quite safe and perfect to resume their training. Noah, June, and Faith resumed their training in the method acquired from the Durin bloodline. Faith improved faster than the couple since her existence didn't commit any major crime against heaven and earth. However, even she met some issues along the way. She had overcome the 3 tribulations, which was already an act of defiance even if they were rules of the world. She was on the path to becoming an entity outside of the heaven and earth's domain, just like every heroic cultivator. So, the will absorbed with the training method self-destructed in her mental sphere too. It only lasted longer in that foreign environment. Yet, the 3 of them weren't in a hurry, and they didn't want to risk an injury because of their eagerness to wield that new power. The 2 worlds were momentarily at peace, and the trio was outside of the bloodline's domain. There wasn't anything left to do other than wait for more troops to cross the portal. Deploying more troops, though, was a complicated matter, and the capacity of the portal wasn't the only problem in that topic. King Elbas was doing his best to improve the passage as fast as he could, but there were political situations in the other world that the 4 forces couldn't just ignore. Sending more cultivators in the new mortal lands would leave their borders undefended. That slowed down the creation of agreements concerning the number of assets to deploy. After all, the Hive had almost reached its limit after it sent more rank 4 assets in the mating sessions. Its forces consisted only of about 70 rank 4 cultivators and 7 entities in the 5th rank. The width of its territory was almost half that of the 3 big nations, but those factions had far more available troops even with larger domains. The Hive was surely growing at an unbelievable speed. Still, it would take time to make it reach a point where it could feel confident in sending more heroic assets through the portal. The other nations didn't want to see their defenses becoming weaker either, which ended up slowing down the arrivals of new troops further. Of course, Noah didn't care about the political matters between the 4 factions, and June seemed to feel the same way. They were finally together in a place where they could train and love each other in the open. An unknown world was in front of them too, and they could explore it without restrictions. To put it simply, they weren't so eager to go back to their factions. Faith seemed to share that feeling since she adapted to the new environment rather quickly. She would spend a large part of her time training, but she would ask June for a spar from time to time. Noah would watch their battles from time to time, but he found himself quite busy in that period. He often explored the areas around the forest to find powerful magical beasts to hunt, and he consumed a lot of time absorbing heaven and earth's will since it kept on self-destructing when it entered his mind. The divine deduction technique helped him gathering information, but his improvements were still slow since he never managed to contain the will for long periods. He often spent intimate moments with June too. The two of them would just leave for deeper parts of the forest at random moments, and Faith would giggle every time she saw that happening. All in all, Noah and June had never experienced a happier period in their lives. The list containing the discoveries made by the assets on the volcano enlarged as the researches continued and the bloodlines provided more reports. Noah even added a few lines in that list as he kept on hunting and exploring. His discoveries were obviously linked to the fauna and layout of that world, and Noah didn't feel like keeping them for himself since the mutagen inside the elite beasts had already been found. It was better to give as many accurate reports as he could before the experts of the other factions reached the same conclusions. That would improve his value as an expert and allow the Hive to obtain discounts on eventual drugs and items that made use of his discoveries. His efforts helped in enlarging the map of the New World and in classifying the mutated species there. His experiments with the mutagen allowed him to find a peculiar radiation in the behavior of the primary energy that carried it. His continuous interaction with the random laws contained inside heaven and earth's will had made him quite sensitive to their presence. That discovery allowed the experts in the volcano to replicate that radiation and create items able to detect elite beasts. The cultivators wouldn't have to test the strength of the creatures anymore to understand if they had a fake Danteon. Also, Noah noticed an intense aggression in how the mutagen targeted his Danteon and forced the growth of a similar organ in the ordinary beasts. Everything seemed to point toward the conclusion that the mutagen could solve the inborn issue of the flawed humans. Still, the experiments of the ancestors had failed according to the records obtained from the Durin bloodline. The experts from Noah's world knew that, but they were far more advanced when it came to most aspects of the cultivation world. The natives were aware of the properties of many materials in their world, and they had spent centuries learning how to make them express their full potential. Yet, Noah's world had various inscription methods that could be applied even in fields like alchemy, which didn't strictly require them. The experts took note of the mutagen's aggression too, but that behavior came from the laws inside it. There was a need for heroic cultivators on a far higher level to study it. Months passed like that, with the three of them contributing to the development of their world while still focusing on their power. The new mating sessions eventually gave birth to more children. No elite humans appeared at that time, but there weren't even flawed humans in the more than 40 newborns. The numbers though didn't dishearten the bloodlines since they knew how small the chances actually were to produce humans like them. Nevertheless, it was now clear that they could completely overcome the biggest weakness of their society. They just needed time for the new generations to replace all the flawed humans, which would eventually disappear as that trend continued. Even years passed eventually, and the trio began to venture deeper into the beast's territory since it was still dangerous to return to the volcano. Their goal was to find the remains of the past civilizations when the ancestors were still ruling those mortal lands. They hoped to gain more from the dead since the living didn't want to disclose their secrets. The bloodlines had never disclosed the actual timeline of their society. They limited themselves to reveal the existence of the ancestors and that they had been forced to retreat when the heaven tribulation killed them. Noah and the others knew that those events had probably happened millennia in the past, but the structures of the natives were amazing in fending off magical beasts. There was a chance that they hid secrets that the elite cultivators didn't want to reveal and that they didn't bother to retrieve during their escape. Of course, the trio didn't have high hopes for that mission, but they felt like exploring the world after spending almost 3 years in the area with the Blue Forest. There wasn't much left to discover and catalog in that territory, so they decided that it was time to move. Each of them had their reasons to explore too. Noah wanted to find more rank 5 magical beasts to hunt since his breakthrough to the middle tier was drawing near, and Faith wanted to experience the life of a lone cultivator without the protection of the council. As for June, her centers of power were improving at high speed since she began to live in the wilderness. She could spend all the time that she wanted with her lover, and spar with Faith to fuel her battle intent. Also, she could reveal her real character in her daily life, which was something that she had never been able to do inside her family and with the royals around her. Faith had benefited from that environment too. Having a friend that she could treat as her equal made her experience feelings that she didn't think existed. Even Noah's presence had contributed to her improvements since he was the only man that didn't seem affected by her beauty. He had eyes only for June, and his aura changed too when he was with her. The sharp coldness that usually surrounded him became a violent gale that didn't radiate any dangerous sensation. Instead, it expressed a perpetual mutation. The truth behind Noah's aura was linked to his individuality, but he didn't completely understand the changes happening inside him either. He knew that he was happy. His family was dead, he was improving steadily, and he could spend his daily life with the woman that he loved. Yet, his current happiness was different from that felt whenever he had a breakthrough or managed to improve his power drastically. Destruction and creation, coldness and warmth. Noah thought as he walked in front of the 2 women in his group, "My feelings take different shapes according to which part of my individuality fuels them." There was a duality inside him that his recent period spent with June had helped in enhancing. The quiet and peaceful happiness that he felt in those years was different from the avid and violent one felt when he was a lone cultivator. "I'm a complex existence due to my hybrid status and my transmigration." Noah's mind continued to wander, "But I'm still one. These parts of me shouldn't be separated so clearly." He was different from other heroic cultivators since he could study his individuality retroactively. However, that made him advance so quickly that he had disregarded the natural harmony that his existence should have. That was a common issue when it came to Noah, but it was a problem that he was slowly fixing as his understanding improved. "We should manage to snatch more years since our factions find an agreement only every 6 months. June said as she wrapped her arm around Noah's waist and laid her head over his shoulder. "To think that we would have to thank the same political issues that keep us separated," Noah said as he embraced her too. Faith had become used to those scenes by then, but she giggled anyway when she saw the couple walking embraced in those unknown territories. "Unluckily, we have a third wheel," June said when she heard Faith's laugh. "You have yet to pierce this third wheel's defenses." Faith replied. "Humph," June snorted. "We never go all out and you barely attack. I wonder who would really win in that scenario." Her aura started to radiate battle intent as her mind imagined a deadly battle against her friend. But Faith quickly reached for her and pulled the sleeve of her free arm. "You are doing it again," Faith exclaimed. "Are you sure that you want to spend your life with this maniac?" Her question was for Noah, who caressed June's hair before answering in a dull tone. "She has stabbed my shoulder in one of our first meetings. Her nature has never been a secret to me or anyone. I can't imagine you being on her same level," Faith said as curiosity rose inside her. "I wasn't," June said. "He was simply holding back to hide his spells." The memories of their battle in the airship made Noah and June feel warm when they saw how their relationship had evolved through the years. Yet, Noah suddenly noticed something and felt forced to escape June's embrace to investigate the areas in front of them. Noah flew in the air and followed the dangerous sensation that his body had noticed. His consciousness expanded and focused in the territory ahead, where he discovered that a pack of white lions had created their lair next to a series of debris. Noah didn't need any item to understand that the lions were elite beasts, and he couldn't help but smile when he sensed that their leader had a power in the lower tier of the 5th rank. Also, the debris hinted to something built by humans, even if there wasn't much left in that area. The smell that fended off magical beasts had mostly vanished too, which was why the white lions could live so close to them. Noah warned Faith and June before launching himself against the rank 5 beast. The white lions weren't weak. Their mane had abilities similar to Noah's lungs since it absorbed the sunlight and used it to fuel powerful white beams. However, even those elite beasts of the light element couldn't do anything against Noah's prowess, especially since his body had begun to near the limits of the lower tier. Noah stored everything in his space ring when the battle was over, and he even gathered the debris to give them to the hive when he returned to the volcano. As he expected, he didn't find anything valuable among those old remains. Still, when the area was clear, he noticed a series of lines on the terrain that radiated a feeling that didn't match the environment. Noah soon understood that the lines were, in fact, a drawing, and he shot in the sky to obtain a complete view. The images were a bit confused since a lot of lines had disappeared due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, he recognized a flying snake with a human face among them. The drawing wasn't exactly precise, but Noah couldn't be mistaken about what he was seeing. The vegetation that had grown there through the years and the influence of the magical beasts had modified that environment, altering the original shape of those lines. Yet, some of them had survived the passage of time and the natural influences, leaving a few distinct images that anyone could see. Noah wasn't satisfied with just that drawing. He dived back on the ground and began to uproot any plant in the area that featured those basic inscriptions. More lines appeared as he scanned the terrain. They carried a faint sense of durability, which had mostly faded since the ancestors had probably inscribed them a while back. Noah could see how they appeared to be part of a large drawing meant to remain hidden under the structure that had occupied that territory. Pieces of history covered by the natives with their buildings. Noah thought as the entirety of that ruined drawing unfolded in his vision. Of course, that was purely hypothetical. Noah couldn't be sure about the origin of those lines, nor why the ruins of what appeared to be a castle covered them. Yet, they depicted mysterious images that had to mean something when coupled with the strangeness of that world. Noah managed to find more almost complete figures when he uncovered the entirety of the remaining lines. He found more drawings depicting strange hybrids that had physical features belonging to both the human and that beast's world. He saw a human shape with a fish's head, a strange octopus that had arms instead of tentacles, and a creepy wolf that had 3 human skulls. This doesn't make any sense, Noah exclaimed in his mind as he kept on floating above the drawing. He knew that the ancestors were hybrid-like beings, but those images hinted to something completely different. Such life forms can't appear naturally, Noah thought, or can they? Noah didn't know what to believe anymore. The new mortal lands opened him to the possibilities that there were other types of humans and beasts and that species that resembled hybrids had appeared naturally. So, he didn't have the confidence in assuming that such imperfect creatures couldn't appear on their own. June and Faith arrived after they understood that something was wrong, and they felt his same amazement when they saw the drawings. "What do you think?" June asked as she turned to look at Noah. She could immediately find a connection between those images and Noah's peculiar body since she knew about its features. Also, she had seen how the bloodlines desired him. There had to be a connection between their past, the hybrids, and Noah's body-nourishing method. Still, her knowledge in the matter was too limited to make suppositions. Only Noah could know more about it since he was an expert in the magical beasts field, other than a peculiar existence similar to the ancestors. However, Noah could only shake his head at that question. He didn't know what to think, but he knew that he had to discover more about the topic and that his efforts alone wouldn't be enough to obtain answers quickly. Noah picked his special notebook and began to add his discoveries to the list. He even conveyed the entirety of the drawings on the ground. The cultivators of his world already knew about the ancestors' features. He wasn't risking anything by revealing that. Instead, informing the other experts might help him find answers. After all, that wasn't a small matter. It was the proof that the 6 bloodlines were holding back part of their history. It was needless to say that Noah, June, and Faith received countless mental messages in the following minutes. The leaders and the various experts wanted to know everything about that discovery to better work with it. Noah gave a detailed explanation, and he even conveyed some of his considerations. He believed that those creatures were the result of the experiments with the mutagen carried by the elite beasts. Yet, tests on flawed humans wouldn't become drawings hidden under large structures. The natives worshipped the ancestors and the elite humans, which meant that every piece of art had to feature them. It was highly improbable that they would depict failed experiments through their inscriptions. Unless they aren't failures, Noah thought as he stored his notebook. He had done everything in his power to inform the other assets of his world. Now it would be up to them to discover something more. What now? Faith asked when even she finished reporting the situation to the higher-ups of her faction. June finished her report too and turned toward her lover to see what he would choose. Noah felt his curiosity reaching his limits as he faced the two women. Let's look for more ruins. Meanwhile, the truth uncovered by Noah had massive repercussions on the relationship between the two worlds. The four forces from Noah's world had been honest, but the bloodlines had lied about their past. That made the four factions rethink whether to trust the resources that reached them. Also, Noah's discovery made them agree that it was time to show their hand. For rank 5 cultivators crossed the portal and arrived in the new world in the following months. They weren't existences in the gaseous stage. They were either in the liquid or solid stage in the 5th rank. The four factions felt challenged when they discovered that the elite humans had lied to them and decided to put aside their divergences to focus on showing their power. The arrival of those new assets forced the bloodlines to release the cultivators that they had held captive in that period, but some of them were still in the middle of the mating sessions. Nevertheless, the forces from Noah's world felt that the elite humans had broken their agreements, so they decided to show how serious they were. About 3 years after the arrival of the rank 5 reinforcements, the fissure under the volcano enlarged and destroyed part of the items that hid its presence. The ground shook, and the magma boiled during that event, but the cultivators guarding the passage didn't act to stop those tremors. Instead, they wore stern expressions as they waited for the arrival of one of the most potent assets that their world had to offer. A woman with brown hair, shining green eyes, and a youthful appearance crossed the fissure and took a deep breath when she reached the other world. She spread her consciousness to analyze the area, and a series of scared cries resounded in the nearby territories as the beasts living there felt the immense danger carried by those mental waves. The cultivators waiting for her arrival bowed and shouted greetings toward the rank 6 existence that had joined their quest. We welcome God's left hand to the new world. The arrival of a rank 6 existence in the new world turned the negotiations in favor of the four factions. The 6 bloodlines couldn't ignore the other world at that point. There were 8 rank 5 cultivators and an entity in the 6th rank right next to their borders now. That power couldn't defeat the entirety of the natives, but it could inflict heavy losses that they weren't willing to suffer. God's left hand forced the elite humans to disband the mating sessions and return the assets that had remained in the castle during those years. Those rank 4 cultivators in the gaseous stage appeared extremely confused when they returned to the castle, and all of them seemed to have lost weight. The forces from Noah's world didn't ask for compensation since the bloodlines had continued to stick to the previous agreements and send resources when the mating sessions were still in place. Yet, they increased the price in terms of resources and knowledge when the negotiations resumed. Also, they made it clear that other lies would just force them to become hostile. The elite humans could only agree to the new terms, but they took any research and piece of history away from their deals. They openly stated that they wouldn't reveal anything about their past and their discoveries. They would rather give away more resources than stop lying. It was needless to say that the four factions didn't like their answer. Still, the value of those materials and techniques was high, so they didn't create problems for the behavior of the natives. After all, they were bound to reach even better conclusions by researching through their methods. Also, Noah's group was taking care of the part concerning the history of the world. Noah, June, and Faith had continued exploring in those years, and they had looked for more structures that hid drawings. They had ventured deeper into the beast's territory, and they had even received the approval of their leaders since their mission was crucial in uncovering the essential secrets. Of course, their advance was quite slow since Noah didn't want to neglect his training. Yet, they still managed to find other drawings even if they didn't move as fast as the leaders wanted. There seemed to be the same kind of inscribed lines under every remain of a building in the wilderness. Another peculiar detail was that powerful creatures always occupied those areas. Noah's group had to decide to avoid certain ruins because there were too many rank 5 beasts living in those areas. There were times where all they could do was flying above those destroyed structures and launch spells until the ground was empty enough to reveal the drawings. That approach, though, wasn't always feasible since that world didn't lack flying magical beasts. Nevertheless, they still managed to find many remains and drawings, and all of them depicted those half-human, half-beast creatures. It was evident that those images were an important part of the natives' past, but both Noah and the forces on the volcano couldn't link them to the current status of the elite humans. There was too much that they didn't know, but they were doing their best to make up for that temporary ignorance. Almost 7 years had passed since the 4 factions stepped on the new world, and their understanding and knowledge had already improved far beyond what they imagined. Just the training method for the mental spheres was worth the trip, but the cultivators from Noah's world had obtained far more than that. They obtained countless spells created with different kinds of diagrams that suited the inscription method of that world. They amassed a huge pile of precious materials that they could redirect to all the cultivation fields. They learnt a more straightforward way to create cultivation techniques, even if the final product would ultimately be weaker if they used the methods of the elite humans. Their somewhat peaceful relationship with the natives had made them obtain all of that in only 7 years and without losing anything. The 4 forces just had to send their weakest troops in the heroic ranks in the mating sessions. Still, they had yet to discover a lot, especially for what concerned the bloodlines and the mutagen inside the elite beasts. "I need to go in seclusion," Noah said as he turned toward June. "I don't know how long it will take." The 3 of them were in a swamp filled with an intense aroma that seemed to increase the natural aggression of the magical beasts. They had found other ruins just a few days before, but that territory turned out to be a rank 5 danger zone that featured more than 3 creatures in the 5th rank. The group had to avoid that area since the beasts living there could fly, and there wasn't a safe way to explore it without enraging those creatures. That led them to the swamp that they were currently exploring to look for other remains of the past civilizations. "Why is that?" June asked, but she couldn't hide the tinge of happiness that she felt. Cultivators would usually seclude themselves when they were nearing a breakthrough, and seeing her lover becoming stronger made her feel relieved. Also, her battle intent fed on the strength of her rivals. Noah's growth would incite her centers of power to improve faster. "It's my body," Noah said, and June held back her curiosity at those words. She understood that he couldn't reveal too many details about his body. The risk was too high, especially now that the 4 factions were trying to find the connection between the drawings and the power held by the elite humans. Noah had never stopped hunting and nourishing his body during the exploration, and he had even reached the peak of the lower tier a while ago. Yet, he needed to fill his center of power with enough energy to trigger the breakthrough, and that had happened right in that swamp. "We should find a safer area, though," Faith said, and both her companions nodded at her idea. The swamp wasn't ideal, especially for Noah since he was affected by the scent in the air. Noah quickly led the group to a plain that only had rank 4 magical beasts on its surface. Then, he dug a cave in the terrain and secluded himself after exchanging a quick kiss with June. There was no chrysalis at that time. Noah simply abandoned himself at the drowsiness that had filled him since his body became ready to take a step forward. Strange images appeared in his mind as he slept. He saw some of the memories of the cursed dragon species again, but there was something else mixed with them. He saw humans filling vials with their blood while a series of other humans kneeled in front of them. He saw half-human, half-beast creatures roaring and screaming as Chain prevented it from attacking the cheering crowd around them. In the end, right before waking up, he heard an aged voice murmuring something. "Perfection is unknown to humans. Only beasts can be whole." Noah woke up, invaded by hunger so intense that he could barely think straight. However, the memories from his dreams still filled his mind and created amazement. "I've missed something," he exclaimed in his mind as he took a bunch of Daniel's pills and random magical beasts' body parts and quickly stuffed them in his mouth. To his surprise, though, those nutrients only appeased him for a few instants before his hunger filled him again. Noah roared in anger as he started to unload his stash of magical beasts' corpses and devour them as they piled on the ground of his cave. There wasn't any corpse in the 5th rank in his space ring since he had used all of them to reach the middle tier. Yet, that large amount of nutrients in the fourth rank ultimately managed to satisfy him. His hunger was still there, but he could bear it in that intensity. There is something hidden in the mutagen, Noah thought as he activated the divine deduction technique to review everything that he had learnt since he came to that world. The images that he had seen in his dream didn't come from the cursed dragon species, nor a bloodline inheritance. Those were actual human memories. Yet, he hadn't eaten a human's dantian in a while, and he didn't even rely on the properties of his mental energy after he became a rank 5 mage. The only meal that didn't belong to his usual regimen was the elite beasts. Nevertheless, those were magical beasts. It didn't make any sense for them to carry human memories unless they weren't just beasts. How much did they hide? Where do their lies stop? Noah cursed as he asked those questions in his mind. Why were their human memories hidden inside the mutagen carried by the elite beasts? Were they once humans? Were they descendants of humans transformed into beasts? Or did they just eat someone that had seen those scenes? Did the elite beasts even appear naturally? Noah thought as he began to suppress those doubts. He wasn't even sure if the elite humans had the answers to his questions. Most of their history might have been lost during their retreat. We can only advance further and explore more ruins, Noah concluded, but he realized that there was another issue connected to his discovery. He didn't have a way to justify what he had found. He couldn't assure the assets back on the volcano of the validity of his dreams without exposing his hybrid status. They would never believe him unless he revealed the features of his body-nourishing method, which was something that he obviously wouldn't do. However, he had to give them some hints at least. Having other experts researching the elite beasts while he explored the world would improve their chances to discover something, and Noah didn't want to remain in the dark. There might be something wrong with the elite beasts, like some kind of toxin, Noah said through his special notebook. This feature might be hidden in the laws that rule it. That message was all that Noah was willing to reveal. It wasn't much, but he believed that creating doubts would force the experts to investigate the matter thoroughly, especially since he was quite respected in that field. Noah suddenly sensed a presence reaching for his cave, and he couldn't help but smile when he recognized it. "You are awake," June exclaimed as she broke the entrance and flew straight in his embrace. Noah felt his arousal filling him as soon as she reached him, but he suppressed that feeling when he saw that she had improved and her body had even reached the 5th rank. The memories during his breakthrough were so shocking that he didn't have the time to check his centers of power before June arrived. The first thing he felt when he focused on his body was an immense quantity of raw power. He had reached the middle tier, which made that center of power far more potent than his spells. The physical strength hidden behind his almost impenetrable skin was so incredible that Noah feared that he could hurt June if he weren't careful. His mind and dantian had improved too during his sleep, and he could guess by their enlargement of those centers of power that he had spent less than 2 years asleep. Harmony seems impossible for me, Noah sighed as he thought that. His body was advancing in the 5th rank when his dantian was still in the solid stage of the 4th rank. That difference in power, though, wasn't really his fault. His mind and body were simply off the charts when it came to growing speed. His dantian grew at an incredible pace too, but it couldn't compare to the other centers of power. One of them had a head start, while the other could rely on the superior prowess of the cultivators to obtain nutrients that would be impossible to get otherwise. Instead, his dantian only surpassed the realm of the geniuses, but it didn't enter in the otherworldly one where his body and mind were when it came to growing speed. Also, it had only been a bit more than 10 years since he reached the solid stage. Having a personal cultivation technique made him surpass any genius, but it couldn't create miracles. Noah and June caught up, and she updated him on the situation in the human domain. No major event had happened while he was asleep, but it seemed that there was tension building up between the elite humans and the cultivators of the 4 forces. The bloodlines had become more demanding in the last period, but God's left hand always refused to negotiate again. She couldn't care less if the elite humans didn't have enough assets in their mating sessions since her experts were already doing an excellent job. She didn't need to send more troops in the clutches of those mysterious natives. "You do realize that I could hear your moans while I was fighting?" Faith said as she appeared in the cave too and joined their conversation. She had improved too, but she didn't experience any breakthrough since she had advanced during their exploration already. Instead, she seemed to have achieved some success with the training method obtained in that world since her mental waves were somewhat strange. "What is the reason behind your message?" Faith asked at some point. "Call it a hunch," Noah said. "I feel that the mutagen inside the elite beasts and the drawings under the ruins are connected." Faith accepted his explanation and didn't mind that he was keeping something for himself. She couldn't possibly know that the phrase that Noah had heard before waking up made him worry. His instincts had begun to convey a sort of bad feeling once Noah stabilized his new state, and he couldn't pinpoint the actual origin of that sensation. What did they mean with perfection? Noah questioned himself once again when their discussion ended, and they resumed their training. If only beasts can be whole, where does that put me? Noah, June, and Faith resumed their exploration of the beast's territory after he woke up. Yet, the group took even longer breaks in that period to focus on other things. Some cultivators didn't take Noah's warning seriously, but most of them believed in his capabilities when it came to the magical beasts field. Most of the insights on the properties of the mutagen had come from him, and he had even been the first to discover the drawings of the half-human half-beast creatures. When the assets ignored his cold behavior and his inclination to create chaos, they were left with a particularly fantastic expert and an even more incredible cultivator. Of course, the members of the three enemy factions could see him in that positive light only because there was a natural truce among their forces in that world. Those cultivators who trusted Noah's judgment began to look for the hidden properties of the mutagen actively. Still, it was evident to all of them that such capabilities were carried by the laws that ruled it. The laws were a topic that most heroic cultivators failed even to see until they reached the peak of the last stages of the heroic ranks. They first had to understand their individuality, then learn to express it and, in the end, link it to laws that they could wield. Even experts in the 5th rank could barely begin to see the tools of the gods, and there were only 8 of them in the New World. Also, the magical beasts and the primary energy that they carried wasn't the field of expertise of most of them. Yet, the New World had given them something that could tune them with something linked to the laws. The natives' training method for the mental sphere allowed the thoughts of the cultivators to copy heaven and earth's will, making them more in line with the laws contained in the environment. That could enable them to understand laws slightly or feel what they were trying to express, at least. It was a stretch, but all the heroic assets felt that it was the only way to discover something that it would be impossible to learn at their level otherwise. A large part of the cultivators on the volcano began to focus on the training method wholeheartedly, and Noah's group wasn't an exception. Noah's supposition and the possible connection with the bloodlines past made them shift their focus on something that they had decided to take it slowly for the time being. As for Noah, he had to face another problem together with his training. His body was now in the middle tier, which meant that it required a higher number of powerful nutrients to improve and appease his hunger. His hunts became more frequent, and he even began to refill his stash of corpses that he had almost emptied after his awakening. The training with the method proceeded slowly, but the first signs of success started to appear after so many years spent trying to reproduce heaven and earth's will. The divine deduction technique partially allowed him to make up for the self-destructions of the wills, and he managed to memorize the aura radiated by those messy laws a few years after the breakthrough. It must be said that Faith had been faster than him in that field, but there wasn't much that he could do about it. She was weaker than him, and her existence hadn't openly clashed with heaven and earth yet. So, she had more time to understand the kind of aura that she had to copy. After that, they would have to create a copy of the will and then use it to modify the walls of their minds following the natives' inscription method. June needed a few more years to memorize the aura of the will, but even she joined her companions in the following steps of the training method after that. In that period of training and hunting, the group kept on discovering more traces of the old reign of the elite cultivators. Noah's new state allowed them to explore areas that weren't accessible before due to the power of beasts habiting them. They found more drawings and even more hints as they ventured deeper into the wilderness. Cleared images began to appear. They depicted scenes similar to what Noah had seen in his dreams, and they even added some details. Noah and the others saw humans handing vials to kneeled humans, and the hybrid-like creatures following those drawings. There were even some images that depicted humans and beasts holding their hands in a friendly manner. It was only when they were about to reach the farther regions from the human domain, though, that they started to see shocking things. The ruins became more and more frequent as they reached for the other side of the continent. It was as if entire cities had fallen there. However, there were always the drawings that Noah's group had become familiar to see at the center of those ruins. It wasn't hard to guess that the habitations of the previous rulers stood there back then. Yet, Noah and the others would have never expected for some of them not to be destroyed entirely. "This is the most intact one that we found," Faith said as she gazed toward a castle in the distance that had mostly fallen apart. Even if they were quite far away, they could sense part of the aura contained in the materials that made that structure. "Yes, it must have been the home for some powerful entity," June said. "Indeed," Noah added. "The materials are just on another level. They even managed to keep the magical beasts away after so many years. I guess that the heaven tribulation really happened then." The group advanced toward the broken castle after that quick exchange of lines. Noah was obviously in the lead, and he was even the only one that could sense the awful scent that the materials of the structure still radiated. Nevertheless, he had become so used to smell it by then that he didn't even hesitate to enter the castle when he reached it. The entirety of the structure had black cracks on its outside that spread even on its insides. "There definitely was a heaven tribulation here," June said when she inspected those cracks. Noah's instincts didn't react to them, but June could be sure of that with just a few looks. She had used the tribulation as part of her cultivation method, while Noah was merely sensitive to its energy. It wasn't strange that she was the only one able to notice it. When the group reached the dungeon of the castle, though, the cracks became far less appealing. A series of cells appeared in their view, and all of them had strange bones inside them. There were traces of dried blood even, but Noah's eyes had already widened when he saw the shape of those skeletons. He could see that each cell used to contain beings that had both humans and beasts features. Noah had seen those creatures vividly in his dreams, but Faith and June had only images that depicted them. Yet, when they faced the actual remains of those beings, they began to feel the same dread that had filled Noah since his breakthrough. There were clear signs of transformations in the remains of those creatures, and even cultivators that weren't experts in that field could notice them. The bones had strange deformities and branches that didn't follow any logic. It was as if something had gone out of control in the middle of the process. However, there were both human and beasts features. Noah could spot a human femur in the middle of bones that belonged to a flying creature. He saw an almost intact human skeleton that had a series of spikes growing from its elbows, knees, and temples. "What are these aberrations?" Faith asked, even if she knew the answer to that question. She simply felt like saying something to dispel the moody atmosphere that was filling the area. No one answered, but Noah took the initiative to open the cells to analyze the remains. He quickly destroyed the metal bars blocking his path since the passage of time had affected their structure greatly. June and Faith remained outside as Noah analyzed the bones. He swept them with his mental energy, smelled them, and even licked them to understand their features. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to eat them for fear that they could cause a reaction in his body once ingested. He was simply playing it safe in case the substance that had produced the transformation still lingered inside those remains. Noah was immediately able to spot the presence of the mutagen inside the bones. Such a feature couldn't escape his senses, especially after he had spent the last decade fighting elite beasts. However, there seemed to be something else inside them. It was a sort of silent energy that gave him the feeling of matching the mutagen in some ways. In theory, these beings should carry the substance that forces the transformation, Noah thought, which means that some of them had escaped in the wilderness and mixed with the fauna. His mind created simulations of possible environments and food chains as Noah added the data discovered in that place. We would have noticed these kinds of hybrids, though, his reasoning continued, which means that they are either extinct or have achieved a complete transformation. He still remembered the words heard in his dreams. The voice didn't speak about hybrids but mentioned only humans and beasts. It was as if the humans wanted to pick a side instead of creating something in the middle of those worlds. The complete transformation would explain why he couldn't notice the foreign memories when he ate the elite beasts, while he could sense that different energy in the bones. It would mean that those creatures had mixed themselves in the fauna and procreated, covering the true nature of the mutagen in the process. Noah crushed a small part of the bones under him with his individuality to continue his analysis. White dust fell on the dirty cell as his mental waves broke the skeleton, but there was a release of primary energy too. Noah didn't absorb that energy, but he simply limited himself to feel it with both his instincts and consciousness. He could sense the presence of two kinds of energies, and one of them was the mutagen of the elite beasts. As for the other energy, Noah could only sense that it was ancient, almost primordial. He wouldn't consider it powerful, but it was something that his body labeled as dangerous. The ancestors' bloodline, Noah concluded in his mind. That was the only possible conclusion that he could reach according to what he knew of that world. The elite humans didn't cause that reaction in his body, and the energy radiated a sort of perfection that couldn't possibly belong to the flawed humans. There was only one kind left, and that was the bloodline of the ancestors. The primary energy soon dispersed in the air, but its two kinds didn't manage to fuse until the end. Yet, they were actively trying to become one even as they vanished. At least two ingredients, Noah thought, the mutagen of the elite beasts and something coming from the ancestors. After reaching that conclusion, Noah didn't hesitate to send all his discoveries to the list featuring the researches of the four forces of his world. Of course, he conveyed only what he was able to justify and labeled as possible what he had learnt through his body. Also, he sent mental images of the peculiar skeleton so that every expert could see that such creatures had existed. It was needless to say that a storm of mental messages reached his inscribed notebook when he sent the picture, but Noah limited himself to repeat his analysis in the other cells. Then, when he had confirmed that all the skeletons carried the same energies and he had added their images to the list, he simply stored everything in his space ring. "We will bring the bones when we finish the exploration of the continent," Faith said as she held her inscribed notebook. "We have almost mapped the entirety of the continent. It's pointless to come back now." The leaders had contacted her and June when they saw that Noah wasn't answering, but her reply was in line with the intentions of the group. They had just reached the part of the continent that contained actual rests of the previous civilization. They couldn't go back now after spending more than a decade for that. Noah started to break the floor of the castle when he was done with his analysis. The terrain under the structure soon appeared in his view, and it had the same lines that he had seen many times in those years. June and Faith saw what he was doing and followed his example, breaking the floor to reveal the drawing hidden by the castle. The inscribed lines under that structure were far neater compared to the drawings that they had seen in the past. It seemed that the materials of the castle helped to fend off the effects of the passage of time. The images uncovered in the process didn't differ too much from the others, but they were clearer and had far more details. The trio could see how there were even colors together with some lines, which gave to the drawings a completely new vibe. Some of the drawings, though, focused on the vials, and crowds worshipped them according to those images. Noah and the others listed the new series of drawings in the specific section inside the special notebook and stored the most intact materials of the castle for future study. Then, they made sure that there was nothing valuable inside that ruined building before exiting and resuming their exploration. Noah, June, and Faith set their minds in completing the exploration of the continent before returning to the volcano. They had invested too much time in that mission to retreat now. Also, it seemed that they had reached the area that the natives inhabited in the past, since ruins kept on filling those lands now ruled by magical beasts. The leaders felt forced to agree to their decision since they didn't have power over them at that distance. Their initial orders had even been amid their eagerness to see the skeletons, so it wasn't a problem to let go of the matter. The group spent the next period doing what they had become used to do in the New World, venturing through the wilderness and exploring every structure that they found. The feat obviously took time since the trio kept on training and taking many breaks along the journey, and the fact that the number of ruins had increased further slowed down their advance. There were far more almost intact buildings as they neared the end of the continent, since most of those structures had been built by materials that repelled magical beasts. The tribulations had destroyed and broken many of them, but the creatures still couldn't near them. The peculiarity of the inscriptions of that world was that the materials themselves obtained the properties desired by the cultivators. That led to a situation where they kept on functioning even in a broken state. Yet, even in the absence of magical beasts, Noah and the others had to check if they hid drawings under them. The situation reached the point where the three of them destroyed entire cities just to see if the ground had traces of the lost history of that world. It had to be said, though, that they were safe in those areas, at least. It was as if they had training areas as large as cities just for themselves. Their cultivation level and expertise in the training method inevitably improved as they spent their daily life wandering among the remains of such a mysterious lost civilization. In a few years, they had all reached the point where they could begin to create small copies of heaven and earth's will. Of course, they didn't copy the actual laws contained in the environment. They had just created small wills that radiated the same type of aura. No matter how small the wills were, though, they still carried the authority to rule upon the breath in the environment. Bones as always, Noah thought as he stored the skeleton inside a cell inside his space ring. This task would be more rewarding if I could actually eat them. His mood had kept on worsening as he and his group found castles that contained remains of those hybrid-like creatures and swept them clean. They had found more than 20 castles by then, but not all of them had those strange skeletons. The cages in some of them had been broken. The creatures inside them had escaped in the wilderness and spread their bloodlines in the fauna. However, Noah and the others didn't find a single half-human half-beast being in the wilderness, which probably meant that they had all died. Noah believed that they were considered failed experiments since the mutagen and the ancestors' energy weren't able to fuse. That lack of fixed state would weaken their actual prowess, making them easy food for the elite beasts and explaining their absence in the current food chain. The castles that had remains, though, contained even the skeletons of beings at the peak of the 5th rank. The sole thought of having something so nourishing in his space ring but too dangerous to eat made Noah nervous, especially since his stash of high-rank bones was quite large. He couldn't wait to solve the mystery behind that world just to devour all his stash. Yet, he knew that the four forces had to take a share of it, and he also knew that such materials would be wasted as simple food. Nevertheless, being forced to hold back helped Noah to improve his control over his constant hunger. That was something that he had never really mastered since his prowess had always allowed him to hunt powerful creatures. Luckily for him, June also helped in keeping his instincts at ease during that period. She didn't do anything special. She was simply there, which was enough to improve his mental state. "We have reached the end of the continent," June said. "But there is an island not far from the coastline. I say that we can go back after exploring it." Noah and Faith agreed with her without raising any complaints. There were only a few cities left to explore on the coastline, but the continent would be completely mapped after them. Of course, Noah's group had avoided some danger zones along the way, and he had even sensed the presence of a rank 6 beast during the journey, which made them skip a region altogether. Yet, they had done a thorough job in the various areas once inhabited by humans, and that was more than enough. After all, they had uncovered most of the secrets of an entire continent filled with beasts in less than 20 years and without neglecting their training. June kissed Noah before she and Faith stood up. "We are going for a spar," June said while revealing an alluring smile. "Do you want to watch?" Noah felt tempted, but he shook his head before speaking. "I have something to test today. I'll find you when I'm done. Try not to kill each other." Both June and Faith had changed in those long years in the wilderness. Their social restraint had fallen apart long ago since they didn't have to answer to anyone, and their personalities had even developed traits that couldn't bloom while living in their organizations. June had become more easygoing, and she didn't hesitate to express her desire for Noah even when she was in front of Faith lately. On the other hand, Faith had simply matured, and her childish curiosity didn't appear too often anymore. The two women left after cracking a few jokes between themselves, but Noah had already moved his focus on the insides of his mental sphere by then. There was a small brown sphere that radiated a profound aura near the walls of his sea of consciousness. It had floated there for a month already, But Noah couldn't find even the slightest change in the properties of his walls. That was the copy of Heaven and Earth's will, which was trying to modify his walls using the native's inscription method. The only problem was that it was too slow. Noah had left it there for a month just to test the actual power of that inscription method, but the result was utterly disappointing. There was no point even comparing it to the methods of his world. It's time to modify my second rune. Noah sighed as he thought that and prepared himself to improve the training method. There were a lot of flaws in the inscription methods of the natives. It was quite weak when compared to the schools taught in Noah's world, and it was incredibly slow to apply. Cultivators had to imprint their wills in materials that suited specific requirements, but the complete product would just become a stronger version of the original item. That result wasn't worth the time invested in the inscription at all. However, there was one good aspect of that weak method: it was delicate. It was almost impossible to lose the material during the inscription since the imprinting of the will was subtle and waited for the item to transform by itself rather than forcibly modifying it. Also, the cultivators would choose their materials with great care and use only those that matched their requirements. It won't be as delicate, Noah thought as he removed all the spherical runes from his sea of consciousness. But that has never been my approach. His mind felt incredibly light once the spherical runes exited its walls and floated around his figure. It had been years since he felt such a neglectable internal pressure. Nevertheless, that wasn't going to last for long. Noah moved his focus on his half-transparent figure and made it sever its stomach and lungs before shattering them into brown dust. Then, as he proceeded with the creations of the will-consuming rune, he added the copy of Heaven and Earth's will to the dust. Part of the dust eventually transformed into a black sphere that radiated pride, greed, and a profound aura that didn't seem to carry any specific feature. Yet, when Noah saw it, he couldn't help but feel satisfied with the result. It keeps the properties of the will. I can improve the training method, Noah thought as he took out the rune to fill it with primary energy. He already had his previous runes at his disposal, so he didn't need to waste time in creating primary energy. He simply shattered one of the spherical runes floating around him and let his new creation take the energy that it once contained. Of course, his mind had improved in those years, so his new rune was slightly more potent than its previous version. Also, it now radiated the same aura of Heaven and Earth's will, which had further increased its power. His second rune was a proper rank 5 container for primary energy, and he intended to use it to inscribe the walls of his mind quickly. Noah had to create a bit more primary energy to fill the new rune, but he quickly stored it back inside his mind when it was completed. Then, he placed it in a random spot next to the walls. The aura radiated by the rune touched the walls and remained in contact with them. Noah had basically automatized the inscription method of the natives with the will-consuming runes. Yet, he didn't want to automatize it. He wanted to improve it. Noah molded the remaining brown dust into multiple spherical runes and repeated the process of filling them with primary energy. Once he was done, he reinserted them in his sea of consciousness and placed them next to its walls. There were a dozen of spherical runes inscribing the walls of his mind when he had completed the improvements. The number of spheres was inferior compared to before, but that was the limit of his will. He needed to wait until his greed and pride came back before replacing all the old runes. He wasn't in a hurry though, especially now that he knew that his idea worked. He believed that such an approach would shorten the time required to master the training method by a lot, while also keeping it safe for his mind. I should look for June, Noah thought as he forced himself to stand up to look for his lover. The after effects of creating the will-consuming runes were always harsh and made Noah quite moody, but he had learnt to handle them as his expertise increased. He would usually just lie down and rest, but he had discovered that June was able to ignite his greed, allowing him to recover faster. Also, he had told her that he would look for her. Noah found June lying among a series of ruins while wearing a satisfied expression. Her robe was a mess, but she wasn't wounded in the slightest. "Did you win?" Noah asked as he lay next to her. "No, none of us ever wins," June answered as she turned and sat over Noah's waist. "But it was fun." Then, she lowered her face to kiss Noah while her hands went under his robe to touch his naked chest. Noah felt his greed returning as June moved over him. His ambition was endless, but even that feeling couldn't ignite his desire as quickly as his lover. The following weeks went on like that. Noah finished replacing all his spherical runes with those carrying his copy of Heaven and Earth's will, and the rest of the group didn't fail to keep itself busy. June and Faith would simply train and fight. It was as if the three of them weren't even in a mission to uncover the secrets of those mortal lands. They resumed their exploration when everyone was ready and set off toward the remaining destroyed cities. The journey was quite uneventful, and they only managed to find 3 more castles that contained those strange skeletons. The others were empty and didn't hold anything valuable. All of them, though, had drawings under them, which depicted the same images that they had seen in the last part of the continent. The vials often appeared, as well as pictures that hinted at the fusion between the two species. "There is only the island left," Faith said when they came out of the last castle. "I think that we have explored most of the lands that this world has to offer. As for the sea, we are too few to explore it." Noah and June nodded at her words. The sea usually had a more potent fauna, but that was true in their world since the humans ruled the surface. There was a chance that the sea wouldn't be more dangerous there, but the three of them didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. They had obtained what they wanted. The forces back in the human domain had a lot of clues about the secret history of the natives. They could almost reconstruct the entirety of their past. Their only doubts were whether the ancestors had really succeeded in turning themselves into beasts and if that was the reason behind the Heaven Tribulation. Noah, June, and Faith flew toward the island with reasonably relaxed moods. They had explored that world for years. They had done it for too long to feel anxious during the last part of their mission. However, they could immediately tell that something was wrong once they reached the island. There were the usual ruins on its surface, but, in the middle of them, there was a completely intact castle. The castle on the island wasn't old, but there wasn't even the slightest crack on its surface. There wasn't also any black mark on it. It was as if the Heaven Tribulation didn't attack that place at all. Yet, Noah and the others were sure that the lightning storm had fallen there due to the marks on the ruins. It seemed that the bolts of lightning had just avoided the castle on purpose. It was needless to say that the discovery surprised the three of them, but it also kindled their curiosity. That was the first time in almost 15 years of exploration that they found an intact structure in the magical beast's domain. "I don't sense any danger," Noah said as his consciousness spread in the environment. The island was small, so the aura radiated by the castle managed to cover its entire surface. There wasn't even one magical beast there. The place was empty except for the ruins and the castle. "Let's search for the other habitations first," Faith said, and her 2 companions agreed to her suggestion. They didn't wholly trust the intact structure even if their senses weren't able to pick any kind of danger. However, something that had been able to survive a Heaven Tribulation that had presumably destroyed all the ancestors couldn't be simple. The ruins didn't hide any surprise, and they had no drawings under their floors. They seemed to be the same kind of destroyed habitations seen in the various cities that they had explored. Only the castle remained at that point, and their mission would be over. "They are pressing us to enter," June said as she stored her inscribed notebook. The 3 of them had contacted their leaders when they discovered that unusual structure, and they felt curious too when they learnt about it. That place could contain remains not limited to bones and broken cells since it was still in one piece. Also, if it turned out to be that the castle could protect from the Heaven Tribulation, the leaders would just seize the entirety of the building and bring it to their world. "To think that they wanted us to come back just a few years ago," Faith said as she followed her words with a snort. The freedom that she had learnt to appreciate during that journey had made her see her higher-ups in a new light, and she didn't entirely like their approach. There was so much that she had lost just because they didn't want her to end up in dangerous situations, and she had begun to resent them for their actions. Her understanding of her individuality had improved by a lot in those years of exploration. Her peace had even started to change as she piled up experiences. She had understood that she was on the wrong path, but she had already set foot on a road that suited her more. Also, as the 3 of them started to master the training method, they could see the effects that their individualities had on the environment more clearly. Of course, that didn't affect Noah too much since he could already study his individuality retroactively thanks to his cultivation technique. "Let's go," Noah said after he had used his full focus to analyze the castle again. Both his mental energy and instincts were telling him that the structure was harmless, and he didn't want to leave the chance to obtain something valuable to someone else. The metal door screeched when Noah opened it, and the smell of dust reached his nose when the air came from its insides. The place seemed abandoned, but the trio still waited before stepping inside. Noah expanded his consciousness, but he didn't sense anything dangerous even when his mental waves spread inside the castle. That last confirmation was enough to make him cross the door and begin the exploration of the only intact structure in the magical beast's domain. Its layout was similar to the other castles that they had explored. There was a large hall that led to a series of staircases connected to the upper floors, and a few doors that led to the prisons. The trio directly went for the cells, but they returned empty-handed since all of them turned out to be vacant of skeletons. However, it didn't seem as if someone had escaped from them since their metal bars were intact. When the three of them went on the upper floors, though, they discovered that a large stash of books and scrolls had survived through the years inside bookcases made by a transparent material. They didn't hesitate to inspect those tomes, and their amazement surged when they saw that they contained researches and records concerning the history of that world. "You could greet the master of the castle since you have interrupted his sleep." An aged, male voice suddenly spread through the floors, and a powerful aura accompanied those words. Noah's instincts began to scream at that point. It was as if an immense danger had appeared out of nowhere in an area that wasn't supposed to have anything. Also, he couldn't fail to identify the power of the entity releasing that aura. It belonged to a rank 6 existence. Noah's survival instincts kicked in, and he reviewed all his possible options in that situation. However, he soon accepted that there wasn't anything that he could do against someone in the 6th rank. His mental energy was enough to kill him on the spot. Tricks, talismans, and distractions would only enrage him. Nevertheless, there was no threat in that voice. Actually, it seemed that the mighty being was happy about their presence there. Noah placed the tome in his hands back in the bookcase and moved toward the source of the aura. He would just do as the existence said since it was pointless to try anything else. June and Faith followed his example and walked right behind him. They wore expressionless faces, but it was clear that they were anxious about the imminent meeting. "Did he cover his presence before we entered the castle?" Noah questioned himself. It was the first time that his instincts didn't manage to notice such a powerful presence. The only explanation was that the existence on the last floor of the castle had hidden on purpose. Reaching the last floor took only a few minutes, but Noah and the others felt as if hours had passed as they walked to meet the being waiting for them. A large, reinforced door appeared when they reached the top of the castle, and Noah didn't hesitate to open it and take a look at its insides. His consciousness couldn't help him there. The aura of the rank 6 being was so strong that his mental waves couldn't give him any kind of information. What he saw, though, confirmed every clue that they had found during their long exploration. A colossal snake appeared in his vision, and he could barely contain his excitement when he heard it speak with a human voice. "Don't worry. It would be pointless to eat you all at my level." June and Faith felt amazed when they entered the large hall and saw the enormous magical beasts speaking with a human voice. The three of them had known for years that the ancestors were trying to turn themselves into beasts. Yet, gathering clues and facing a talking creature were two very different things. Furthermore, the creature was in the 6th rank. "It's a flying snake, but I sense mental waves," Noah thought as he inspected the colossal beast. "They have really succeeded." It was hard to suppress his amazement, and Noah felt eager to study that peculiar being just to understand how it worked. Its aura was too strong and blocked most of Noah's inspections. He couldn't even know if it had a dantian since its scent didn't belong to anything that he had smelled before. Noah understood in those short instants that the snake was a unique existence that didn't follow any of the fundamental rules that he had learnt through the years. The snake lifted its reptilian head and straightened its body, revealing a series of sturdy chains that kept it locked on the walls and floor of the hall. The chains radiated the same smell that fended off the magical beasts, but it was far more intense compared to that found in the other castles. They seemed able to bind the mighty creature in the room, but they also carried its same aura. It was as if they were part of the snake's body. It's surprising to find something so similar to us and yet so different at the same time, the snake said as it fixed its reptilian eyes on Noah's figure. Its head slowly neared him, but the chains didn't allow it to cross even half of the hall. However, that seemed to be enough for the powerful beast, which took a deep breath and waved its forked tongue. You absorbed the body of a beast into your own and replaced the laws to escape heaven and earth's control. Smart, the snake said after it completed its inspection. I believe it was a dragon. Ambitious. Noah's reptilian pupils constricted when he heard the snake's words. It had understood the theory behind his fusion in a matter of seconds. Don't be so surprised, the snake said while releasing what seemed a small laugh. My people have researched how to mix various species since the birth of our kind. You should feel proud that you've obtained a satisfying result in a world without our diversity. The amazement of the three cultivators skyrocketed at those words. The creature had revealed that it was aware of the fact that they came from a different world. How? Noah asked, but his question wasn't limited to its last revelation. Countless questions filled his mind. He wanted to know everything about the creature, its past, and the reason behind his current form. There was something that had bugged him since the dreams. He didn't understand why a natural hybrid would transform itself into a complete beast. He had been quite forced to keep his human form in his case. Recreating the procedure for the fusion while using the corpse of the beast as the core material was challenging. He would need to find a way to transfer his dantian and his sea of consciousness into a species that didn't have space for those centers of power. Instead, the opposite procedure didn't have those hindrances. I think it's time we have a private conversation. Your two friends can browse my collection while we speak, the snake said, and a wave of thick mental waves pushed both June and Faith outside of the hall while also closing the large door. Noah's eyes became cold when he saw that surge of power, but he forced himself to suppress his survival instincts. He was in the lair of a rank 6 existence. He was similar to a puppet in a god's grasp right now. The castles are all connected, the snake said. I can speak to my descendants on the continent and see what they had been up to. You must understand my excitement to learn that other mortal lands had managed to create a dimensional portal and produce a hybrid so similar to our previous form. Noah neared the closest wall and tried to inspect it, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Even the experts in the volcano had failed to see that property of the castles, so he wasn't surprised that he couldn't find anything. You keep speaking of us. What are you? Are there others like you in the world? Noah asked without holding back his doubts. The flying snake seemed inclined to answer all his questions, and Noah felt curious beyond any limit. Also, the beast was restricted by chains that probably targeted its very existence, which seemed something really similar to the collars of the Empire. Noah was even starting to doubt that it could hurt him in that state, but he wasn't willing to test it just yet. I'm one of the ancestors, the last of my kind. For now, at least. The snake answered, but its explanation became vague when it reached the last part. So, you were a perfect human before, Noah concluded before continuing to ask questions. Why did you do it? According to the records, you were already a perfect species in your previous form. That was Noah's most pressing doubt. He didn't care how they transformed, but he wanted to understand the reason behind their decision to abandon the human form. The snake sighed, and Noah was able to avoid showing his surprise at that gesture only because it began to speak. Our kind was almost perfect, but it didn't lack its flaws. We could absorb the abilities of the magical beasts, but we would inherit some of their behavior in the process. That was the limit placed by heaven and earth over us. Noah nodded at those words. It made sense for such a perfect species to have limitations. After all, heaven and earth couldn't allow for beings with limitless potential to exist. They would just break their fairness. The snake continued. In time, we understood that those limits were harsher on humans. The magical beasts had some sort of natural protection against the rules of the world. We concluded that they were necessary for balancing heaven and earth's power. Noah remained silent as he listened to the explanation that was entirely in line with the ideas that had filled him since he became a hybrid. We thrived for a period. The transformation would trigger a tribulation, but the lightning bolts targeted only the specimen undergoing the process. It wasn't hard to protect it and increase our population of superior beings. The snake said, and its gaze lost some focus as its mind wandered through its memories. Then it moved back to Noah as it concluded its story. Yet, when we tried to apply the procedure to our weaker descendants, the world decided that we had gone too far and unleashed a worldwide heaven tribulation. What are you doing here alone then? Why the shackles? And what are the 6 bloodlines doing on the other side of the continent? Noah kept on asking questions. He could understand that the humans of that world had found their hope to fix their flaws in the elite beasts. Yet, there were missing critical points in the snake's explanation. It didn't tell him the purpose of making the bloodlines breed to increase the population, nor why they were hiding their history. He felt as if there was a more profound secret still hidden under that polite behavior. I've designed this castle. Unlike my brothers and sisters, I was the only one that predicted the rage of heaven and earth. The snake said, if you are wondering how, it's because I've been the last ancestor to transform. My form is the most perfect state achievable in the mortal lands. And that lets you predict the arrival of the tribulations? Noah asked at that point. I'm truly whole. There is a certain understanding of the world that you can obtain only from where I stand. The snake answered. Noah didn't like that vague reply. It was hard to trust a huge, talking snake in the 6th rank when it wasn't giving him real answers about the advantages of its species. After all, Noah's hybrid status didn't forsake any positive feature of the magical beast's world. His strength was above any creature, and both his other centers of power had benefited from the fusion. He wanted answers on the actual benefits behind turning himself into a beast, and the simply improved understanding wasn't enough to convince him about that path. These shackles are also my creation. The snake continued since Noah had fallen silent. After eating everyone inside the castle, I was afraid that I would fly outside to look for more food. Doing that would trigger the remains of the worldwide heaven tribulation, and I can't let it focus me alone. Noah began to have a bad feeling when he heard that, but the snake didn't give him time to think since it continued with its explanation. You must understand that the tribulation hit just when we successfully transformed the first human that wasn't an ancestor through my perfect procedure. There were just too few of us to survive. What are the bloodlines doing then? Noah asked again, but his instincts were telling him that the situation was becoming dangerous. However, he couldn't really escape, so he simply decided to see where that conversation would lead him. Well, the compound for the perfect transformation requires the mutagen of the elite beasts and the ancestors' blood in my body. The snake said. Yet, I could only transform one human at the time in that way. As the bearer of my heritage, I had to find a way that could transform everyone at the same time to defeat the tribulation together and reclaim the land. The rank 6 creature began to laugh at that point. Nevertheless, there was no happiness behind its voice. Noah could only sense deep and intense exhaustion accompanying those sounds. The snake continued. So, I've invented a method to keep the transformation dormant until a worthy existence triggered it. I've let the bloodlines spread the compound, and they even sacrificed their weaker assets to infect the fauna of this world. Then, I hibernated, waiting for a worthy existence to appear. Noah's vertical pupils constricted at those words. He had finally understood why his instincts didn't manage to sense such a powerful existence. Can't you be the trigger? Noah asked, but the snake slowly shook its head. The only way to create a chain reaction is through the roar of a transforming beast carrying the ancestor's bloodline. The snake said, I was ready to wait until a spontaneous mutation appeared and gave birth to one of my kind. But the arrival of your forces made me reconsider that. Noah felt the need to retreat, but the snake's consciousness suddenly enveloped him and forced him to remain still. Its aura carried a series of confused meanings that he wasn't able to understand, but he felt some of them seeping through his skin. A warm sensation enveloped him. It was as if something had taken life inside him and was spreading its effect in his tissues. I've seen your curiosity as you explored our past domains. I was sure that you would have reached this place on your own. The snake said with a deep voice. Don't worry. You will soon understand how perfect this form is, and so will your brothers and sisters. Noah felt the cells of his body escaping his control and transforming. He was aware of what was happening to him, but he didn't have any power over that procedure. He knew that he had been infected. Any of the elite beasts that he had eaten in the last years could have carried the compound, and he had no way to notice it. For once, Noah didn't blame his weakness for ending up in that situation. He had been careful in the exploration and thorough in his investigations. There was nothing that he could have done to avoid that outcome. After all, even God's left hand didn't notice anything inside the mutagen. Those plots had always been outside of Noah's power. That acceptance didn't mean that he wasn't angry that the snake was transforming him without his consent. Yet, he couldn't help but being curious about that perfect state now that he couldn't avoid the transformation. Noah felt an intense surge of energy filling his body and forcing him to transform. Then, a splitting pain enveloped him as cracks appeared on his skin, muscles, and bones. The energy inside his dantian became unstable as the compound began to affect his other centers of power, and even his mental energy started to tremble under its influence. His skin became darker and clear lines appeared to divide it in the form of scales. His muscles and bones enlarged as his size grew. It reached a point where Noah felt more comfortable standing on 4 legs rather than on 2. Noah's focus was on his mental sphere during the procedure. The transformation was applying immense pressure on its wall, and its insides were a mess. He wasn't in a situation where he could keep track of the changes in his body. His mouth enlarged, and scales began to appear even on his face. Then Noah felt an urge impossible to contain. Noah lifted his morphing head and released a cry toward the ceiling of the hall, which lit up and began to vibrate in tune with his roar. The castles on the rest of the continent lit up too and trembled in the same way, creating a copy of Noah's roar in the process. The flawed humans didn't understand what was happening, but the echoes of Noah's cry awakened the compound inside them. Only the elite humans knew about that plan and accepted the transformation willingly. As more roars filled the continent, though, dark clouds formed in the sky. Noah's roar triggered the dormant compound that had infected most of the magical beasts and humans of that world. Yet its effects didn't stop there. A few cultivators from Noah's world had used the mutagen in the elite beasts to create drugs aimed to improve the walls of the dantians. Some of them had tested their creations on themselves and were inevitably infected by the compound. Then, as the castles echoed Noah's cry and spread it through the world, even their bodies began to mutate. The world fell into chaos as the compound activated. Most humans began to transform into magical beasts, improving their natural state as living beings. The physical strength of the elite humans improved as their existence strived to reach the beast's level, and dantians began to grow inside the flawed humans as the transformation continued. The changes didn't stop there since the compound affected even the fauna. Most creatures saw their fake dantians reaching a complete form under the influence of the compound, and some of them even developed real seas of consciousness as they strived for a perfect state. An entire world was evolving right under the ominous clouds that were filling the sky. June and Faith had gone to explore the inventory in the castle before the snake triggered the compound inside Noah. Still, they didn't miss his roar and the shaking of the walls. However, when they reached the last floor and tried to force the door to the hall open, they realized that a thick layer of mental energy was preventing their intrusion. The 2 women could only give up when they saw that even their spells didn't manage to pierce that barrier. The power of a being in the 6th rank was something that they couldn't hope to match. Meanwhile, Noah continued to roar as the transformation continued. That act was instinctive. It was as if his body wanted to announce the evolution that it was undergoing. He used the entirety of his concentration to fend off the pressure generated by the transformation, and it took him a while before he managed to become aware of his situation again. His mind hadn't stabilized yet, but he could sense the changes happening inside his body. He felt his size growing and his form morphing to assume the shape of a cursed dragon. This is disappointing, Noah thought as he studied those changes and kept his mind stable. the transformation wasn't bringing him any benefit. The new features obtained by his body were something that he already had in its human form. Yet, he felt forced to rethink his initial statement when the transformation began to affect his other centers of power. His dantian was the first to be affected by the surge of energy originated by the compound. Its walls stiffened and contracted, destroying the black ring inside them and absorbing its shards as they closed the wound that had been there for years. Noah lost his cultivation technique, but his mental sphere began to radiate a peculiar tremor that carried his copy of aura of the heaven and earth's will. His existence was craving for harmony as it strived for a perfect state, and it couldn't allow such a difference between his centers of power. The breath in the matter around him started to converge in his almost draconic low waist and turn into primary energy as it entered his dantian. The walls of the organ soon became unable to contain all that energy and began to enlarge, pushing Noah's cultivation level toward the 5th rank. Noah was aware of the events happening in his dantian, but his mind was elsewhere. As soon as his mental sphere released that tremor, his focus wavered since a stream of information invaded him. The walls of his mind had been under the influence of the improved spherical runes for a while by then. Still, Noah didn't intend to use that ability until the inscription was completed. However, his sea of consciousness had acted on its own during the transformation. It ordered the breath in the matter around him to fill his dantian. In doing so, though, Noah entered a peculiar mental state where he felt connected with the world. This should be the understanding that the snake has talked about. Noah thought as his mind wandered in that state. Amazing! What he was sensing couldn't be described by simple words. It was as if his existence had suddenly become aware of its place in the world and could understand the rules set by heaven and earth. He had taken a peek in the world of the laws without needing for his level to be high enough. Pieces of information appeared in his mind, but they didn't cause any internal pressure. Instead, Noah felt as if his sea of consciousness was being emptied while he remained in that state. He soon understood that the pieces of information weren't flowing inside him. It was his mental energy that was reaching for the outside world and learning its rules. I see. Beasts aren't just an enemy, Noah thought. They are the enemy chosen by heaven and earth to balance their power. They are an unstoppable force that can take the easiest path toward the higher ranks as long as there is a form of energy around them. Noah felt sure about that realization even if he couldn't explain why. After all, he didn't understand laws. His mind was only able to turn a few of them into thoughts that he could review. Becoming a hybrid and walking on the path of the magical beasts would make you the strongest enemy of the world according to its rules. Noah continued to ponder as his mind wandered in that peculiar state. Yet, that's still part of heaven and earth's system. Confusion and hesitation began to fill Noah once he thought that. The secrets of the world were right in front of him, and he didn't like what he was seeing. Turning into a beast would force him to keep that state permanently, allowing him to become the life form that better countered the restrictions of the world. Yet, such perfect form didn't need some of the core aspects of the usual cultivation methods. Noah felt his dantian enlarging at high speed as more and more primary energy seeped through its walls. The sharp crystal that was his solid breath began to fade when surrounded by that foreign energy. It was as if the new state didn't need an individuality to progress, so it was simply turning it into primary energy. A path where the answers of the world are right in front of you, but you are stuck in a state that allows you only to devour everything. Noah summarized in his mind what he had managed to understand in that peculiar state. Noah continued to think. It's the easiest path to power, and losing my individuality won't affect my actual prowess. Yet, I would become part of heaven and earth's plan. The snake has underestimated my ambition. His now-scaled eyelids opened at that point, and he violently bit his front leg. The rank 6 flying snake had diverted its attention after Noah's roar started the chain reaction through the mortal lands, but it turned when it saw Noah biting himself. The creature couldn't help but reveal a smirk at that scene. You can't stop the transformation, the snake said. Your whole existence is changing right now. Just accept your new state and fight the world with your brothers and sisters. After that, It diverted its attention again to focus his consciousness on the crackling sounds echoing outside. Meanwhile, Noah had activated the divine deduction technique as he bit his leg. The effort increased the pressure on his mind by a lot, but that wasn't the moment to be careful. His future would be set if he didn't act. Noah had almost completely turned into a huge cursed dragon in the 5th rank, but he needed time to figure out a way to stop the transformation. So, he decided to slow it down for the time being. His sharp teeth pierced his scales and severed a large chunk of meat along with them. His idea was to hurt his body so that the compound would take more to make him reach the complete form. Luckily for him, his body was still unstable, and some of its protective properties had weakened during the transformation. Blood flowed from his wound and draconic mouth as he spat the pulp of meat and scales on the ground and turned to take a bite on his other leg. The pain had never managed to stop him, and he could only think about his prospects right now. If it's a matter of existence, Noah thought, then I just have to change it again. His mind was in the peculiar state where it could understand how the world worked, and the divine deduction technique allowed him to process those pieces of information at high speed. That was the perfect situation to obtain some kind of enlightenment. The fastest way to change my existence is to complete my individuality, Noah concluded. But I should be able to take my time as I plan how to do it. Noah didn't want to waste the improvements that the transformation was applying on his Dantian. Also, he didn't want to risk ruining his individuality because he tried to save it in a hurry. He had to let his mind understand the best approach to escape from that situation while salvaging his gains and current power at the same time. Noah kept on biting pieces of his body off, and he used his growing claws to break scales that he couldn't reach with his fangs. Blood and body parts accumulated on the floor as he kept on mutilating himself to slow down the transformation. Enlightenment dawned upon him quite quickly. After all, the snake wasn't addressing his form as perfect for no reason. The understanding that the transformation had given him access to wasn't something that he could obtain through usual methods. However, peeking into that world was just a sort of enhanced survival instincts for those creatures. They needed it to counter their greatest enemy, but they didn't have other uses to it since they didn't need an individuality. Noah managed to understand even how those so-called perfect creatures worked during that process. Their Dantians would obtain the ability of the magical beasts to absorb primary energy, but they would lose the capability to express personal laws. They were simply the perfect predators of heaven and earth's world, and their state would allow them to feed on laws in the higher ranks. Nevertheless, Noah couldn't be part of that system. He was an entity that lived outside of those rules. He didn't want to be defined by his enemies. He was a mistake that shouldn't exist. Giving up on that to find a place in the world would be akin to surrender himself to heaven and earth's shackles. I know what I have to do, Noah thought. I can stall the transformation for a few more minutes. Noah kept on maiming himself as he kept his focus on his Dantian. The primary energy converging in his center of power was pushing it toward the limits of the 4th rank. Yet, it was also eroding his sharp shard of breath and his individuality with it. Almost there, Noah shouted in his mind as the walls of his Dantian started to compress. The process squeezed the primary energy and breath, forcing them to reach a higher state as impurities left the gas and crystal and fused with the organ. The transformation had pushed his Dantian to the 5th rank to restore harmony among his centers of power. His body began to stabilize at that point. The injuries started to heal as his existence was about to step forever in the realm of those perfect hybrids. His mental sphere sent orders to the primary energy inside his Dantian. The gas began to turn into a form of rank 5 gaseous breath that differed slightly from that generated by the crystal that carried his individuality. His new form was instinctively creating breath of the darkness element from primary energy. Noah memorized that process and decided to act when he saw that even the rank 5 gaseous breath, carrying his individuality, was about to become primary energy to undergo that transformation. His aura surged as he took complete control of his mental sphere. The blood and body parts that had accumulated on the floor gathered in front of him, and Noah didn't hesitate to add more materials to that bloody pulp. He opened his maws and spat his liquid Dantian before focusing on the insides of his space ring to take out a series of items. The ring had enlarged to fit his new size, but it didn't create any problem when his mental waves controlled it. His demonic swords appeared in the open and landed on the bloody pulp, together with instabilities that he had stored there as he trained his inscription methods. Then, he focused on the insides of his mind, and all his will-consuming runes came out and landed on the pile of materials accumulating in front of him. In the end, he moved different energies inside his dantian and made them pass through his sea of consciousness before throwing them too in the pulp to start forging. Black smoke and a seemingly infinite ambition mixed with the pile of materials as Noah used the elemental forging method to fuse all the items that carried part of his individuality. Noah had never attempted to do such a difficult fusion, but his peculiar mental state was giving him some confidence that he would succeed. "I'm not a destroyer, nor a creator," Noah thought as he took a deep breath, "but a sword able to do both." A wave of white flames came out of his maws, and the primary energy that fueled it helped to finalize the fusion, forcing all the materials into a straightforward form. A black sword appeared when the flames dispersed, and a draconic cry came out of it as it took life. Noah felt a heartbeat in his mind as strength began to leave his body. He was utterly drained, and his dantian was empty too. Another heartbeat echoed inside him, and his body started to revert to its human form at that sound. Forging the sword had completed his individuality and interrupted the transformation since his existence had stopped striving for that perfect state. The compound didn't add something to his body. The shape of the cursed dragon had always been there, but Noah had purposely compressed it in a human form. The primary energy that had gathered inside him under the orders of his mental sphere had only focused his dantian since there was nothing else to improve. Yet, when his existence changed, his body naturally returned to its previous form, even if a few features remained. His skin had become rough, and he could notice a few sparse scales on him even if they weren't black like those of the cursed dragon. His nails had become black and metallic. They would resemble claws if they were more prominent and pointy, but they had returned to their previous shape, fortunately. His size had changed too. He was at least 10 centimeters taller than before. His soft hair had become more robust. It was still long and a bit wild, but it had assumed metallic properties that made it reflect part of the light that landed on it. Even though he had reverted to his human form, he wasn't entirely the same since his body had pushed him toward the shape that better suited his newfound existence. "You threw away my gift to keep your precious individuality," the snake said as it looked at Noah. "I don't know if I should feel disappointed or amazed. There are few beings that can stop the influence of my compound on their own." The snake turned its head away from the tired figure on the floor. It had lost interest in Noah now that he had chosen his side. After all, he had already triggered the chain reaction with his roar, so he wasn't that valuable anymore. On the other hand, Noah completely ignored its words. The heartbeat inside his mind carried pure but intense desires that forced him to focus on its source. The source of those foreign sounds was his connection with his latest creation, the black sword that had released a cry at his birth. Noah had realized during his peculiar state that he had to create something able to carry the entirety of his individuality to express it in its fullest. That understanding had led him to forge a living being made by all his creations and iconic assets. The will-consuming runes were an expression of his strongest emotions and carried enough primary energy to create spells in the 5th rank. His old sabers were the blueprints and the proof of his expertise in the elemental forging method, together with the instabilities. His corrosive black smoke was the deadliest material in his possession, and the energies in his dantian were a pure expression of both his individuality and properties as a hybrid. The liquid dantian was a center of power and also a good source of energy. His flames then had to force everything together and stabilize his greatest creation so far. A life form. Noah had understood that only creating life could complete his individuality. The destructive aspect of his individuality had managed to sever the fate chosen by heaven and earth, so his creation had to give birth to something outside of their plans, another mistake just like him. The sword was part of him, but it was also something separated from his existence. It was a pure materialization of his journey. The sword roared again since Noah wasn't paying attention to it. It acted just like a child that cried to express its most basic needs. It's probably a mess outside, and I'm in no condition to fight. Noah thought as he understood the needs of the sword. The snake didn't like hearing that second cry. It didn't want anyone to disturb its investigation of the tribulation, especially in such a crucial situation. It turned to look at the sharp form laid on the floor in annoyance and began to focus its mental energy to crush it. However, the sword escaped before the pressure could hit it and flew toward Noah, who was still in the process of recovering from the transformation. Interesting, the snake said. What is it? The inscription methods of your world are indeed superior to ours. The rank 6 existence was interested in Noah's creation, but he had never been talkative when he decided to fight. In his mind, words were useless when a situation reached a point where only one side could survive. Noah mustered his strength and grabbed the flying sword that released a happy cry when it came in contact with his skin. It was the innate happiness that any life form would feel at their first contact with their parents. Noah felt those intense emotions through his connection with the sword. They were the same being, but at the same time they were two different existences. He couldn't focus on those emotions, though, since he wouldn't have other chances to catch a being in the 6th rank by surprise if he didn't act quickly. Noah swung the sword without putting too much energy in that gesture, but it understood his intentions and used its power to produce an attack. A black, draconic claw came out of its sharp edge and shot toward the ceiling of the large hall. The power behind the slash matched that of a spell in the 5th rank, and it even carried the corrosive properties of the partial demonic form. The snake felt amused when it saw that attack. It was evident that Noah was in a poor state, but it didn't believe that his aim could be so off. Worry, though, appeared in its eyes when it understood that the claw had never aimed for its body. Instead, Noah had purposely targeted the part of the ceiling on the opposite side from its position. No! The snake shouted as its vertical pupils constricted, and its mental energy covered the entirety of the hall before focusing on that smoky claw. The attack lost part of its power under the pressure of those mental waves. Yet, there was a limit to how much that ethereal force could hinder the path of his corrosive offensive. The claw shrunk as part of the black smoke vanished to pierce the layer of mental energy, but an intense sharpness spread from its shape at that moment. The features carried by Noah's attack were perfect to counter mental waves, but he was still against a being in the 6th rank. The entirety of the claw had disappeared before touching the ceiling, except for a tiny gaseous shard that crashed on the gray marble and created a small hole in it. The snake could only stare in fear as the breath from the outside world seeped through the castle and raged at its presence. The castles of the natives were exceptional when it came to fending off magical beasts, but their defenses were quite weak against cultivators. The materials used to build them had a few enhancements and some peculiar properties, but they were still just sturdy items. Even a small shard of Noah's attack was enough to pierce its structure and create a hole where the breath from the outside world could pass. It was needless to say that the will inside it wasn't happy to see that it had missed one of the targets of its rage. "What have you done?" the snake shouted, and Noah puked blood under the shockwave created by its voice. The simple gesture of a rank 6 entity was enough to wipe out his existence, but Noah had always known that. That was the reason why he had decided to create a worthy opponent before trying to escape. The snake was about to unleash its anger on Noah when a thick lightning bolt passed through the crack on the ceiling and landed on its huge, reptilian head. The clash pushed the rank 6 entity backward and released other shockwaves that further injured Noah. However, among all that pain, he had obtained a short moment of safety. Noah mustered all his remaining strength and punched the floor, cracking the hard marble and creating a hole that made him fall on a smaller room right under the hall. His priority was to escape the battlefield that saw a chained rank 6 existence resisting a heaven tribulation that he couldn't even evaluate in terms of power. The snake was forced to divert its focus on the raging lightning storm that was making its way inside the castle. The barriers of mental energy around the hall vanished as it gathered its consciousness to face the mighty calamity, allowing June and Faith to become aware of the events unfolding on the other side of the large door. June shot toward the staircase when she noticed that Noah was on the lower floor and in a dire state. Faith followed her without hesitation since she didn't want to stick around a battle involving that powerful existence. Noah was lying naked on the floor when June found him. The black sword shot in the air when it sensed her arrival, but Noah weakly patted its hilt to reassure it. The sword was incredibly protective toward Noah since it viewed him as his sole parent. Still, it lowered its sharp edge when its connection with Noah allowed it to feel the emotions caused by her arrival. "What happened?" June asked as she hurriedly put his arm over her shoulders to carry him outside of that room. Noah was utterly exhausted. The transformation and the forging had emptied his reserves of energy, and even his sea of consciousness was in a critical state. He was also injured. The only reason why he had managed to keep his life in the hall could be found in the peculiar chains that restricted the snake and didn't allow it to express its full power. "Ground floor," Noah whispered. "As far as possible from the hall." June trusted Noah's judgment too much not to follow his orders. She carried him back to the ground floor and placed him in a corner near the entrance of the castle. Faith had limited herself to follow them in silence. The sword had flown in front of the group as they returned near the entrance. It inspected the rooms and staircases in front of Noah to make sure that the path was clear. Then, when they reached the ground floor, and it felt Noah's relaxing, it floated around June to inspect her. June was too worried about Noah's state to mind the sword at that moment. She crouched in front of him and inspected with a confused gaze the changes in the body that she knew far too well. The first details that caught her eyes were the scales spread randomly through his skin. They were mostly isolated and could be easily mistaken as scars, but a few of them were unusually explicit. Her hand caressed his cheek, and she noticed how even his hair was different. It was still somewhat soft, but it resembled metal strings now. His nails had obtained similar metallic properties too, other than becoming black. Yet, the feature that surprised June the most was the fact that his dantian radiated the feeble aura of a rank 5 cultivator. Rather than being happy for him, though, June felt sour. She knew Noah better than anyone else, and she was aware of the level of his centers of power. Noah's dantian was supposed to be a decade away from that rank, but it had experienced the breakthrough in a matter of minutes. Such an incredible increase in power couldn't come without a cost. Her heart clenched when she tried to imagine what her lover had to endure during his meeting with the rank 6 existence. Her attention then went on his injuries. Blood flowed from his mouth, eyes, and ears, but there didn't seem to be anything too damaged, especially for him. He was just exhausted and in need of a long period of rest. Noah had been half-conscious while June inspected him, but some awareness returned as she kept on looking for injuries. A helpless but warm smile appeared on his face as he took her hand and pulled her closer. June didn't resist and sat carefully on his lap. Her knees, though, were pointed firmly on the floor to put the least amount of weight on him. Of course, Noah would be barely affected by her weight, even in that weakened state. Yet, he understood from June's stern expression that he couldn't make her change idea on the matter. "What happened?" June asked again as her forehead touched his. "The snake is turning everyone into beasts," Noah said. "I had to become a different existence to change the path of the transformation. As you can see, it wasn't completely human." June shook her head after his explanation and tilted her head to make their lips touch. Faith was mostly diverting her gaze since Noah was still naked, but the sword found the couple's interaction quite interesting. It neared the sitting couple and hovered right in front of their faces, as if it was entirely captivated by their kiss. "What is that?" June asked when she couldn't ignore the sharp edge near her cheek anymore. "Something similar to the materialization of my individuality," Noah answered. "But it's alive and a newborn." June didn't even try to understand what he was saying. She nodded and turned her head to inspect the threatening flying sword that was most likely stronger than her. The blade released an annoyed growl, and June didn't hide her surprise. But Noah hastily took the corpse of a peak rank 4 beast without mutagen and laid it next to him. The sword happily roared and stabbed the corpse that started to dry up right in front of the trio. Tremors and loud sounds spread through the entirety of the castle as the group rested in the corner of the ground floor. The battle between the rank 6 snake and the tribulation was unfolding above them, but there was nothing that they could do to affect its outcome. Noah's state wasn't ideal. He would often fall asleep only to wake up every time his survival instincts reacted to one of the shockwaves released above him. His body was still stabilizing, and he did his best to quicken the healing process by eating the corpses of the standard magical beasts in his stash. However, the emptiness of his dantian affected his recovery. The transformation had destroyed his cultivation technique and had forced his dantian to reach the 5th rank. Yet, he had used all the energy stored inside it to forge the black sword, leaving it empty. Also, Noah lacked a rank 5 cultivation technique, which left him powerless about the current state of his center of power. He couldn't refill his dantian without a suitable cultivation technique. The recent events had forced him in a situation quite dire and usually avoided by cultivators. Nevertheless, he was a hybrid, so he wasn't too worried about his battle prowess. The only real issue was that the 3 of them were stuck in the castle as long as the tribulation kept raging. There was the possibility that the lightning bolts would ignore them, but none of them was willing to test their luck. They would rather wait for the calamity to be over before deciding on their next move. As for their companions back on the volcano, they couldn't contact them since a mental message couldn't reach the other side of the continent through the lightning storm. Noah woke up when another shockwave made the entire castle tremble. He felt a lot better. His body had finally gained new stability after his past meals. He still felt somewhat weak due to the lack of breath in his dantian. Yet, his injuries had mostly healed, and he wasn't experiencing the after-effects of the transformation anymore. "It's been a week," June said, "but the heaven tribulation doesn't show any sign of stopping." Noah realized that he had been sleeping on June's shoulder when she spoke. She was sitting right next to him, and an orange robe covered both of them as if it was a blanket. Faith was at a few meters from them, sitting with her eyes closed as she spread her consciousness to check the situation in the outside world. Instead, the black sword laid on Noah's shoulder, with its tip pointing toward the staircase in front of them. "I think it likes me," June said as her eyes went on the sword. "I can't say the same for Faith, though." "Of course it likes you," Noah said while revealing a smile and straightening his position. "It's connected with my mind. It feels part of my emotions." June couldn't help but show her affection at those words, but the sword soon began to stare at them again, ruining the intimate mood that had taken over the couple. "Is this what it feels to have kids?" June asked. "I'm starting to reconsider my idea of family." Noah smirked at her joke and pulled her near his chest. One hand went on her hair while the other grabbed the sword and held it still in front of him. The blade cheered when Noah wielded it, but he intended to use his newfound clarity to inspect its actual structure. It had only one sharp edge, and it was almost double the size of his usual sabers. Its hilt was thin but not severe, and it didn't have any guard between it and the blade. Also, it was straight, entirely black, and no one would understand that it was alive from just its aspect. Truth to be told, Noah didn't really know what the sword was capable of. The peculiar state that he had reached while he was striving to become a perfect being had enlightened him, but it didn't tell him what he was creating. The blade surely was the materialization of his individuality, but he didn't know its abilities. Some evident features were coming from the materials used during the forging, but that was still a life form. There had to be more to it. The sword didn't hide anything from Noah's inspection. He just needed to will it, and the functioning of that peculiar life form became evident in his mind. "I see," Noah thought, and the structure of the blade began to change. It became almost liquid, only to solidify when it divided itself into 2 parts and assumed the form of his usual demonic swords. This ability comes from the liquid dantian, Noah thought as he tested the pliability of the sword before making it regain its original shape. It is alive, but it doesn't need air. It feeds only on primary energy. A sword-type magical beast, the first of its kind. Noah evaluated as he learned about its functioning. The entirety of the sword acted as a dantian and stored primary energy inside its fabric. Part of it was necessary to produce attacks, but its structure required some of it to improve. Body and dantian had basically fused in the sword, without losing the abilities of those centers of power. As for the sea of consciousness, the blade didn't exactly have it. It didn't have a mental sphere, but it could think and radiate intense mental waves that carried Noah's pride, greed, and ambition. It was as if all its cells were an extension of Noah's consciousness that didn't weigh on his actual mind. Noah could understand, though, that the sword would be forever linked to his individuality, which meant that he needed to nourish it if he wanted to remain faithful to the path that he had chosen. "I've more mouths to feed then," Noah thought. "Well, my battle prowess would increase by a lot when I fight with it." Noah was now a rank 5 cultivator, able to summon a rank 5 blood companion and wield a living weapon in the 5th rank. History wasn't his field of expertise, but he was quite sure that no existence in his rank could claim to have his same foundation. Another shockwave spread from the top floor. The three of them, together with the sword, moved their attention to the source of those tremors. Even after a week, the snake was still fighting against the tribulation. Yet, the intervals between each shockwave were becoming shorter. It was as if heaven and earth were slowly gaining the upper hand in the battle. "I wonder how it's going outside," June said, without leaving Noah's chest. Faith shook her head at her words. She kept her consciousness outside of the castle, but the lightning storm didn't allow her to understand much. The tribulation had isolated them, and all they could do was to wait for everything to be over. Noah did his best to recover the assets lost during the transformation and to understand the prowess of the sword as he waited for the tribulation to end. His empty dantian limited his possibilities, but there were a few things that didn't immediately require his breath. Noah recreated the will-consuming runes used during the forging. The peculiar state reached during the transformation had allowed him to control the breath in the environment, but he had yet to inscribe the walls of his mind entirely. Then, his focus went on his sword. The name demonic sword was too fitting for that new species, and even the blade seemed to like it. So, he simply called it like that before moving to its abilities. As a life form that resembled the magical beasts, the sword had a series of innate skills that made use of the properties of the precious materials mixed in its structure. It could release the corrosive smoke of the demonic form and use it to create dragon-like shapes during its offensive. Such attacks would radiate Noah's sharpness and use the energy contained inside the blade. Yet, Noah could increase the might of those attacks by using his energy, martial arts, and spells. There wasn't any form or rejection between him and the sword, and even their instincts matched. It was as if they were the same entity, just divided into two different bodies. Of course, Noah couldn't perform many tests in that situation. He didn't have breath, and he would rather avoid claiming the attention of heaven and earth during the tribulation. After his injuries had healed and the tests were over, he felt the need to go through the thoughts experienced during transformation. His mind had gained access to a higher form of understanding since the perfect hybrids were supposed to be the most dangerous enemies of heaven and earth. He remembered the feeling of having the laws of the world displayed right in front of his eyes. They were deep and unfathomable, powers far more intricate than the individualities. Also, they were everywhere, even if in a messy and chaotic state most of the time. It was thanks to that understanding that he had managed to create the new demonic sword. But that hadn't been the only exciting event. His body had begun to transform primary energy into breath of the darkness element after the breakthrough of the dantian. The secrets behind that process had been the center of Noah's mediations for years. After all, his initial idea on how to complete his individuality concerned the creation of a different kind of breath. Noah had memorized the process, and he didn't hesitate to analyze it with the divine deduction technique once he had dealt with the other pressing matters. Many flaws and issues immediately appeared when he tried to reverse engineer that procedure. The breath, instinctively created by his body, was an imitation of the energy belonging to heaven and earth. It was slightly weaker than the original, and it was able to express its full power only when a hybrid of that kind used it. That couldn't work for Noah. There was no point in creating a different version of the breath of the darkness element if there was something stronger in the environment. Also, he needed to modify the procedure to make something perfect for his peculiar existence. With a slash, I destroy worlds, Noah thought, waving the demonic sword without putting any strength in that gesture. The sharp edge of the weapon cut the air and left a trail of primary energy at its passage. Noah's destruction made the trail spread and create more primary energy. With another slash, I create worlds. Noah thought, cutting the air again. The primary energy accumulating in front of him entered in the sword that used it to create abstract forms made of corrosive black smoke. Noah felt that his control over the smoke was superior when he used the blade to cast it. It was as if his power overall was whole only when he worked together with the demonic sword. That discovery didn't surprise him since the weapon was actually him, but in the form of pure expression of his individuality. However, seeing that his connection with the blade gave him so many benefits, he began to modify his plans for his techniques. He had ideas that saw the demonic sword as the core part of his cultivation technique and some spells. Still, he would need to return to a safe environment and acquire other materials before testing all of that. Faith and June kept themselves busy as the tribulation raged and shook the castle, together with the entire mortal lands. Faith spent most of her time cultivating and trying to understand what was happening on the other side of the gray marble that made the walls of the structure. Nevertheless, she was never able to gain a clear picture since the power of the lightning storm destroyed most of her mental waves. June cultivated too, but she had it better than Faith since Noah was with her. The two of them could spend their free time together and prepare in the eventuality that the rank 6 snake survived the tribulation and unleashed its rage on them. Of course, their preparations weren't battle-related. They simply used that time to have some intimate moments in case their lives were about to end. It was needless to say that the situation was quite strange since both Faith and the demonic sword didn't exactly agree with that behavior. Yet, Faith understood their needs and did her best to close her senses whenever the couple reached a point that was too intimate for her to see. On the other hand, the sword was difficult to convince, and June would often end up arguing with it. Noah simply laughed when he saw his lover trying to explain the meaning of privacy to a flying blade that could only answer with roars. However, the two of them reached a sort of understanding at some point, even if the sword didn't like it. The tribulation lasted for an entire month, and an eerie silence fell on the world when the lightning storm vanished. The castle had stopped shaking a few days before, but Noah and the others didn't dare to climb to the top floor until everything was over. Then, an entire day after the last lightning bolt, the 3 cultivators and swords stood up and moved toward the top of the structure. Noah felt relieved when his consciousness seeped through the hall and noticed a huge and motionless corpse, but he still crossed the entrance with the utmost attention. Luckily for him, the rank 6 snake wasn't playing any tricks at that time. Its charred corpse lay on the floor without radiating the slightest trace of life. Noah noticed how countless holes filled its skin and that one of its wings was completely missing. He couldn't feel excited though since the tribulation had been thorough in that destruction. When Noah neared it and touched its skin, a large chunk of its meat fell apart and turned into dust. Noah had hoped for a better outcome. The flesh of a rank 6 being was an incomparable treasure, even more to him. Every piece of its body could become part of rank 6 inscribed items, objects with a power that only cultivators at the peak of the heroic ranks could wield adequately. Yet, when the other parts of the snake's charred corpse fell apart and turned into dust, he accepted the fact that he had already been lucky enough to survive that encounter. When he considered the fact that he had even gained a lot from that meeting, the fact that he couldn't obtain the rank 6 body seemed reasonable. A large bucket appeared in his hands, and his mental energy spread in the room to gather all the dust accumulated on the floor. There wasn't even an ounce of breath in that material, but it still came from a rank 6 existence. It had to have some value in the hands of a suitable expert. The dust floated inside the bucket, and Noah sealed it before storing it inside his space ring. He didn't need to seal it since the formations inside his device were enough to prevent any form of spoiling. Yet, he was used to that practice due to the body inscription spell, so he simply executed it by instinct. Noah focused on the chains afterward. They seemed to have lost their power after the death of the rank 6 existence, but he picked and stored them anyway. He couldn't leave them there. When he turned to leave though, he found June and Faith staring at him with a tinge of awe in their eyes. Noah's confused look was enough to force an answer out of June. "You do realize that you've killed a being in the 6th rank?" Noah understood what she meant. The snake had managed to keep its shape even after the tribulation erased every trace of energy from its body. The thought that Noah had caused the death of something so powerful had made both women realize how resourceful he was. The tribulation killed it. Noah said, dismissing the respect that they were giving him, the retribution of heaven and earth is what caused its death. He meant those words. The three of them wouldn't be alive now if it weren't for the self-imposed chains restricting the snake. The truth was that relying on heaven and earth had left a bitter taste in his mouth. He wasn't underestimating himself. He knew that few cultivators would have been able to revert the transformation in his situation. Gazing at the laws made him able to complete his individuality only because his accumulation in his inscribed method was high. He was worthy of his new rank. Yet, he couldn't help but see the event from the opposite point of view too. The fact that his individuality was ready to step on a higher level had been a fluke. He had been smart in exploiting it, but he would be a dragon now if he didn't have a different path to complete during the transformation. His plan would have failed otherwise. Look at me in that way when I can kill existences on that level with my own hands, Noah said as he walked past the women and reached for the staircase. He had always known that he was just a puppet when higher entities were involved. After all, he couldn't even see his lover freely since the forces behind them didn't get along. Yet, completing his individuality had cleared most of his doubts when it came to the cultivation journey. There were crises that he couldn't predict, and beings that he couldn't control, but that wasn't a good reason to feel annoyed or angry. Only his ambition to move forward mattered, together with the few things that his current power allowed him to care about. Everything else was outside of his grasp, and he wouldn't let it affect him since he had no control over it. If he found a hindrance in his path to power, he would destroy it. If he lacked a road, he would create it. If his efforts ultimately led to death, he would accept it, knowing that he had lived just as he wanted. June and Faith knew that Noah, of course, June had noticed some slight differences in his behavior during their intimate moments, but most changes had yet to show up. The three of them took all the scrolls and tomes contained in the castle and exited it through its main door. Heaven and earth didn't react when they were in the hall, so they were confident that the calamity was over and wouldn't target them. A wasted world appeared in their sight. Countless trails of smoke filled the sky in the distance, and most of the flora on the coastline of the continent had become nothing more than dust. The island and the ruins on it were relatively intact since the tribulation had focused its rage on the top floor of the castle, but a few black craters still filled its surface. The three of them tried to contact the assets of their respective forces, but they didn't obtain an answer. Also, no mental messages had arrived after the lightning storm went away, which meant that every note left by their leaders had vanished together with the black clouds. They were alone and on the opposite side of the continent. They didn't even know how the situation had evolved after the month spent inside the castle. "We can only reach the volcano," Noah said, and his companions nodded at his words. If those were their mortal lands, they could just wait for some of the higher-ups of their organizations to pick them up and escort them back to their headquarters. However, they didn't know if the portal had survived the tribulation, nor if any of their companions were still alive. They didn't even know if the other heroic assets had just abandoned them when the lightning bolt started to fall. So, they could only fly to the volcano and evaluate the situation by themselves. Only then would they be able to decide on their next move. Noah closed his eyes and spread dense mental waves that carried an intense pride. His mental energy obtained a peculiar aura when it crossed the walls of his mind, and the environment instinctively reacted to his thoughts. The breath around Noah gathered under his feet and lifted him in the air. Performing such simple tasks, even if the inscription of his walls wasn't complete, was easy, but he needed to become used to them. It felt strange for the breath to follow his orders, but it felt natural at the same time. It was as if his mind was meant to impose laws on the energy around him. He just didn't know it before that moment. The demonic sword, June, and Faith quickly reached him, and they didn't hesitate to move in the direction of the volcano. Noah flew through the sky, followed closely by his companions and sword. His hair didn't flutter in the wind like it used to, but remained quite still as if it was some kind of heavy mane. His focus was on the cracked and shattered ground under him, even if he had to use part of his attention controlling the breath that was allowing him to fly. Using the breath in the environment felt different. He was moving something that didn't belong to him through his will. The sensation resembled that felt when he controlled magical beasts, but it came from something more profound than the pure fear of a more potent being. As for the environment under him, it was nothing like the island that they had just left. There were dark craters everywhere, with sparse burning trees appearing now and then. It was evident that the tribulation had hit harder on the landmass, and it didn't seem to have minded the casualties when it tried to wipe out any being carrying the compound. The continent appeared completely deserted, even if only a few months had passed since the group saw it filled with magical beasts. That scene confirmed that the tribulation had targeted even the creatures carrying the compound, but Noah was still unclear about the actual effect that it had on them. After all, they were already magical beasts. The answer to his doubts, though, came rather quickly, after only a few weeks flying straight toward the volcano. The absence of magical beasts on their path and their lack of need to explore the continent further allowed the group to cross many regions quickly. That brought the group deeper into the mainland, where they met the first trace of life since the beginning of their return. A pack of spider-like creatures appeared in their view. A wounded rank 5 hairy spider stood in front of a series of rank 3 and 4 specimens and waved its front legs as if it was trying to explain something. It was needless to say that such a scene was unusual even when it came to creatures that had given birth to a bloodline inheritance. The leader of the pack was performing gestures that weren't battle-related. It was trying to communicate through something more intricate than its cries. Noah didn't even wait for his companions to notice the unusual scene. He dived directly in the middle of the pack and fixed his reptilian eyes on the 5 meters tall leader. To his surprise, the spider didn't immediately attack. Instead, it screeched a series of confused orders to its underlings, and Noah understood that it was telling them to stay still. The rank 5 spider was in the lower tier other than injured. Noah's oppressing presence was enough to make it tremble in fear. However, Noah noticed that its 8 eyes hid traces of intelligence as they stared at him. There was an innocent curiosity in the creature's gaze, something that Noah had never seen in a magical beast when it didn't concern a meal at least. The weaker specimens in its pack seemed to have similar intelligent gazes. They trembled in fear as they studied the human figure that had suddenly landed among them. I have to admit that the snake was a genius, Noah thought as he realized that those creatures had developed a perfect mental sphere. His consciousness enveloped the various beings around him, and he inspected the mental waves that they innately radiated. He sensed simple thoughts as if they were children that had suddenly woken up inside powerful spider bodies. The instincts that had ruled their lives felt somewhat obsolete now that they could formulate complex ideas, and everything about them appeared new. However, even their newfound intelligence couldn't take over their instincts completely. Their aggression was something rooted deeply into their beings, and the snake's action of chaining itself was a clear example of that. The rank 5 hairy spider released a battle cry that forced its underlings to pounce at Noah with everything they had. Meanwhile, it tried to dig a hole in the ground to escape from the inevitable anger of that powerful human. Noah felt amused when he saw that scene. The leader didn't even test his strength before deciding to escape. In some ways, he could consider it smart. Noah sprinted through the barrage of legs and hairy bodies, destroying everything in its path. The sheer force released as he shot toward the leader was enough to shatter the blockade of those weaker beings. The rank 5 spider had almost disappeared underground when Noah reached it and pulled one of its legs to drag it outside of that hole. A series of sticky and poisonous webs shot in his direction, but a black flash consumed them before they could reach him. The demonic sword released a roar as it hung above the spider's head. The blade had never left Noah's side. It had merely laid on his back because it saw that he was interested in the improved abilities of those creatures. Yet, when actual attacks reached for him, it appeared in the open and revealed its might. "Easy," Noah said. "I need its head." The sword released an annoyed growl, but it didn't dare to disobey Noah's orders. It knew through its connection with him that studying the spider's minds was necessary, so it simply hovered there. The rank 5 spider sent all its legs toward Noah, but cracking sounds echoed on the scene when they met Noah's fist. Even after awakening its intelligence, a rank 5 creature in the lower tier couldn't hope to match the prowess of a hybrid in the middle tier. Noah tore the spider apart limb by limb and studied his body in the process. There weren't substantial differences in terms of physical strength, but his movements seemed smoother and fiercer. The spider inevitably died as Noah kept on creating cracks in its sturdy exoskeleton, and he tore open its head after its last cry. As expected, Noah thought when he saw that he didn't find any trace of a bloodline inheritance. The mental sphere was ethereal in its structure, and the absence of a dark red crystal confirmed that the compound made the infected beasts develop a sea of consciousness. Noah then inspected the corpse and cracked open its lower body. A shining organ full of primary energy appeared in his view, and he felt slightly surprised by its perfect state. The organ was a fake dantian, but it was remarkably similar to a real dantian in power. Noah stored the corpse and repeated the same inspection for the weaker specimens, without minding the few unharmed spiders that had already escaped far in the distance. Each one of them didn't have a bloodline inheritance and featured a fully formed fake dantians in their lower bodies. June and Faith waited for him to complete his analysis. After all, Noah was their greatest hope in reaching the volcano alive, and he needed that to understand what they were going to face once they reached the human domain. A few hours before the arrival of the tribulation, the assets from the four forces were going on with their daily occupations as usual. Most cultivators were studying and listing the immense amount of new materials that the new mortal lands had to offer. There were far too many applications to those new substances when they met the various inscription methods that the experts had to offer. The formation field saw discoveries happening every year since the inscription method of the natives shared its focus on the natural properties of the materials. The improvements discoveries didn't stop there. The appearance of new substances widened the inscription field as a whole, especially when it came to schools that could make use of the elite beasts. A new brand of inscribed weapons appeared in those years, and the alchemists created new brands of drugs that helped the dantians of cultivators in many ways. It was needless to say that testing the effects of those creations was a crucial aspect of the procedures. Yet, the majority of the cultivators there valued Noah's warnings and suppressed their eagerness to see if their discoveries could work on humans. Of course, some of them grew restless since Noah's group didn't find anything specific, and even the fear coming from those strange-looking skeletons began to vanish as the years passed. After all, they were dimensional explorers. They had to take some risks when foreign mortal lands were involved. That belief ultimately led them to their doom. It all began with a soft echo. Everyone living in the headquarters built around the volcano knew that Noah's group had gone inside the last trace of civilization available on the other side of the continent. Their mission was quite crucial, and their discoveries had helped the four forces in many ways. All the cultivators living in the headquarters were partially grateful that the three of them were dealing with such a tedious and repetitive task. Nevertheless, that echo spread through the sky less than an hour after they reported that they were entering the last castle. The experts on the volcano didn't mind it at first. They were outside of the human domain, and it wasn't unusual for packs of powerful magical beasts to cross their position. Even creatures in the 6th rank would find it hard to break through the defenses of the underground encampment that surrounded the fissure. The cultivators there had deployed an insane number of protections there, and they even had the help of God's left hand in that matter. In their minds, that world couldn't threaten them once they were inside those protections. They would have never imagined that the danger would have appeared from the inside. As the echo became stronger, every cultivator that had joined the mating sessions or that had been tainted by the mutagen started to transform. Panic spread in the encampment. Almost 20 rank 4 cultivators had suddenly become magical beasts and were finding it hard to control their newfound instincts. Some of them said a few words before their roars suppressed the last bits of sanity that they had managed to muster before their hunger took control of their bodies. The assets of the four forces didn't deploy their offensive at that scene. Their first idea was to contain their transformed companions and study the event before deciding on their fate. After all, even as perfect hybrids, they were still creatures in the 4th rank, and the encampment had 8 rank 5 cultivators and a rank 6 existence. Those beasts weren't a real threat. However, the heaven tribulation followed their transformation, and the insane defenses of the encampment struggled to keep up with the intensity of the lightning storm. The 4 factions were confident in exhausting the power of the tribulation since God's left hand was on the field. Yet, As days passed and the lightning bolts didn't slow down their offensive for even a second, they began to rethink their initial approach. Was it worth to damage the integrity of defenses laid down over 15 years for a bunch of heroic cultivators that had lost their sanity? The only real loss would be in the experts and individual cases, like Lix Elbaz, who had the blood of a rank 6 existence even in his beast form. Lightning bolts of various power fell on the thick barrier that protected the volcano. Some of them would barely meet the standards of the heroic ranks, but a few sparse ones were able to make even God's left hand tremble. The situation was becoming too dangerous, and that wasn't something limited to their area. God's left hand's resolution surged when she sensed that the lightning storm wasn't limited to their territory, and that more transformation had happened in the rest of the continent. Her choice became evident when she understood that the natives could directly attack them if they wasted their defenses to fend off the tribulation. The communications with their world were slow due to the nature of the portal, and no amount of improvements could solve that issue. They simply couldn't shorten the distance between the two worlds more than that. God's left hand decided to kill the hybrid before the forces on the other side of the fissure were able to answer. The tribulation stopped falling on the volcano when those creatures died, but she made the troops retreat nevertheless. They had to regroup in their world. The delay in the communications could be fatal in such a crisis. As for Noah's group, they couldn't contact them due to the lightning storm, and the thought of crossing the continent to pick them up was merely delusional. Also, the portal was still open, so they weren't exactly leaving them behind. There was no way to help them anyway. The same went for the cultivators still in the natives' domain. There was nothing that they could do for them. The assets returned to the homeworld with a single trip through the passage. The portal could withstand rank 6 existences now. Adding a few rank 4 and 5 cultivators could hardly be counted as a problem. There, the rank 6 existences held a meeting that assessed the unbelievable events of the other world. None of them cared about the loss of their rank 4 assets when they could lose an entire world filled with resources. Yet, they had to set specific terms before they proceeded with their next move. God's left hand was the first to cross the portal again, and she brought a series of heroic assets along with her. Her role was to keep track of the tribulation, and she didn't hesitate to report it when the dark clouds vanished. She tried to send mental messages to the assets that they had left behind too, but she didn't receive any response. It seemed that the breath in the air was still too chaotic, which hindered the correct functioning of their inscribed notebooks. Then, about 3 weeks after she reported the end of the tribulation, King Elbaz and God's right hand crossed the fissure and stepped on that alien world. Noah's group didn't encounter many living beings as their journey continued. There were rare specimens that had luckily survived the lightning storm or that had smartly used the environment to protect themselves, but the continent appeared desolate nonetheless. However, they could begin to sense traces of life as they neared the human domain. The landmass of that world was somewhat circular, while those in their mortal lands were almost rectangular. That had slowed down their exploration, but it made their path back to the volcano quite short. Yet, they weren't even halfway through it when a sudden shockwave spread far in the distance, from the territories under the control of the natives. Huge figures could be barely made out in the sky far from them, but they knew that only rank 6 existences were able to create such powerful aftereffects in their battle. The communications were still down, but Noah could only think about 2 explanations for the event happening on the other end of the continent. The first one saw the rank 6 existences of the natives losing control of their transformation and fighting themselves, while the other one alluded to a battle between the powerhouses of the two worlds. Either way, the human domain had suddenly become a danger zone that they had to avoid if they wanted to keep their lives. Noah led June and Faith on a more peripheral path. They would lose days of travel through that path, but that outcome was better than risking exposing themselves to a battle at the peak of the heroic ranks. Their target was the fissure under the volcano. Noah's group had already decided that those mortal lands were too dangerous for them right now. Ripples and cracks appeared in the sky as the battle unfolded. It seemed to go on forever, day and night, and the earth never stopped shaking in that period. "They aren't giving this world a break," Faith said, annoyed by the constant tremors. "It's crisis after crisis." June and Noah could share her annoyance, especially since they didn't know if there was still a way back to their world. There was a chance that those mortal lands would be their new home for a while, but the three of them didn't want to make plans for that eventuality just yet. Rather, the idea would be just to escape and find a safe spot where to wait for reinforcements. The battle in the human domain eventually ended, and the three cultivators didn't even manage to take a look at the beings involved since they were still too far away. However, they were nearing the volcano with each passing day, and it would take them less than a few months to reach their destination. When they were almost there, though, the tremors returned, but Noah was able to recognize the existences involved at that time. A vast and fiery snake flew above the natives' domain and filled the sky with a torrent of flames able to cover entire regions. A massive tornado followed the snake, and dark clouds gathered above them, releasing what seemed to be purple rain. "Our forces are attacking the natives," Noah said without stopping his flight. Faith didn't know much about the powerhouses of their world, but June could recognize the fire of the Elbas family when she saw it. As for Noah, chasing demon had been detailed in his report after the crisis of the winged beasts, so he could even name the rank 6 existences involved. The three of them picked up speed. The three powerhouses had decided to fight above the enemy territory, which meant that the portal was still in function and needed to be protected. Two gigantic figures rose in the sky when the powerhouses threatened to destroy everything in their path. One of them was a massive turtle with a shell filled with spikes and buildings, while the other was a tall ape surrounded by white sparks. Of course, both beasts were in the 6th rank, and their presence gave off a feeling similar to that radiated by the rank 6 snake. The 5 existences didn't start to attack each other. They simply stood there, staring at each other without dispersing their spells or auras. Noah and the others knew that they were speaking. They probably hoped to find a way out of that situation that didn't involve a battle on their level. Nevertheless, the meeting went sideways rather quickly, and the roars of the 2 massive beasts shook the sky as the cultivators' spells engulfed them. The world seemed about to end for the 3rd time, but the 5 existences soon dragged the battle above the clouds, at a height where the natives' domain wouldn't be affected by the shockwaves. Loud sounds and roars accompanied the trio's return to the volcano. The earth had stopped shaking since the powerhouses went to the sky, but the air kept on shattering, and the shockwaves were still somewhat suffocating. Yet, they managed to reach the volcano in one piece, and few incredulous figures shot out of the protective barrier to greet them. Elder Austin, Thaddeus, Cecil, and Elder Clara appeared right in front of the trio that landed on the ground at their sight. After more than 15 years in the wilderness, the 3 of them had returned, putting a definitive end to their mission. Noah let the 2 women reunite with their factions first. There was no time to say goodbye to June due to the battles between the rank 6 existences. So, he wanted to at least gaze at her figure one last time since he didn't know how long it would be before their reunion. Nevertheless, Faith suddenly turned and hugged him. "I'll take care of her," Faith said. "Thank you for taking care of me out there." Then, she broke the embrace and ran after Elder Clara that was staring at her with an incredulous expression. June snorted when she saw that scene, but she limited herself to bow towards Cecil and Thaddeus. The 2 royals informed her about Lix's death, but they didn't show any surprise when they saw no change in her expression. Instead, they released a helpless sigh and began to lead her inside the volcano. Noah watched her leave and turned toward Elder Austin, who was doing his best to suppress a grin from appearing on his expression. Noah didn't even bother to try to explain his misunderstanding, but, as he took a step forward, a whiff of his aura reached the 4 cultivators that had greeted them. Elder Austin's grin froze when he sensed it. Elder Clara moved her gaze away from her disciple to stare at Noah with a black expression. Cecil and Thaddeus suddenly turned to show disbelief and traces of fear. Noah didn't pretend nor try to hide under the inspection of those cultivators. He kept on walking toward the volcano, with his hair reflecting the sunlight, and his sleeveless robe revealing few sparse scales on his arms. The demonic sword appeared too. He couldn't hide it when his pride was overflowing. After all, he was the youngest rank 5 cultivator in history. It was impossible, or at least it should have been. Noah walked toward the volcano with an unwavering gaze. He didn't have to explain anything, and there was no point in gloating in the surprise that his rank had caused. The others could see his whole existence. Primary energy would form naturally around him, and his body absorbed it every time he breathed. He didn't hide it. He couldn't just suppress himself at that level. The many emotions that ran through their expressions were all justified. Noah had barely crossed the 80 years mark, but he had already stepped on a level that countless cultivators failed to reach. Elder Austin didn't know how to react. It was as if his brain had frozen in shock when he sensed Noah's aura. The Elder had been considered a genius back when he was a rank 4 cultivator. Reaching the 5th rank in 100 years wasn't something that many existences could do. After all, some cultivators could spend centuries in the 4th rank as they immersed themselves in their individualities. Yet Noah had done that in a bit more than 40 years. Heck, he had gone all the way from being a commoner to a feared existence in the time that it took the Elder to go from the 4th to the 5th rank. Noah had already been called a monster, but there weren't words to describe his latest achievement. The 4 cultivators that had greeted him didn't fail to notice his scales and the peculiar features of his hair. It was clear that something had happened to him, and that seemed connected with the sudden transformations. However, here he was, still in his human form, with a rank 5 dantian and a flying sword that radiated a power similar to a rank 5 magical beast. "He's one of them," Thaddeus shouted in the midst of his disbelief. Elder Austin shot an angry gaze at the royal, but Cecil intervened before him. He placed a hand over his son's shoulder and shook his head. The meaning behind his gesture was clear. Thaddeus had to let it go. Whatever plan or scheme they had for the most famous criminal of the Nation, it was too late now. The truth was that Noah's sight was disheartening for those cultivators. They didn't lack resources, and they had trained for most of their lives too. They were even improving their power steadily. However, Noah's growth was unreal. One day he was just a rank 2 cultivator that had managed to escape the control of powerful organizations. The other, his power was enough to affect the political affairs of countries that had lasted for millennia. Noah didn't mind that Elder Austin didn't follow him as he went past the barrier around the volcano. Certain events were hard to digest and could break a cultivator's will. He needed to stay alone for some time, and Noah wouldn't complain about that. A crowd of cultivators appeared in his view when he dived toward the underground of the volcano. Red rivers shone on his face, and a series of inscribed tents filled the few areas without magma. Cultivators were flying above them, behind a few ethereal screens that depicted the native cities. They immediately noticed Noah's arrival, and the same disbelief that had struck the existences outside filled them too. Noah couldn't possibly know it, but bets were going on among some of them. The stakes concerned his growth, which was a topic that those heroic entities were interested in discussing in their social circles. Many of them believed that Noah would reach the 5th rank after the 100 years mark, and some of them even thought that he would hurt himself and remain stuck at the 4th rank since his growth was too insane. Nevertheless, all of them lost their bets. There was an apparent unwillingness in their expressions. Noah appeared simply unfair to them. However, pride soon appeared among some of them. Only then did Noah notice that most cultivators in the encampment came from the Hive and the Papal Nation. There were even 10 rank 5 cultivators belonging to those factions. Noah recognized Elder Justin and Elder Julia, but 2 more rank 5 cultivators were wearing the robes of the Hive next to them. They were the elders in charge of the Coral Archipelago and the Lutran Nation, and Noah only knew their names, but he couldn't assign them to a face. This must have been a way to balance the presence of the powerhouses from the other nations. Noah thought. Sending so many rank 5 cultivators was something that the Hive would never do under normal circumstances. After all, the 4 of them and Elder Austin made all the rank 5 assets of the Hive. That was what the other forces believed at least. However, the Elbas family and the Shandal Empire had deployed their rank 6 existences. Even all those powerful troops could barely make up for their commitment. Noah neared the elders since they appeared to be too amazed to move and performed a quick bow to greet them. That gesture made them return to reality, and the 2 strangers didn't hesitate to announce themselves. "I'm Colleen, and I run the archipelago. It's an honor to meet the Demon Prince." A woman with dark skin, long and crispy black hair, and unusual white eyes said, "Ingrid, I handle the Lutran Nation." Another woman with fair skin, short brown hair, and a pair of shining red eyes said. Except for the two demons, the rank 5 assets of the hive were all there. As they finished their presentation, Elder Austin entered the underground area and joined them. Noah could see how even Cecil and the others had returned, and his eyes crossed June's for a brief second before focusing again on the elders. Once Elder Austin managed to let go of his sour feelings, he was all smiles every time he looked at Noah. After all, the hive had now 8 rank 5 cultivators, which was something that he was incredibly proud of. The others shared his happiness. It didn't happen so often that someone reached their ranks, but they couldn't find anyone more fitting than Noah. Also, he already had his dome in the new continent. The hive had basically expected his breakthrough. What's the plan? Noah asked at some point. Do we just wait and see how the battle between the powerhouses unfolds? He didn't like that idea. As long as the natives remained free to act, there was a chance that the compound inside him could be triggered again, and he was quite sure that he couldn't pull another miracle off. The forces of his world had to take control of the situation until they managed to reverse engineer the transformation and find ways to stop it. You would be surprised, Prince, Elder Julia said as she revealed a confident smile. Elder Ingrid then finished her phrase. We are going to war. It turned out that the 4 factions shared Noah's worries too. The fact that their cultivators could suddenly transform in magical beasts wasn't a threat that they were willing to leave alone. The elders gave Noah reports that described the improvements enforced in the encampment and the events during and after the tribulation. Apparently, the first battle had been between the turtle and the ape. It seemed that the transformation carried a few unavoidable mental instabilities that took them some time to suppress. After all, they had to deal with the drives of a magical beast now, and Noah knew far too well how hard they could be. The casualties among the natives during that fight had been massive, but the 2 rank 6 hybrids eventually calmed themselves and retreated in their domain to manage the damage. However, the forces of Noah's world didn't fail to use that chance to analyze the prowess of those beings. It was evident that they had more rank 6 existences on their side, but beasts in the 6th rank were tough to kill, let alone intelligent creatures that could use spells. The powerhouses couldn't just match their numbers. They had to overwhelm and destroy them thoroughly. That's why the 4 factions had ultimately decided to send 3 powerhouses, with 2 of them being among the strongest existences that their world had to offer. Many vital assets of the other organizations had to cross the passage to balance the temporary weakness of their local enemies. Still, the Empire and the Elbas family had both deployed troops around the portal anyway. They couldn't leave it in the hands of the other forces. After all, losing many rank 5 cultivators would be a harsh blow, but banishing 3 powerhouses was appealing too. Of course, those were all precautions. The truth was that an entire world was at stake, and the competition over a few pieces of land of the 4 forces appeared almost petty compared to what they could gain through the portal. Tremors would reach the underground encampment at times, but they were only faint echoes of the battle happening above the clouds. Both sides didn't want to destroy the assets of the bloodlines, even if their reasons were completely different. The natives wanted to contain the damage to their population, especially after losing control the first time. Instead, the alien powerhouses wanted to annex their civilization and studies. That world far behind them in many aspects of the cultivation field, but it had achieved remarkable results when it came to alchemy, techniques, and buildings. To ensure that the invading forces managed to put their hands on those resources, though, they had to fight on the ground too. Battling right under the fight between rank 6 existences wasn't ideal, but they had to take risks if they wanted to seize enough rewards. Also, they had to keep the population of transformed cultivators in check, and that needed a personal touch that the aloof powerhouses couldn't have. Just to be clear, Elder Ingrid said, you aren't going to transform in the middle of the battlefield, right? That question was directed at Noah since it was impossible to hide the magical beast's aspects of his body. Noah gazed at the middle-aged woman that was inspecting him with a bit of concern and noticed that even the other elders had similar doubts. Couldn't be helped. He could do a lot of damage if he lost control near them. Elder Ingrid wasn't polite in her manners. She was direct and didn't care about Noah's social status when she needed pieces of crucial information. Generally speaking, cultivators would avoid probing their peers' powers and individualities. It was a custom respected by most people, especially those in the heroic ranks. Yet, Elder Ingrid uncaringly asked the question that her fellow elders were suppressing due to Noah's status. "I will be fine." "Also," Noah said as he picked the bucket containing the ashes of the snake from his space ring, "these belong to a rank 6 creature. They don't have any energy left, but 37 might have some use for them." The faces of the elders turned from worried to incredulous in less than an instant. The dust inside the bucket didn't radiate any special aura, but they didn't believe that Noah would lie about such a matter. "You should keep them," Elder Julia said while shooting an angry glance at Elder Ingrid. She didn't like her attitude toward the demon prince, even if she understood her worries. As for Noah, he kind of liked Ingrid since her direct character reminded him of June. Also, they were on the same side, and they had to settle all their doubts before flying into a battle. "The plan is simple," Elder Justin said. "We kill everything that moves and start taking captives only when the situation calms down." Noah didn't have any complaints about that strategy. His world would prefer to commit a genocide rather than risking other transformations inside its ranks, and he agreed with that view. The troops inside the encampment waited a few days for reinforcements to arrive. They were about to leave the volcano and the portal, so there had to be cultivators defending the area while they attacked the bloodlines, or what was left of them. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the troops. Even if a large part of the cultivators there came from the hive, Noah's sparse scales worried most of the heroic assets. That and the fact that Faith would often visit him even when he was alone in his tent didn't turn the crowd in his favor. As for Faith, the years spent in the wilderness had made her lose any care for the rules of the council. She could just justify her actions telling that she needed him for her individuality, and there would be little that her leaders could do at that point. Her position inside the council was different from June's. Faith was already part of that organization, and she was even a promising asset. Instead, June was a cultivator that the royals had yet to fully acquire, and her relationship with Noah had been unclear since their days in the academy. Of course, Faith would visit June often too, even if that didn't create the same number of rumors. The day of the battle eventually arrived, and most assets left the encampment to fly toward the natives' domain. The reinforcement had delivered a series of disposable inscribed items useful to resist the shockwaves created by the rank 6 existences. Still, they would be useless if those powerhouses happened to be too close. It was just another form of precaution, and the assets there accepted it without complaining before setting off. There were more than 60 heroic cultivators in the raiding team, and 12 of them were in the 5th rank. A force like that would scare most organizations, but it was necessary when their plans saw them taking over a world. As they crossed the defensive wall, though, they saw entire platoons of various magical beasts waiting for them in a defensive formation. Everything became messy rather quickly. The natives were waiting for the alien forces to attack, and they had done their best to assemble an army to repel the invaders. However, even their mental state wasn't in perfect condition, and the battle happening above them worsened their situation. It was impossible for humans that had always relied on their minds to become used to the intense instincts of the magical beasts in a matter of months. Actually, that aggression and hunger that they had developed would work against them until they fused both parts of their existence into one. Noah had to spend years in the wilderness, learning about his beast part, and it was only after his body reached the 5th rank that his centers of power obtained the benefits of his hybrid status. The natives couldn't experience the same things due to the lack of time and the crises that they had to survive after their transformation. There was a limit to how much they could prepare in the months that had seen a tribulation and 2 battles between rank 6 existences. The foreign forces shot toward the platoons as soon as they understood their power. There were 10 rank 5 creatures in the army and numerous beasts in the 4th rank, followed by a swarm of beings in the human ranks. An army with so many powerful assets would typically force the cultivators to reevaluate their plans. Still, they quickly noticed that the dantions of some of the hybrids in the 5th rank didn't match the level of their other centers of power. Noah saw a huge rank 5 three-headed wolf in the middle tier radiating breath, belonging to the human ranks. He noticed a spider-type magical beast in the 5th rank exuding the unmistakable aura of a rank 4 cultivator. The same strange feature could be seen among the majority of those creatures. Most of them would have their bodies and minds at a level far higher than their dantians. There wasn't enough primary energy to reach harmony, Noah thought as he shot forward with the other heroic assets. The transformation had forced the growth of a dantian inside the flawed humans. Yet, there were simply too many of them in those small regions. Even the miraculous compound couldn't create rank 1 dantians and push them forward until they reached the level of the other centers of power, not with a limited amount of energy at least. So, the natives didn't match the invaders in terms of raw power, even if their number of rank 4 assets was quite incredible. As Noah's group crossed the defensive walls, countless spells of various power reached for them. A loud explosion resounded in the sky, and a gray cloud filled the area. But, to the natives' surprise, the more than 60 cultivators came out of it unharmed and counterattacked. The natives weren't experienced in wars since the bloodlines rarely started battles. On the other hand, the assets of Noah's world had gone through many conflicts. That was a crucial difference between their political systems. Noah himself had gone through a few wars, without counting the crisis of the winged beasts. Such experienced assets knew that the most dangerous point in a battle between heroic entities was the initial clash when countless attacks would pile up and become threatening even for powerful beings. So, they had a series of defensive talismans ready before they sighted the army of hybrids. The natives began to roar when they saw the human figures launching spells on their own and focusing the rank 5 specimens with them. Hundreds of weaker hybrids in the human ranks jumped forward at their orders and became meat shields that fell apart when the attacks landed on their bodies. Yet, their sacrifice allowed the creatures in the 4th rank to block the remaining power of the attacks. The first clash appeared to have ended with the invaders' victory. However, the natives didn't lose too much power in that exchange. However, a figure suddenly shot through the maimed corpses to land in the middle of the rank 4 hybrids. Panic spread in the rank of the beasts when they felt the innate fear caused by that foreign presence in their army. Generally speaking, no cultivator could fly close to the barrage of spells and cross them after they exploded. The shockwaves released at that moment weren't something that a human body could endure. Yet, there weren't only humans on the invader's side. Noah released a roar as he swung 2 short swords held tightly in his grasp. The demonic sword echoed his cry even in its divided form and created 2 huge dragon claws that pierced the scared hybrids around them. The fact that Noah could use his hybrids' abilities better than the natives was an immense advantage in that battle. After all, every creature below the 5th rank would just be suppressed by his pride. Reaching a perfect form might have significantly improved the power of those flawed humans, but they were nothing more than children who knew nothing about their strength in front of Noah. 15 rank 4 hybrids died in less than an instant. Noah had successfully created a breach in the enemy's defenses, and his companions didn't fail to exploit it. Another series of spells shot above him and landed on the core assets of the natives. The rank 5 hybrids roared, trying to force the weaker creatures to protect them, but Noah released a cry of his own and stopped their efforts. There were 10 rank 5 beings giving orders from the other side, but none of them could be as convincing as Noah. The spells crashed on the leaders of the army, leaving many specimens injured but without killing anyone. Their bodies were too strong, and even the joint attacks of Noah's group couldn't kill any of them in one round. Nevertheless, Noah's opening allowed them to inflict the first series of wounds on creatures that were quite hard to kill. The matter was even more troublesome when they took into consideration the hybrids born from the members of the bloodlines since their centers of power were in harmony. The rank 5 hybrids shot angry gazes at Noah. It seemed that part of their innate aggression was taking control over their mental faculties. Noah simply smiled at that scene. In his mind, he felt as if he was proving to the natives that their transformation wasn't so unique and that he had been able to create something better on his own. His aura naturally reacted at those thoughts, and the hybrids could sense how he was taunting them. The hybrids lost their last trace of reason at that point and pounced toward Noah, without even remembering that they were able to use spells. Noah didn't even move since 11 figures appeared above him and launched another series of spells on the reckless beasts and dispersed them. The elders from the hive and council were keeping their distance, but Noah waited for a brawl. Noah couldn't fix the issue concerning his empty dantian anytime soon. It had taken him 8 years of experiments to create a cultivation technique that made use of his greed, but the path in front of him was bound to be far more complex. He couldn't just reproduce his previous technique and add a stronger suction power. He needed something that reflected his individuality as a whole, and, to do that, he had to use his demonic sword. The process, though, could take years and an insane amount of precious resources. It wasn't a problem to obtain both, especially for Noah, but he had to take care of the threat of the natives. Noah was sure that he wouldn't be able to stop a second transformation. So, he had to join the war even in his inconvenient state. There were aspects of his life that he had to protect personally, and there was nothing more personal than his individuality. However, his weakness remained and limited his power. He could express a battle prowess fitting of a rank 5 cultivator, but he would be among the weaker entities in that rank. Of course, he wouldn't be at its bottom either. After all, he was already nearing that level when he was a rank 4 cultivator. Most of his spells were off the table because they required too much breath. That was an inevitable weakness of the darkness element. Their higher requirements in terms of energy made their more potent effects fair. There was his saber-shaped rune available, but Noah didn't want to use it because there were too many eyes on him on the battlefield. He didn't want to expose his involvement in the attack at the Bulvin Mansion. He could use a weaker version of his martial art by controlling the breath in the environment, though. His demonic sword would even improve its power and add its effects. Yet, he also had his body. Noah let go of his sword and shot toward the three-headed wolf. The demonic sword returned to its original form and followed Noah in its charge. The elders above him had already chosen their targets, smartly using their higher numbers to take care of the strongest hybrids. However, Noah knew that he would be more effective if he took care of the weakest ones among them. The three-headed wolf was a rank 5 hybrid in the middle tier with a rank 5 mental sphere. However, its dantian was only in the human ranks, which meant that it was nothing more than a flawed human with an improved body. Noah slammed on it, throwing a punch to its central head before following it with a sharp movement of his other hand. His fingers arched as if they were claws and dug 5 deep wounds on its upper body. Nevertheless, Noah was surprised to discover that the wolf managed to endure those attacks without being flung back. It had never happened to him that a creature on his same level could match his physical strength. After all, he had fused with a dragon, the most potent species among the magical beasts. Yet, the transformation had produced similar results, bringing the natives to a level of physical might that surpassed the realm of the simple beasts. In that fraction of an instant in which Noah realized that the wolf could endure his hits, he felt happy. It was strange. Noah and the wolf were both hybrids, but they had chosen opposite paths. The wolf had taken the path of the beasts, giving up its individuality to become the perfect enemy of heaven and earth, a being in tune with the laws and capable of building breath from primary energy instinctively. Instead, Noah had taken the path of the humans, choosing to make his individuality flourish to escape heaven and earth's system. They had countless features in common, but there were also a few crucial differences that made them completely different, and Noah wanted to prove that he was better. The wolf seemed to regain some clarity after his blows, and the breath around it started to gather to create a large eagle. Yet, breath moved in Noah's direction too, and collected on his palm, where the tattoo of a whale had suddenly appeared. A vortex formed at the center of his palm and affected the fiery eagle that began to lose its flames. They became primary energy when they came in contact with Noah's aura, and his body absorbed it as if it was coordinating with the blood companion's ability. The wolf felt restrained too under that suction force and wanted to shoot into the air to escape that attack, but a sharp pain suddenly spread from its left head. The demonic sword didn't stay still during that exchange and exploited that distraction to attack. Of course, the sword couldn't pierce the head too deeply, but it managed to inflict an injury, which left Noah satisfied with its sharpness. The wolf roared in anger before speaking human words in the native's language. "This is the body given by the ancestors." Noah didn't have time to mind its fanatism and spread his mouth to release a wave of white flames that engulfed the entirety of the wolf and continued behind it. The three-headed wolf was strong, and it could endure Noah's physical attacks, but it cried in pain when his flames burned its hair and burned its skin. Noah pressed on, expressing his full mastery as a hunter. It didn't matter that the wolf had a sea of consciousness. Its body had the shape of a magical beast, so its same weak spots. Noah kicked its huge ankles, punched the bottom of its necks, ordered the sword to deepen the cut on its left head, and launched white flames whenever it tried to retreat. The wolf felt cornered even in that vast battlefield and summoned all its concentration to fly away. Yet, Noah used the ability of the lazy whale to hinder his movements until he managed to kick it back on the ground. The difference in their battle prowess was immense, but most of that came from the native's inexperience with its new body. If it gave up on its instincts, it would not use spells. If it tried to fight as a cultivator, it would lose part of its coordination. It would have been a worthy opponent if it could mix both worlds into a single battle style, but Noah soon lost interest in an enemy that he could predict so easily. Its endurance, though, wasn't something that it had to control, so the battle continued for a while. The demonic sword eventually managed to pierce the hard skull of its left head, and Noah used that moment of pain to stab his finger through the right eye socket of the central head. As he dug through its brain, he released a wave of flames on the remaining head. It took some more beating, but, in the end, the wolf collapsed on the ground, without any trace of life left inside it. Noah stored the corpse of the three-headed wolf and turned to analyze the battlefield. The other elders were still fighting, doing their best to keep some distance between them and the other rank 5 hybrids. That was the best approach against that kind of enemy. Humans would just be shred apart if those mighty beings were to touch them. However, that led to prolonged battles that would ultimately favor the hybrids since their stamina was incredible. The higher number of cultivators, though, balanced that factor. Noah shot toward the rank 5 spider-type magical beast in the middle tier that had a rank 4 dantian. He didn't recognize its species, but it seemed some kind of poisonous creature that relied heavily on ranged attacks. Its opponent was Elder Colleen, who assaulted it with a barrage of lightning bolts. Yet, her spells weren't able to pierce the thick layer of mud that covered its exoskeleton. The spider endured the lightning bolts while spitting a series of fuming green spikes that the elder kept on dodging. Elder Colleen appeared to have the upper hand in the battle since the hybrid had yet to hit her, but she was bound to exhaust herself before the creature if that trend continued. Having the advantage wasn't enough in that situation. Noah landed directly over its lower body, stomping it on the ground where it created a crater. The spider was momentarily taken aback, but Noah didn't hesitate. He arched his fingers and stabbed his hands in the layer of mud, ripping it off as he pulled his arms back to wield the demonic sword that had followed him loyally. Breath gathered around him as he divided the sword and slashed on the now exposed exoskeleton. 2 black claws landed on the sturdy body of the spider and created cracks that spread even in the parts still covered by the layer of mud. The spider released a human cry of pain and turned to stare angrily at the human on its back. However, Elder Colleen didn't waste the chance created by Noah and focused her lightning bolts into a thick orange arrow that chopped off one of the hybrid's legs. The arrow then crashed on the ground and created an explosion that flung both the spider and Noah away. The blast didn't harm them, and they landed at some distance from the empty area that had naturally formed once the 2 rank 5 existences had begun to fight. Noah found himself among rank 3 and 4 hybrids fighting against cultivators in the 4th rank, but his attention quickly went on Elder Colleen. He signaled her that she could take care of the other rank 5 creatures. He was enough to defeat the spider, especially after those last wounds. Elder Colleen didn't hesitate to change the target. The spider was annoying to fight, but Noah's brute strength ignored its defenses, so he was a better opponent for it. Also, she could help the other elders if he managed to defeat the beast on his own. Noah moved his gaze back on the spider that had begun to attack him during the short exchange of gestures between him and the elder. Fuming spikes reached for his position, but he promptly released a wave of flames that burned a few weaker hybrids on its trajectory. The flames burned the spikes too, but they didn't have enough power left when they reached the spider. However, Noah had already charged and was nearing his opponent at high speed. The spider had lost 1 leg, and its lower body was cracked. It was evident that it couldn't escape Noah even if he weren't using the shadow sprint martial art. So, it decided to go all out with its offensive. An even thicker layer of mud covered its body, and Noah recognized that ability as a spell. It seemed that the spider's sanity wasn't completely gone, and it was able to rely on its capabilities as a cultivator. Then, it spat dozens of fuming spikes linked together by a series of sticky webs. Noah's eyes sharpened at that sight. He was too far away, and using his flames would just put him in the same position as Elder Colleen. The lack of breath in his dantian prevented him from using powerful ranged attacks, but he couldn't just limit himself to block the creature's offensive. So he charged ahead, waving his swords to pierce the web in a frontal clash. Claws made of corrosive smoke and spreading a destructive force crashed on the spikes and web. But Noah didn't wait to see the result of that clash and kept on charging ahead. His attacks destroyed a large part of the spider's offensive, but something inevitably landed on his body and pierced his natural defenses. A spike stabbed his shoulder, and another cut him on the right side of his waist. A sticky substance landed on him and hindered his movements when it accumulated on his joints. Nevertheless, Noah disregarded the pain and leaped toward the spider that was preparing another attack, breaking the restrictions created by the remains of the web. The spider was about to spit more spikes when Noah's knee slammed on its head. The layer of mud managed to protect it, but Noah followed his first attack with a series of punches. Meanwhile, his sword fused back together in the air and focused its injured lower body. Noah tore apart the defensive spell little by little. There was nothing that his nails couldn't pierce, and his small frame made it hard for the hybrid to keep up with his relentless offensive. Once the thick layer of mud fell apart, it was the exoskeleton's turn to endure Noah's beating. The spider screeched in pain, sometimes using a beast's voice, and sometimes using a human one. His sanity seemed even about to come back at some point since the terrain around them started to take the shape of tall golems that wanted to target Noah. However, it was too late by that time. Noah had already filled the exoskeleton with cracks and chopped off 2 more legs. His demonic sword had even finished piercing its lower body and was creating a mess of its internal organs. Only the incredible resilience inherited from the magical beast's world was keeping the hybrid alive. But Noah was finally ready to inflict the final blow. Once the cracks became large enough to cover more than half of its body, Noah launched his flames that seeped inside the spider and turned its already wounded organs into ashes. The battle was over, and Noah stored the broken remains of the beast before taking out the poisonous spike still stabbed in his left shoulder. The spike had released its toxic substance inside his body, but that single attack wasn't enough to cause any real damage. Noah felt slightly sore on that point, but his healing properties had already limited the poison and were working to fix the affected tissues. In the time that had taken Noah to take care of the 2 rank 5 hybrids, the other battles on the same level were mostly over. The cultivators had relied on their higher numbers to overwhelm the creatures with barrages of spells. The innate defenses of the beasts had to give up at some point. The cultivators in the 4th rank were still fighting against the swarm of weaker hybrids. They had it worse since the bloodlines didn't lack flawed humans in the 4th rank, but the battle between the leaders of the armies usually decided the outcome of a war. Yet, until the leaders stepped on, those weaker assets would keep on fighting and do their part in the battle between 2 worlds. Elder Ingrid and a rank 5 cultivator of the council that Noah didn't recognize eventually joined the rest of the battlefield and put an end to the last struggles of the hybrids in a matter of minutes. The ruins of the city became silent at that point, with only sparse cries of pain breaking it from time to time. Craters and trails of smoke filled ground. The ruins of the city that had endured the heaven tribulation became small gray boulders after they saw the clash between so many heroic assets. Corpses of beasts of various species lay on the terrain among a few lifeless human bodies. There had been casualties on both sides, even if the natives had suffered a crushing defeat. Noah walked toward the other rank 5 elders only to find them gathered around a tall rank 5 silver mantis that was still breathing. Injuries covered the creature, but its dantian radiated the unmistakable aura of a rank 5 cultivator. Harmony, Noah thought as he neared the group. The mantis was panting, and its large eyes moved among the human figures that controlled it with stern expressions. It didn't release any cry of pain. It only breathed, as if it was waiting for the attack that would put an end to its life. Noah caught a whiff of its scent, and his eyes became cold. He recognized that smell. It belonged to the first member of a bloodline that he had met in that world. "Danielle," Noah said as he stood side by side with the other rank 5 elders. The elders shot surprised glances toward him, but their eyes quickly returned to the beast. Their questions for Noah had to wait. The priority was to interrogate the creature, and it seemed that Noah was confident in making it speak. The mantis eyes stopped moving and fixed on Noah. It felt a similar aura coming from that human figure, but its memories were foggy, and its mind struggled to create complex thoughts. "Danielle Durin," Noah repeated as he crouched in front of the creature. "You lost the battle, and you will lose this world." Noah saw the anger rising inside the mantis, but he didn't move. Magical beasts usually vented their emotions, but it was too injured even to move. That feeling could only remain inside its sea of consciousness and force it to find other ways to come out. A bit of clarity returned in its eyes, and a woman's voice came out of its insect mouth. "Noah Bulvin, we will never forgive you for the death of our ancestor." More questioning gazes landed on him when the elders heard those words, but Noah didn't falter. He was too invested in that crisis to care about the opinion of his companions. "How many assets do the bloodlines still have? Is there another army?" Noah hesitated a bit before giving voice to his last question. "Is it possible to trigger the transformation again?" Danielle snorted and lowered her mantis head. She seemed about to exhale her last breath, but the vitality of the magical beasts was keeping her alive and trying to mend her injuries. The elders of the Papal Nation were about to complain, but the rank 5 cultivators of the hive promptly shot angry glances at them. The demon prince of the hive was speaking. They had to let him finish out of respect for his status. "There are other natives still alive, and I'm certain that other hybrids didn't hear your call when you gathered this army." Noah continued. "You simply have to choose between extinction and submission." Soft growls echoed through his throat as he said those words, and the demonic sword floating above him imitated those sounds. Danielle was stronger than Noah when it came to her centers of power, but she was too weak at that moment to reject the pressure that his pride was applying to her. After a visible struggle, her mouth opened again to speak slow human words. "Our ancestor taught us how to survive the tribulation," Danielle said, "but our leaders couldn't stand each other's smell and unleashed destruction across the 6 regions. I'm afraid this was our strongest force." She lowered her gaze, and Noah could see some disappointment even if she didn't have human features anymore. Truth to be told, he could understand her. Their inexperience had ruined the years spent preparing for that event in handling the instincts of the magical beasts. After all, their forces would be far more numerous and threatening if they had learnt to control themselves. The assets from Noah's world would have been forced to retreat if their opponents had the same level of mastery as Noah. The transformation. Noah reminded her of his last question. Danielle gave voice to a helpless laugh before answering. "Only an ancestor in the perfect form can trigger another transformation. Our leaders might be able to learn that skill in time, but we can't create a chain reaction without you." "What does this mean?" an elder of the council exclaimed when she heard that Noah was somewhat involved in that crisis. He recognized her. She was Xianxia, the rank 5 cultivator that had intervened during the independence of the Coral Archipelago. "He is similar to our ancestors," Danielle said, trying to make a smirk with her mantis face. "His bloodline is fake, but it works as a global trigger when he transforms." The cultivators that managed to reach the heroic ranks were generally smart. It didn't take much before they linked the crisis to Noah's different physical features. "You," Xianxia said as she pointed Noah. "This mess is your fault." Noah didn't feel angry when she accused him so publicly. Instead, he revealed an uncaring smile and shrugged his shoulders before taking out the ashes of the rank 6 snake. "If you want to blame me for the actions of a being at the peak of the heroic ranks, go ahead," Noah said. "But I killed it. I think a few rank 4 cultivators are a good price to pay for a rank 6 hybrid." Danielle saw the bucket and began to shout. Her words became screeches as Noah handled the remains of the last ancestor as if they were a trophy. It was needless to say that no elder dared to complain anymore after seeing that scene. Noah couldn't bother to keep his powers a secret anymore. He was a rank 5 cultivator now. Even causing the death of a few assets in the 4th rank couldn't affect his status too much. His status didn't depend on the hive or the title given by chasing demon anymore. He had become an elite among elites. Also, there was the matter concerning the death of the rank 6 snake. He had killed an enemy that only powerhouses could face, and an ancestor on top of that. The elders let go of the matter for now. They had already decided that they would spread that information, but that wasn't the time to focus on something that wasn't the war. Elder Anthea took out a series of inscribed chains. Those items didn't belong to the Shandal Empire. Instead, they were an imitation created by the Elbas family to restrain eventual captives. The troops of the royals didn't join the battle, but they still delivered useful tools for the assets of the other factions. The chains were just one of them, but there were even the disposable items meant to defend against the shockwaves released above the clouds. Tremors would reach the ground from time to time since Noah and the others were fighting under a battlefield that saw 5 rank 6 existences going all out. Their most basic attacks were enough to shatter the air and create shockwaves able to kill even beings in the 5th rank. Yet, the Elbas family had created a special ointment that would absorb those shockwaves once they reached for a cultivator's skin. The tremors would slowly consume the lotion, but the royals had provided enough of it to last for a few months. The elders started to chain the hybrids and led them back to the volcano. The best way to contain them was to send them to the other world, where the real power of 4 factions was. Nevertheless, even a single rank 4 cultivator was enough for the task since the chains acted as a sort of oath, which prevented the hybrids from trying to escape. Noah and the others started to explore the ruins once the surviving hybrids left for the volcano together with a rank 4 elder of the Papal Nation. They soon discovered that the tribulation didn't target the castle of the Durin bloodline, even if it was still in ruin due to the outburst of their leaders. The elders stored the remains of the castle. They couldn't let go of items able to make them invisible in the eyes of heaven and earth. Then they rested for a while before pressing forward. There were still wild hybrids to take care of, and they didn't wholly trust Danielle's words, even if they were quite inclined to believe her. After all, her mental state was too frail to make up lies, and there wasn't any reason to do so. Noah would gaze at the sky from time to time. He would apply the ointment whenever he felt that the shockwaves were about to affect him, and hunting down the remaining hybrids only quickened its consumption. There wasn't much that he could do. The ointment wasn't meant for battles. The royals had initially created it for the human cultivators that wanted to explore the exposed areas of the new continent. Yet, it became useful in that situation, even if the Elbas family had to create a far denser version than the original product. Wild hybrids appeared as the group pressed forward. Most of them would be confused, but there were a few specimens that had been able to regain a part of their mental faculties in that period. Of course, only creatures in the heroic ranks showed some awareness. The hybrids in the human ranks needed far more time to become used to their new status. The elders killed the hybrids in the human ranks and chained those in heroic ones. It must be said that they didn't meet a single being in the 5th rank along the way, which made Noah wonder whether most of them had died during the outbursts. The group eventually moved toward the other regions. Danielle didn't lie. Noah and the others didn't find any big army waiting for them. The most threatening force in their way was a small pack led by the first wild rank 5 hybrid that they met outside of the army. Noah's group became smaller as more and more assets left its ranks to bring back chained hybrids, but the elders in the 5th rank were still there, so that wasn't too much of a problem. Weeks went by, and the remaining regions slowly uncovered themselves in front of the thorough inspections of the invaders. There were bound to be hybrids that had ventured in the wilderness, but the elders didn't care enough to create another exploration team. They looted the castles along the way too, obtaining the secret history of the natives that the elders still ignored. The years of researches piled up in secret chambers became prizes for the winning side of that battle. The troops eventually reached the coastline, where they found another small army with 8 rank 5 hybrids trying to give orders to their restless underlings. It was needless to say that another major battle happened, but Noah's side won again, suffering even fewer casualties than the previous time. At that point, the war against the natives was over, with the only variable being the fight still raging above the clouds. The 5 rank 6 beings had been battling for almost 2 months by then, but the assets on the ground couldn't understand which side had the upper hand. Noah's forces were confident in their powerhouses. After all, other than being more numerous, the rank 6 cultivators there were exceptional figures. King Elbaz had single-handedly created the opportunity to travel to another world, and no one could imagine how many incredible items his expertise had allowed him to make. God's right hand was the closest man to God, which wasn't a title given just because it caused awe in those hearing it. Many believed that he would be the next existence to reach the divine ranks and ascend to the immortal lands. That alone spoke for his prowess. As for God's left hand, she was still a follower of the only divine entity in Noah's world, but her greatness was mostly obscured by her superior. The elders began to bring the remaining hybrids back to the volcano, but they had to stop halfway through their return since thick drops of blood began to fall from the sky. Noah and the hybrids were the first to understand what those drops meant. They could sense the insane amount of primary energy contained in each of them. The battle is over, Noah thought as he closed his eyes. The drops hurt when they touched his skin. Even in that form, his body was too weak to eat something in the 6th rank. It rained blood for a while, and some reckless hybrid tried to open its mouth to drink that potent liquid. Their bodies started to convulse as they tried to absorb the insane amount of primary energy contained inside it. The blood of a beast in the 6th rank was able to change an environment forever. Containing it inside a rank 4 or 5 body was merely impossible. The hybrids either puked or fell on the ground, shaking as if they had ingested the most potent toxin in the world. Blood started to come out of their bodies, and their size began to increase in strange ways as their muscles tried to contain that energy. Then, their tissues started to explode in an innate action of self-preservation to release the energy coming from the leaders of the natives back in the environment. Noah shook his head at that sight, and the elders around him began to look for cover to avoid being hit by the rain. Noah had to join the elders quite soon. The drops had started to hurt rather quickly to the point where some of them were about to pierce his sturdy skin. Yet, he still held on as much as he could. It didn't happen to experience the might of a being in the last stage of the heroic ranks often, and Noah didn't want to miss that chance since his body could handle it. The rain eventually stopped only to be replaced by the sight of a tall figure piercing the clouds and free-falling toward the ground at a few kilometers from their position. Noah recognized the ape, but he didn't move to seize its corpse even if his hunger was screaming inside his mind. That wasn't his loot, nor something that he could handle without the help of a powerhouse. The few remaining assets in the 4th rank cheered at that sight. One of the leaders of the natives was dead. Their victory was set in stone. When another huge figure fell from the sky though, even some of the elders in the 5th rank cheered. Noah traced the fall of the turtle with his eyes. Seeing such mighty beings crashing lifelessly on the ground gave birth to an intense eagerness to join that realm. However, he tried to suppress his emotions when he saw 3 human figures slowly descending in the positions where the hybrids had fallen. Even if the assets in Noah's group came from different organizations, they still decided to offer their respects to the powerhouses that had fought for the conquest of that world. The 3 rank 6 cultivators seemed aware that the heroic assets were coming in their direction. They waited for them as they studied the corpses of the hybrids. It was clear that the battle had been challenging. The 3 powerhouses were all sweating and had their robes partially torn apart. The 2 existences from the Shandal Empire were even injured, but the wounds were limited to small fractures and a few cuts. Only King Elbaz stood unscathed in the air. His robe was even the most intact of the 3. Noah couldn't help but reveal a cold gaze at that scene. He knew that King Elbaz's individuality was connected to the pride in his bloodline. The intact robe, the lack of injuries, and his calm expression were all an act to create awe from Noah's point of view. However, he had to admit that only an exceptional cultivator could pull that off when against 2 rank 6 hybrids. Even if he didn't want to, he began to respect him. King Elbaz's achievements were incredible. The dimensional portal was already something unheard of, but his display of power in the crucial battle added even more favor to his image. Also, the Elbaz family had provided useful items to the other factions without complaining too much nor charging them. The Elbaz bloodline is worthy of my respect. God's right hand said to break the silence. King Elbaz performed a slight bow toward the powerhouse, but his expression became serious as he replied. Your title suits you. The previous one, not the submissive name that you are carrying. Both God's right hand and God's left hand suppressed their anger when they heard his mocking words. King Elbaz wasn't showing any respect for the god of the empire. He wasn't even restraining his voice in front of the weaker assets. He was openly announcing his disregard for the divine being in charge of the empire. Noah couldn't help but think about the book that described the past of the Shandal Empire retrieved from the mortal palace. He could sense the same defiance of the author in King Elbaz's words. I wouldn't be surprised if he has even better historical records in his library, Noah thought as he stared at the reactions of the powerhouses with interest. King Elbaz ruled the most advanced organization when it came to the arts connected to the cultivation field. That wasn't something achievable only through talented experts. There was a need for a broad foundation that encompassed many schools of the past. Noah was sure that King Elbaz knew about the strange habit of the god. The disappearance of a divine being wasn't something that could be kept hidden from the investigations of entities on that level. Yet, Noah wondered about the reason behind that behavior, and he couldn't help but think that King Elbaz knew it. And yet, God's left hand said, "We are mere mortals in the Almighty's eyes." King Elbaz snorted, and he suddenly turned to leave after storing the ape in his space ring. The two powerhouses of the empire took the turtle and left too at that point, leaving the confused elders on their own. Elder Austin shrugged his shoulders when Noah glanced at him. The behavior of the existences at the peak of the heroic ranks was somewhat unpredictable since no one could restrain them. They answered to no one. The group eventually left and reached the volcano after 3 uneventful weeks. The assets of the empire and royals were waiting for them there and raised cups full of intense wine in their honor. Noah, though, wasn't in the mood to celebrate. The 4 factions were allies on that side of the portal. On the other, they were enemies ready to seize any chance as long as it gave them an advantage over the other organizations. Now that they lacked a common enemy, the past grudges and complex political relationships would return. It was just a matter of time before they clashed again to divide the resources of the new world. Demon Prince, the Shandal Empire expresses its interest in your body-nourishing method, a rank 5 cultivator said as he neared Noah. Nothing you have interests me, Noah said and left to pick a cup of wine from a long table placed next to a river of magma. However, he soon discovered that the envoy of the empire was just the first of a long line of heroic assets eyeing him with eager expressions. Noah decided to ignore the celebrations when he understood that remaining in the encampment would only force him to refuse a countless number of complaints. He didn't blame the other factions for being interested in his body-nourishing method, nor the council for spreading the information about his peculiarity so soon. If there were a chance, every cultivator would choose to obtain the features of the magical beasts. After all, most techniques and methods tried to imitate those creatures because they had a more natural path toward the higher ranks. Also, their physical might was too insane to ignore it. Now that there was a chance right in front of their eyes, they couldn't just let it go. Noah glanced at the other elders of the hive, but all of them were in the same situation. The assets of the other factions were engaged in polite discussions with them, but it was evident that their respect was only an act to cover their real intentions. The hive was still the weakest of the 4 forces, but everyone was treating its assets with the utmost courtesy. Noah hastily took a cup from the table and left for one of the tents in the hive's side. He saw no point in remaining there. It was better to use his time meditating until the powerhouses decided how to handle the new world. There were 6 luxurious tents in that part of the encampment, and Noah saw that one of them had a large banner with the words Demon Prince written on it. Even if he had been in the wilderness during those years, the other elders had prepared quarters suitable for his status. The tent was covered in inscriptions that isolated its insides from the outside world, and it seemed to have even a few defensive features. They weren't too exceptional, though. They only provided a necessary amount of protection and some privacy. Noah ignored a few cultivators that were calling his name and crossed the entrance of his quarters, sitting on the first mat that he found and taking out a few hybrids' corpses from his space ring. The leaders of the natives had died, meaning that there was no one able to trigger the transformation anymore. He could finally put to use all the corpses accumulated during the exploration of the continent. Of course, the thought that he could learn how to trigger the transformation had crossed his mind. Even as a fake, he was an ancestor in terms of bloodlines. Yet, he had far more pressing matters to handle, and he couldn't find ways to exploit that skill to his benefits. So, he simply suppressed his curiosity and focused on his current problems. The demonic sword had remained by his side for the whole time, and it didn't hesitate to stab one of the corpses. Noah began to eat too, but his gaze remained on his weapon as he studied its growth. The blade was a living being in the 5th rank, but its power didn't increase so much in the last period, even if Noah had kept on feeding it. It should be a specimen in the lower tier, but it is capable of far more when I wield it. Noah thought, maybe its growth is linked to my dantian since it is an expression of my individuality. Noah knew that he had yet to discover the full potential of his creation. After all, he had forged the demonic sword during the peculiar mindset reached in the transformation. There was even the fact that the blade could theoretically learn new abilities since it was alive and connected with his sea of consciousness. Nevertheless, the blade was a newborn, and it was unaware of all its features. Even if Noah wanted to probe it, he would only obtain confused answers. However, he could focus on the evident issues, and one of them was that its growth didn't reflect the amount of primary energy absorbed from the corpses. Noah had initially thought that its requirements in terms of nutrients were simply high, but he started to suspect that the reason behind its small improvements was his empty dantian. It would make sense. Noah thought before activating the divine deduction technique to review the moments when his body assembled primary energy to create an imitation of the breath. There was a limit to how much he could learn about that process without performing any test, but he lacked materials right now, so he could just settle for that. The main issue with that procedure was that the breath produced would be weaker than that found in the environment. Also, it wouldn't reflect Noah's individuality, which was something that he felt forced to express now that he was a rank 5 cultivator. Understanding the individuality, expressing it, wielding the laws, and becoming law were the stages that the cultivators in the heroic ranks had to go through in the path toward the divinity. Noah's situation was peculiar since his cultivation techniques had given his features to his breath, but he needed to step on the next phase now. Countless ideas surged in his mind as he studied the issue, but a few figures soon gathered in front of his tent and waited for his permission to enter. Noah recognized the cultivators and used his consciousness to lower the defenses of the tent. Then, Elder Austin and Elder Julia crossed the entrance and performed a bow before sitting in front of him. "Prince," Elder Austin said, "they are quite restless." Noah didn't need to question the elder to understand who he was referring to. "They will be disappointed," Noah said. "It's not something that can be taught. Also, I don't really want to see cultivators like me in the enemy ranks." Having a monopoly over a resource was priceless. Noah was the only one who knew how to imitate the magical beasts and improve the bloodlines of the cultivators so that they could resemble the mighty ancestors of the natives. "Is there anything that you can give away?" Elder Julia said. The hive could gain a lot from these transactions. Noah thought for a while before coming up with the idea that could allow him to keep the specifics behind the fusion a secret while also accepting to discuss them. "I might point out mistakes in their procedures. I believe most of them are planning to resume the experimentations in that field." The elders' eyes lit up for a short second, but they quickly shook their heads. "Prince, we don't want them to succeed too soon," Elder Julia exclaimed. "Precisely. Let them fail for a while at least." Elder Austin said, "The Elbas family has already started an in-depth analysis of the compound. It won't take much before they learn how to force the improvements without the need for the transformation." Noah could understand their point, but he knew far more on the matter than them. Even if the royals managed to create a drug from the compound able to enhance the bodies of the cultivators, they would only create imitations. They won't succeed because it's impossible, Noah concluded. The elders wanted to discuss the matter further, but Noah had already made his mind. Of course, their doubts didn't concern Noah. Instead, they were worried that pointing out inevitable mistakes could put him in danger. However, Noah knew far too well how troublesome it was to obtain the advantages of a magical beast. Imitating wasn't enough. Only a complete fusion could create a being similar to the ancestors of the natives. That was merely impossible for entities that had already started to discover their individuality. The personalities of the cultivators would become something more than unique at that point, making it impossible to find a suitable match for a fusion. Also, there was the issue of the instincts, which couldn't be ignored. After all, that problem had been the reason why they had managed to defeat the natives rather easily. There wasn't a solution to those problems. For example, Noah had been able to find a match with the cursed dragon because he could use his personality as a standard. Yet, he couldn't find any species that suited his individuality. As for the instincts, only a powerful mind could control and wield them. There wasn't a way around them. There were also problems concerning the inscription method to use and the various calculations to make before proceeding with the fusion. Noah had managed to complete the testing phase rather quickly due to the divine deduction technique. Instead, the other forces would have to sacrifice a lot of assets just to obtain acceptable results. The way Noah saw it, fusing with a magical beast once walking the path of the individuality was just impossible, which meant that no heroic asset would be able to obtain that power. The only method that he could think of was to trigger the transformation and then return to a human form. There would be other issues connected with that procedure, and the outcome would be a bit weaker than him, but there didn't seem to be any other solution. The elders left the tent after deciding with Noah how the trades would work. The three factions could only send one envoy at the time and have private discussions with him at a price that had to be agreed beforehand. Of course, the powerhouses weren't allowed in the meetings. Only cultivators with a similar or lower level to Noah could be envoys. Noah resumed his meditation as he waited for the first envoy to arrive. It took a while for the organizations to prepare questions and set a price with the elders. Many even expressed complaints about how the hive wanted to handle the situation. Nevertheless, that was the power of a monopoly, and a few resources were a small investment if they helped to avoid issues in the upcoming experiments. A few days later, the Shandal Empire decided to send its envoy. Noah lowered the defenses of his tent only to find a tall man at the peak of the fourth rank crossing the entrance while failing to keep a proud expression. Even the citizens of the empire felt lacking when in front of a monster like Noah. The idea of the empire was quite crude. Its experts wanted to purify the compound and turn it into a core material for a body-nourishing method. Noah listed a series of issues after he thought about that approach for a while. The biggest problem was that the cultivators training in that method would remain human beings, which meant giving up to the devouring properties of the beasts. You can't hope to obtain huge results with a non-invasive approach. Also, the quantity of compound necessary in the fifth rank would be immense. Noah explained, trying not to reveal more than he should. The envoy left after his answer. It seemed that the empire had paid a small price just to test if it was going in the right direction. Its experts would gather again now and request a meeting after they thought about something different. A week later, Noah found himself lowering the defenses of his tent for Faith. I know. Even my superiors think that something is going on between us, Faith said as she sat on his same mat and revealed a playful smirk. Noah put that matter in the back of his mind and focused on Faith's explanation. The council wanted to use the hybrids as a material to create formations on the bodies of its cultivators. Such formations would grow alongside them and feed on magical beasts as if they were some sort of parasites giving strength to its hosts in exchange for food. Noah had to admit that the idea was interesting, even if it seemed impossible to accomplish due to various issues. However, he wasn't an expert when it came to formations, so he simply listed the problems that the council could encounter if it used that approach. First of all, a formation able to grow was akin to a living being, even if only in a form reliant on its host. Something like that was bound to have a will, and it could act against the cultivator in a desperate attempt for freedom. Also, it appeared unstable as a method. The council would need to develop a second formation to contain the parasite and force it to work according to the host's will. When considering the fact that the cultivators would still need a different body-nourishing method to improve, that approach seemed feasible only by a small number of elites. Faith left after his answers, and Noah had to wait a month before another envoy knocked at his tent. The Empire had sent someone again, but it had a more precise idea at that time. Its experts wanted to create organic inscribed items from the hybrids and transplant them in their cultivators. Noah felt shocked to hear that. He didn't even know that such inscription methods existed. Yet, there was a problem with the rejection of foreign tissues. Also, the hybrids weren't an infinite resource, which made that approach elitist. After that meeting, the Elbas family finally decided to send someone, and Noah stood up when he saw June crossing the entrance of his tent. "They said that you would just trick anyone belonging to the royal family," June said. Noah sealed the tent, and June pushed him on one of the couches available there when she sensed that they were finally divided from the outside world. The two of them didn't have the chance to say goodbye when they returned from their mission due to the battle between the Rank 6 existences. Yet, they made sure to fix that in that fortuitous moment of intimacy. "Noah," June said as she turned to face her lover laying under her. "They want to use the elemental forging method. You knew that they would have made that connection." Noah nodded and couldn't help but caress her cheek when he saw her worried expression. Then, he abided to the terms of the meeting by pointing out the flaw of that method. "It's impossible to find suitable creatures for heroic cultivators." The Elbas family knew about the elemental forging method, but it ignored its specifics. With Ivor dead, Noah was the only one in the entire world able to pass down those teachings. However, the royals didn't ask for the inscription method, which showed their confidence in being able to imitate it even if they lacked crucial pieces of information. Noah didn't care if the Elbas family managed to reproduce the elemental forging method. The royals could try and fail for as long as they wished, since there wasn't a way around the issue created by the individualities. Even if they succeeded in imitating Noah's fusion, they wouldn't be able to apply it to their current heroic assets. June continued to ask questions as the two of them laid on one of the couches inside the tent. The royals didn't come up with only one idea in that period. As the most advanced organization in the fields that concerned the cultivation journey, the Elbas family had many methods at its disposal and could explore various approaches. June asked Noah about processes that involved alchemy, runes, formations, inscriptions of various kinds, and even techniques that required specific spells. The number of experts among the royals and their variety left Noah speechless, mainly since they covered even the ideas already discussed with the envoys of the other nations. Noah couldn't give complete answers most of the time because he didn't understand even the basics of the inscription methods or procedures involved. However, there were unavoidable issues that he could point out. If a method were too non-invasive, then it would create weaker versions of the hybrids. If the procedures led to the modification of the cultivator species, then the mental instabilities would appear. As for all the methods between those extremes, they shared the problems with both approaches. "You solved all of that by yourself," June said when her list of questions was over. She traced the scales on Noah's chest with her fingers, but her gaze seemed to be elsewhere. She had always known that Noah was incredible, but she hadn't been able to understand the value of his achievements until then. June imagined Noah alone in caves, performing countless tests on himself and magical beasts just to tune the procedure that would allow him to become stronger than his peers. She could even guess the kind of expression that he had when he decided that his human status wasn't worth much if abandoning it would bring him more power. She still remembered his previous eyes when he still had human pupils. She remembered how his cold and detached gaze observed the world as if waiting for potential threats to appear from every corner. "There are times when I still can't believe that you can look at me in this way," June said as she tilted her face to align her eyes with Noah's. Noah was barely able to move his gaze away from her when they were in those intimate moments. Even his aura radiated the desire that he felt toward the lover laying on top of him. He understood June's mood. Once that meeting ended, they would be forced to live apart for who knew how many years. It was time to say goodbye, but both of them found it hard to do after living together for such a long period. For certain aspects, the sudden separation after the mission had been ideal. Yet, it was hard to let go of each other now that no one was pressing them. "Hey!" Noah broke the silence that had fallen inside the tent. "Do you have a secluded training area? Somewhere that only you have access to?" "Yes, but I will probably get a new one after we go back to our world," June said, Why do you ask? I might be able to meet you if I know its exact location. Noah said, It's a bit risky though, so you need to make sure that no one is spying on you. June's eyes lit up at his words. She had long guessed that the Hive had a method to sneak up troops in an enemy country, and the thought that Noah could use it to meet her had crossed her mind. However, the mission in the New World and the secret meetings planned with Danielle's help had given them too much to worry about. They didn't schedule their life after their return and focused only on enjoying those years together. Yet, as their separation drew near, she understood that there was a chance to avoid spending decades alone, and that Noah wasn't afraid to take it. June kissed Noah as her excitement rose, and she couldn't help but mock him a bit to see his reaction. Is this an official proposal? Do you need to see my parents and ask for my hand? Humph. Noah snorted as he sat while keeping June on his lap. And here I thought that your hand had been mine for quite a while. June lowered her voice at that point and wrapped her arms around his neck. Of course, just like yours is mine since you kidnapped me. Then they simply remained in that position, stealing a few intense kisses even though they knew that they had to end the meeting before the other forces started to suspect something. June left a few minutes after she and Noah settled the matter concerning her habitation. They decided that they would rely on Faith to exchange messages since she had proven herself to be trustworthy in the past years. That meeting had still lasted far longer than the others, but June didn't even need to justify herself to the royals when they saw that she had managed to obtain all the answers that she could. Of course, Noah had only pointed out apparent flaws in the methods that he recognized, but his judgment had a lot of value since he was the only real expert in that field. The elders of the Hive then entered his tent and listed the resources obtained with Noah's performance. The council had mostly paid in territories, promising a large part of its share of the New World and even offering its help in protecting it. It added a few inscription methods created in the last years too, since the Hive seemed interested in them. The Empire didn't promise territories but offered a large number of techniques and spells without withholding those of the darkness element. As for the royals, they had given the elders a choice. The Hive had to decide between resources that could benefit the Hive as a whole and a research that seemed to suit the cultivators of the darkness element. The Hive has already chosen to prioritize itself once. Now it's time to nourish its greatest talent. Elder Julia said as she handed Noah a few books. Creation of Higher Forms of Energy. Noah read the title of the first book, and his interest skyrocketed. Once reached certain heights, every cultivator would see their breath change shape and power according to their individualities. Noah read through the contents of the books. These changes are a natural consequence of the separation of the cultivators from heaven and earth. Their existence would become something outside of their plan until they eventually become laws. The elders had left Noah alone after they listed all the gains. He had a few spells to inspect, but the research given by the Elbas family was too appealing to focus on anything else at the moment. However, the breath is both a miraculous energy and a shackle that keeps the cultivators bound to heaven and earth. A real individuality would ultimately affect even the internal composition of that energy and change it into something entirely personal, but there are ways to quicken that process. Noah's kept on reading, and his interest could only increase at those words. The introduction of that research went through what was considered common knowledge among the existences in the higher ranks. The changes of the breath and the separation from heaven and earth's domain were events that anyone expressing their individuality could see. Yet, the tomes continued exploring various possibilities, especially the creation of a higher form of energy. The breath can be used as a material to build incredible items. So, it is theoretically possible to use it to create even stronger energy capable of improving the prowess of any cultivator drastically. Noah read as he wondered who was the author of those tomes. There were detailed descriptions of the experiments and arrays tested by the expert that was pursuing those ideas. The writer had even noted down the peculiarities of the inscription method used and his mental state when he performed them. The first book turned out to list a series of failures, only to conclude with a revelation. The behavior of the breath depends too much on its element. It's impossible to create a unified method. Noah hastily took the second book and resumed his read. I found basic requirements for the higher energy of each element. In my case, I need to create a material able to give birth to stronger flames during the combustion. I'm still unclear on what I will use, but it's a start. The author then listed another series of experiments, but they mostly targeted the nature of the breath of the fire element, which didn't interest Noah. I found something that could work. I'm the best expert in the entirety of the Nation, and even the suppression of the royal family can't put a stop to my improvements. I know now that there is no better fuel than myself. Noah's eyes widened when he read those lines. The image of a man wearing a crown had appeared in his mind for a brief second. He was starting to suspect that the nameless author was, in fact, King Elbaz. Notes filled the rest of the tome. They didn't describe experiments, but they reported random thoughts and brief moments of inspiration that the author had decided to put down as he kept researching. The third and last book described the approach that a cultivator should have in the creation of higher energy according to each element. According to the author, there was a specific behavior to each element that the cultivators had to exploit. Fire needed materials to burn, water needed density, wind needed perpetual motion, earth needed a foundation, and lightning required friction. However, when it came to the light and darkness elements, the author couldn't identify a specific behavior, which forced him to give up on creating a method for those elements. Theoretically speaking, cultivators with light and darkness aptitude should be able to create higher energy that fits their individualities in ways that the other elements can't. The rarest elements don't have a fixed state and can contain any kind of behavior. I wouldn't be surprised if they could recreate the same matter of the world. Noah closed the last book at those lines. The research didn't tell him how to create higher energy with his element, but it gave him an idea and the certainty that it was possible. Most of the time, those two factors were all the things that an expert needed to achieve what he wanted. Is this the reason behind King Elbaz's power? Noah questioned himself. What a monster! He couldn't help but respect the powerhouse of the royal family even more after that discovery. After all, he was a cultivator that had managed to create an entirely new branch of the cultivation journey. Of course, Noah couldn't be sure that the author was King Elbaz, but there were too many coincidences for him not to link the two of them. I focused on the primary energy so much that I lingered on creating a stronger version of the breath, rather than outclassing it. Noah thought as he read the books once again. There were many aspects of the cultivation world that most humans ignored due to their species. One of them was the existence of the primary energy, since it was something limited to the magical beasts world. Noah found himself in the same spot, even if in the opposite position. He had never considered the possibility that there were forms of energy more powerful than the breath, and that the cultivators could build them. The primary energy is like sand, while the particles of breath are bricks. Noah thought as the divine deduction technique gave him a broader perspective. The higher energy would be a building in comparison. How much power would it generate? Noah itched to test that procedure himself, but he knew that his situation wasn't ideal. He didn't have a way to accumulate breath, let alone using it to build more complex and powerful energy. Yet, it was a path that reflected his individuality perfectly, and that would allow him to express his creation in ways that he had never thought before. Meanwhile, the other assets started to take down the encampment to move it on the surface. There was no need to hide anymore. It was time to expand in the new world that still hid a series of threats. The rank 4 cultivators could take care of the expansion though, and there was no need for that high number of stronger existences to remain there. Also, the council and the hive had left their borders exposed to make up for the presence of the powerhouses. Their assets wanted to return to their world. Noah felt the need to return to the new continent too, since he needed an environment where he could obtain all the resources that he needed. The only advantage of the new world was the presence of stronger creatures, but he didn't lack nutrients at the moment. Just like that, the majority of the powerful cultivators took turns to enter the fissure to return to their world. The invasion was officially over. After more than 15 years spent in the other world, Noah finally crossed the dimensional passage to return to his homeland. The Nation had changed drastically in that period. Its vegetation had wilted, and various cracks had appeared on the now barren terrain around the big portal. The shining lines that surrounded the majestic inscribed item able to connect two mortal lands had drained that nation even if the four forces had never failed to provide energy to keep it in function. The portal required too much power to work, and the territories around it had to bear its incredible consumption. It wouldn't be surprising if the entirety of the Wuxia nation became a wasteland in the decades to come. After all, it was clear that providing external energy to the portal wasn't enough to make up for its adverse effects, and none of the four forces was inclined to shut it down. Sacrificing a nation for an entire world was a trade that anyone would make. Where are the noble families? Noah thought as he inspected the nearby areas with his consciousness. The only trace of life that he could sense came from the small encampments built by the four organizations all around that region. There didn't seem to be anyone else on the southern side of the nation. Noah could immediately understand that the political situation had changed in those years, but he suppressed his curiosity for the moment. The hive would surely update him once he returned to the new continent, and he had to prioritize his dantian before involving himself with the political struggles. More cultivators came out of the portal, but a sort of wariness replaced the excitement for their return. In that world, they weren't a joint force anymore. On that side, they were enemies that belonged to organizations doing their best to gain an advantage on the others. Even Noah felt that change, especially when he saw June coming out of the dimensional passage. The shackles created by the political situation there were able to affect him even now that he was a complete rank 5 cultivator. However, he was nearing the point where he could start to ignore those restrictions. Faith came out of the portal too and neared him to convey a few words. "I'll come to visit you, but I think I'll see June first." Faith winked and turned toward the elders of the council, who had already started to gather in their encampment. Noah saw a few of them explicitly nodding in his direction when they saw him talking with Faith. It seemed that their suspected relationship had already received the approval of her higher-ups. The elders of the hive limited themselves to reveal polite smiles at the departing assets of the council and Faith. They knew about Noah and June, but they didn't know what had happened in the wilderness. So, they just played along and left everything in Noah's hands. Also, the council was ravaging Demon's home, which made that situation far more complex. It wasn't something that the elders could influence. It was a matter that only Noah and the 3 demons could discuss. The elders, Noah, and the rank 4 cultivators of the hive eventually flew toward their encampment to reorganize before setting off for the Coral Archipelago. Other troops would use the portal to start a thorough colonization, but Noah already knew that he would return to the other world only when he needed to refill his stash of magical beasts' corpses. "I should be fine till the 6th rank with the new world and both seas," Noah thought as he saw a few rank 4 cultivators expressing their intention to join the colonization. That issue is partially solved at least. It must be said that Noah didn't want to dive into the sea to look for suitable prey. The dark depths of that environment hid dangers that cultivators had always tried to avoid since there weren't many benefits available. It was pointless to colonize areas that they couldn't inhabit. The group quickly reached for the archipelago and separated there since Elder Colleen and Elder Ingrid had to resume their roles. The other elders, Noah, and most of the assets in the 4th rank took the teleportation matrix to return to the Forest of White Woods. Chasing Demon welcomed them, and he led the elders in his private quarters to celebrate their victory against the hybrids and Noah's incredible advancements. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon joined that celebration too, and Noah didn't hesitate to question them about the separate dimension. "On that topic," Flying Demon said as he drank the cup in his grasp in a single sip, "we had to take down the branches under the Wuxia nation. That portal was starting to affect the functioning of the dimension, and we feared that it could even reveal it." "What a waste," Noah said. "Well, there wasn't much more to do there anyway, after the raids and accomplishing his vengeance. Only the capital and the Royal Academy remained as suitable targets. However, the royals were controlling them, and their security had increased when King Elbaz activated the portal. There was no point in resuming the raids, especially with a new world available. What about the noble families? The Wuxia nation is slowly becoming unsuitable for cultivators," Noah asked, but the 2 demons didn't answer and hinted that he would soon learn about that. Noah eventually left while the other elders were still busy celebrating. It wasn't that he hadn't enjoyed himself. Rather, the issue with his dantian was too pressing to spend time doing anything else. As he flew toward his dome, he prepared a list of materials that the hive would later send to his underground quarters. When he reached his dome, though, he noticed a mansion with a familiar banner standing out among the plain-looking buildings of the city. "This is unexpected," Noah thought as he descended toward the mansion and spread his consciousness to speak with the rank 5 cultivator cultivating inside it. "What are you doing here?" Noah transmitted, and the mansion seemed to take life when the other rank 5 existence noticed his presence. After a short minute, a series of heroic cultivators came out of the building and bowed toward Noah as a form of respect, exclaiming something that left him even more surprised. "The Yudi family greets the Demon Prince." Noah was speechless as he moved his gaze between those familiar figures. He saw Daniel, Amos, and the other nobles in the heroic ranks, but he still couldn't understand the reason behind their presence there. "An explanation would be appreciated," Noah said. Amos didn't hesitate to straighten his position before making a summary of the past events. "The portal has wasted the Uhtranation. The Elbas family has suppressed the general anger of the noble families by promising ways to improve the level of the heroic cultivators and by force. With our homeland turning into a wasteland right in front of our eyes, the majority of the nobles surrendered. The cause is no more." A few lines were enough to make Noah understand that there had been some drastic changes during the years that he had spent in the other world. However, he had so much to do that he didn't feel like conversing for the time being. He simply noted in his mind that Daniel had reached June and Faith's level in that period before giving a few orders. "I want a detailed description of everything that has happened in the past years. Just send it to Jason or Bruce. They should be around somewhere." Then, he left for his underground quarters, and the nobles heaved a sigh of relief when they saw his figure disappearing. Yet, they soon realized that something had been off about that encounter. Noah's dantian seemed to be in the 5th rank. Noah didn't waste time. As soon as he returned to his habitation, he sent the list with the materials to Elder Julia and began to review the new spells of the darkness element just obtained. The Shandal Empire had used spells to pay for his advice on the hybrid's matter, and, to his surprise, he found a few diagrams suitable for his aptitude. Also, raiding the castles had given the invaders access to the natives' resources, which had some spells among them. However, only a few of them suited his individuality, and there were even less able to match the rank of his sea of consciousness. "I guess these 3 are worth translating once I get my breath back. I'll keep the others for inspiration purposes," Noah thought as he laid a tome and 2 scrolls on the ground before storing the other spells that he had discarded. 2 of those spells came from the Empire, while the Hive found the other in the other world. Among them, 2 could express a power up to the 5th rank, while the other didn't have limitations in terms of cultivation level. "To think that the Empire would give me something like this," Noah thought when he gave a quick look to the spells without limitation. The name of the ability was Shadow Copy, and it allowed a cultivator to create something similar to a puppet that could imitate part of the caster's attacks. It didn't have limitations in ranks since the power of the copy derived from the amount of energy used during its creation. The only issue was that the copy would be quite weak, but Noah was confident in improving it with a few modifications. The spell coming from the other world was called Merging, and it was a movement-type ability. It wasn't limited to the darkness element. The cultivators would need to partially fuse with the breadth of their aptitude to move faster for a short period. As for the last one, its name was Shadow Chains, and its primary purpose was to suppress and restrict living beings. The useful aspect of that spell was that the cultivator or beast wouldn't be able to use their centers of power once the chains were in place. Noah started to memorize them since he had to wait for Elder Julia to deliver the resources needed for his experiments anyway. Yet, Elder Jason passed down a report from the Yudi family at some point, along with some pieces of information gathered by the elders that didn't join the invasion. It turned out that a few crises had hit the Uhtranation as soon as the exploration team ventured through the portal. The density of the breath in the environment there had started to diminish, leading many magical beasts to migrate. The noble families found themselves assailed by waves of starving beasts. There were even rank 5 creatures among those packs, and one of them was the albino snake that Noah had met so many years ago. The nobles managed to protect themselves, but that was mostly because the beasts had no intention of remaining in the Outcast. Their instincts were telling them that those regions wouldn't be a suitable home anymore. The Elbas family then spread the rumor that it had a method to force breakthroughs in the heroic cultivators. Many nobles were skeptical about that matter. Still, there were too many heroic assets in their ranks with centers of power that had stagnated for centuries. Also, more nobles started to accept the royals' terms when they saw that the cultivators joining them were improving. Little by little, the noble families joined the royals in the new continent, even if their status was completely subservient there. The constant suppression and the impossibility to seize fortuitous chances forced many nobles to give up, especially after their home was about to turn into a wasteland. At times, rebels had to accept the fact that they couldn't win. The Elbas family had kept on growing stronger, and its patriarch was a monster able to open passages leading to other mortal lands. No one would bet on its decline. A few noble families, though, refused to side with the royals anyway and decided to switch organization. Yet, the Elbas family labeled most of them as traitors and hunted them down, turning them into prisoners or directly killing them. Only the families smart enough to deal with the royals on a political field managed to change faction without deadly consequences. The Yudi family was one of them, and it had to give up on most of its resources and wealth to become free to leave. Its connection with the Hive ultimately brought it on the southwestern coast, where Chasing Demon decided to add it to the Hive's ranks, even if only in probation for now. After all, no one would trust someone who had already switched sides once. Truth to be told, the Hive desperately needed heroic assets to match the three big nations, but it wasn't so helpless to blindly trust cultivators that had plotted a revolution for who knew how many years. Even with a few oaths, Chasing Demon still didn't give Amos and his family a seat among the other elders. Elder Jason's report updated Noah on the general situation of the Hive. The years spent in peace had allowed it to make full use of its positive trend, which saw the overall number of powerful cultivators increasing. The Hive had more than 70 rank 4 cultivators now, and a few of them were even inscription masters in some of the schools taught by 37. Chasing Demon had ordered the construction of academies too, one for each dome. They would start to operate once enough cultivators became inscription masters and could instruct the human assets on those fields. The resources requested by Noah eventually arrived, and he found his underground quarters filled by so many blessings that he found it hard to find a place where to sit. Of course, that was the last of his problems, especially now that he was finally starting to create his rank 5 cultivation technique. Noah already had an idea on how to proceed for the creation of his new cultivation technique. He had memorized how his body had transformed the primary energy in breath of the darkness element during the transformation. So, the general structure of the breath had been in his mind for a while by then. However, he had to modify that structure since the resulting energy was weaker than the breath in the environment and didn't express his individuality, which was the main requirement at his level. His meditations after the transformation, though, had focused on that issue, so he could claim that he wasn't approaching the testing phase blindly. The essential feature of a cultivation technique was its ability to gather energy from the environment. Noah had already managed to create that with the black hole technique, but he felt that merely improving his old ring wouldn't be enough to express the entirety of his individuality. He needed something personal that encompassed all the various shades of his complicated existence, and nothing could fill that position better than his demonic sword. As a living weapon created due to the peculiar mental state reached during the transformation, the demonic sword carried many features that the perfect hybrids had. Its entire structure worked as a dantian and absorbed breath from the environment, turning it into primary energy that became part of it. That was an ability belonging to the magical beasts world and, to be more precise, to the elite beasts world since it involved an organ that acted as a dantian. However, the demonic sword was also an expression of Noah's individuality, which carried all its features. Its aura would leave a trail of primary energy due to its destructive properties. Also, the fact that it was a living being represented the peak of Noah's creation. Once chosen the demonic sword as the core for his new cultivation technique, Noah had to improve its ability to absorb the energy in the environment. The natural suction force of the blade wouldn't be able to satisfy his dantian. That was the easy part. Noah had become more than experienced in creating a vortex that could gather breath and primary energy, and he had already learned how to modify the breath blessings to focus only on the darkness element. Yet, he didn't need to use that mineral to gather only one type of breath, now since it wouldn't make any difference once the blade turned it into primary energy. Instead, he needed to tune the blue crystals with the demonic sword's suction force. Noah didn't waste too much time on that part. He had an innate understanding of the demonic sword, and its suction force was one of the few things that he could study thoroughly. The only issue concerned the amount of breath blessings to use. After all, he aimed to forge a rank 5 inscribed item, which meant that each failure would cost him and the hive quite a bit even with the prices lowered. There weren't ways to avoid that problem though. Noah would eventually be forced to test the procedure conceived with the help of the divine deduction technique. There was even a problem connected to his empty dantian, which Noah solved it by spending a long time gathering small bits of breath of the darkness element inside his mind through the ability gained from the native's inscription method. That was a slow and tedious process since the breath needed to be at least at the peak of the 4th rank, or he couldn't even hope for the forging to produce something in the 5th rank. Weeks passed in the silence of the underground quarters in which Noah did nothing but gather enough breath to perform 6 rounds of forging. Undergoing a breakthrough between ranks without having a suitable cultivation technique was a mistake that he had been forced to commit, and now he was paying the price just to accumulate that energy at the peak of the 4th rank. The actual creation, though, went far better than he expected. In his idea, he would have to forge the breath blessings into a ring to place on his demonic swords when he needed to increase its suction force. To do that, he imbued the breath accumulated in his mind with his greed and the powder from his ethereal stomach. Then, he set his consciousness to radiate the same aura of the blade and used the modified walls of his mental sphere to disguise his thoughts as laws. Of course, Noah had yet to complete inscribing the walls of his mind, but the effect obtained surpassed his expectations nonetheless. The energy obtained after all those modifications seemed to be a perfect imitation of the demonic sword. It was as if it had always been part of the blade. When using that modified breath in the forging, the breath blessings would start to radiate an aura so similar to his weapon that the demonic sword often inspected the huge crystals condensing under Noah's control. It took him 4 attempts to succeed in his task. He ultimately failed the first 2 forgings, and the 3rd one only produced an item at the peak of the 4th rank. Nevertheless, at his 4th try and after the hive had been forced to refill his stash of materials twice, he managed to create a complete rank 5 item. Noah didn't hesitate to test it. The item appeared as an opaque crystal ring with dark shades that radiated a violent aura without really affecting its surroundings. Yet, when Noah inserted it in the hilt of the demonic sword, the innate suction force of the blade skyrocketed, and the breath in the underground area gathered on it in an instant. The blade released a happy roar, but Noah saw how most of that energy lingered around it and didn't manage to become part of its structure. It seemed that it wasn't able to absorb it due to some external limitations. It won't grow while my dantian remains in this state. Noah concluded at that sight and moved toward the next phase of his experimentation. Connecting the blade to his dantian wasn't a problem. The two of them were almost the same existence. Noah believed that he wouldn't even need to stab his low waist at that point. However, the moment had come for him to face the steepest hindrance in the creation of his cultivation technique. He had to assemble the primary energy in a breath that reflected his individuality. Noah dispersed the remaining breath that he had painstakingly accumulated in his mind and created a few more spherical runes to accelerate the inscription of his walls. Then, he created another spherical rune that didn't contain any trace of his copy of heaven and earth's aura, and started to focus his entire consciousness on it. Only laws could control the behavior of the primary energy, but Noah could just make his thoughts resemble them. Yet, that had to be enough since he needed to find the right method to assemble that primary energy to create a darkness that was only his. Creating a new ring took less than a year, but now Noah had reached the difficult part of the testing phase. He needed to develop breath from primary energy. Noah had memorized the process, but that didn't mean that he could replicate it. His body had naturally reassembled the primary energy during the transformation, but he needed to use his mental energy to reproduce it now. Of course, Noah didn't want to end up with that same kind of breath, but imitating the procedure that he had memorized would be a useful training and would improve his expertise in the native's inscription method. Noah spent endless months moving the primary energy contained in his spherical rune just to reach a level of precision that could allow him to approach the memorized procedure. His ability also increased as the walls of his mental sphere kept on changing under the aura radiated by the spherical runes near them. No one bothered him. The elders were aware of his peculiar situation and didn't dare to disturb him due to the difficulty of the task. Creating a rank 5 cultivation technique without having breath in the dantian sounded almost as a joke. After all, most inscription methods relied on the breath to work. However, if there was someone able to succeed in that task, it was Noah. The microscopic particles of primal energy were tough to control, but Noah's expertise kept on growing, and he eventually managed to reproduce the breath created during the transformation. It had taken him 2 years of constant efforts to reach that initial success. Noah inspected the rank 5 gaseous breath of the darkness element hovering over his palm. Countless pieces of information accumulated in his mind as the divine deduction technique analyzed that energy and the procedure that had created it. He knew that the primary energy had perceived the orders conveyed by his consciousness as laws, which meant that he could somewhat avoid the issue that he wasn't able to wield them yet. However, now that he had succeeded in recreating that breath, he had to invent a procedure that led to his darkness. The fact that he understood the general structure of the breath, though, didn't mean that he knew how to proceed. Modifying the procedure would require him to change the laws that he was imitating with his mental energy, which meant testing various structures blindly since he didn't know the laws involved. He did have a direction, though. His mental energy had to express the entirety of his individuality, and he could slowly take out the thoughts that would lead to a weaker or unstable breath. So his relentless testing began. Noah had reached a level of expertise where he didn't need the spherical rune anymore to gather primary energy. Yet, he used it nonetheless since it was his fastest method to accumulate energy in a quantity that could become breath in the 5th rank. He spent his days eating, testing, and feeding his sword, without even bothering to stand up. He had entered the part of his cultivation journey where years could go by without him even noticing. Even with an empty dantian, he was a cultivator in the 5th rank. Chasing demon had needed 1,000 years to go from the peak of the 4th rank to the 6th. So, even if Noah had the fastest growth ever recorded in history, he would still require centuries to reach that level. Noah took a few minutes of break only on one occasion. Faith had come to visit him, justifying herself in front of the council by saying that she wanted to set a series of trades with the hive. The world had moved on since Noah secluded himself. The main focus of the 4 organizations had become the exchange of the materials retrieved in the New World, which also involved hybrids of magical beasts that had developed a sea of consciousness. Those beings were useful for multiple reasons. They could become guinea pigs in specific experiments or real assets that could increase the power of each faction. It was pointless to say how valuable a hybrid in the 5th rank was if it decided to help an organization willingly. Faith had mostly come to convey a message from June, but she also wanted to see how her friend was. When Elder Julia brought her to his underground quarters, though, she almost didn't recognize him. Noah's appearance hadn't changed. His robe was a bit messy, and there were traces of blood on the corners of his mouth, but he seemed the same cultivator from back then. Yet his aura had changed entirely. An unfathomable severity surrounded him, and his consciousness became impossible to sense from time to time. It was as if his thoughts were wandering in realms that Faith couldn't detect, and even Elder Julia revealed a stern expression whenever that happened. The Elder knew that Noah's mind would reach for the laws on random moments of enlightenment, but he was still too weak to remain in that state for long. Faith was about to leave when she saw him in that state, but Noah suddenly spoke and stood up to near her. "I don't know if it's been a long time." The two of them only exchanged a couple of lines before Faith delivered a sealed letter that carried June's aura. Noah couldn't help but feel warm when he took the message. On the other hand, Faith had understood that Noah was extremely busy and left his quarters, opting to spend the rest of her trip there with the other heroic assets in the city above. Noah read the letter and sent a mental message to the two demons. He didn't know what they were up to, but he knew that he could rely on them, especially when it came to matters that involved his lover. Then, he returned in his previous position and sat cross-legged on the ground to resume his testing. Time passed, and Noah didn't even bother to keep track of it. The only things that existed in his mind were his hunger and the energy that morphed on his palm. His mind would sometimes touch on the part of the understanding that he had reached during the transformation. Still, he would quickly lose access to it, keeping only some of the emotions that he had felt in those moments. Yet, at some point, his aura began to disperse the seriousness that it had radiated since Noah immersed himself in the experimentation. Noah held his breath for fear that the structure of the gas in his palm could be affected by that simple gesture. The gas seemed to move in an orderly way, but it kept on changing shape in perpetual motion. Each of its particles resembled the drops of water of a tide, with the only difference that they had the form of hiltless sabers. Looking at that breath, Noah knew that he had finally succeeded. A darkness made of destructive swords able to take any form. Noah thought as he stared at the tiny cloud in his palm. Its power is on par with the breath found in the environment, but it will be stronger when I use it to fuel my abilities. In the end, Noah's breath didn't manage to surpass the power of heaven and earth's, but matching it was already an incredible result. After all, his energy was perfect for his individuality and would give birth to more potent effects when paired with abilities with the same properties. As for surpassing heaven and earth standard, he had been forced to give up on that. There was simply too much that he didn't understand when the laws were involved, and the continuous trial and error could only bring him so far. Yet, Noah didn't feel disappointed with the result. He had finally created an energy that didn't exist in the world. The tiny cloud was breath, made by him and for him. It was his darkness, something that he had meant to create since he started to uncover the depths of his individuality. Also, there was still King Elba's research, which Noah knew would allow him to surpass the world's standards. No signs of tribulation, Noah thought as his consciousness reached for the sky above the dome. I can begin the final phase immediately. Heaven and earth appeared to be whimsical when it came to tribulations that didn't concern the breakthroughs in specific ranks. Noah had triggered it when he created hybrids, and something similar had happened with the ancestors of the other world. That would lead most cultivators to believe that mixing races was the cause behind those punishments, but Noah had the memories of the cursed dragon species too. He remembered the immense tribulation that those creatures had to face. Maybe they weren't punished only because of their flames. It might be that the punishment came after the leader failed a heaven tribulation to advance to the divine ranks. Noah's mind wandered a bit, but he quickly suppressed that thought. He didn't have the power to understand how the world worked, so it was pointless to overthink specific issues. Heaven and earth didn't try to punish him for creating his darkness element, so he didn't need to hesitate to finalize his cultivation technique. Noah now had managed to improve the suction force of the demonic sword and had found the right procedure to turn primary energy into breath. He lacked only a way to connect those two processes. Of course, Noah knew what he had to do. The hard part was behind him. Now he had just to apply what he had learnt and made in the past years to create his rank 5 cultivation technique. To do so, he needed a third will-consuming rune. Noah absorbed the dark cloud in his sea of consciousness before immersing himself in a long session of meditation with the divine deduction technique. He required something slightly invasive to put an end to his long seclusion. A method soon took form inside his mind, and he didn't hesitate to request other materials before starting to prepare everything he needed. The rank 5 breath inside his mind went inside the brown sea and came out with the shape of the demonic sword. Noah had focused on his connection with his living weapon at that time. That would act as the bridge between his center of power and the blade. Then, he used his ethereal stomach and his mental energy to create dense dust able to imitate the procedure that he had just perfected. That would set the guidelines for the primary energy entering the rune. In the end, he imbued the breath with the ethereal dust to create a program with enough power to force the primary energy to turn into his darkness. It was needless to say that Noah had to repeat those procedures a few times before he managed to obtain a satisfying result. Still, the years spent reassembling primary energy made those failures barely noticeable. Once he set the rules and the energy, he only needed a solid material for the elemental forging method. Since he had already tested its efficiency during the creation of the liquid dantian, his blood was the best material when it came to implanting something in his body. Noah slowly coughed blood that he accumulated on one of the special buckets that he used when he needed to create a blood companion. Then, he fused it with the modified breath inside his mind to create a dark ink that radiated the power of the 5th rank. The forging succeeded at the first try. Noah's expertise with those materials was simply too high for him to fail at that point. Elder Jason had delivered the material that he had requested while he was busy with those preparations. It was a dense liquid retrieved from the other world that exuded an awful smell. That was one of the weapons that the natives used to fend off the magical beasts, and it had the peculiar properties to weaken the bodies of those creatures temporarily. Noah undressed the upper part of his robe and smeared the liquid on his low waist. He didn't do that only once. The potion wasn't completely effective since he wasn't only a beast, so he had to spread it on his skin multiple times to weaken that spot. When his skin and muscles had weakened enough, he wielded the demonic sword and imbued its tip inside the inscribed ink. Noah had performed that procedure so many times that he didn't even need to think about what he had to draw. The blade pierced his skin easily and cut his muscles after some struggles. Noah kept it pointed toward his dantian and began to draw a perfect representation of the base of the hilt of his sword. After drawing the rectangular outline, though, he immersed the blade in the ink again and started to cut the insides of that shape with swift thrusts. The demonic sword didn't like hurting Noah, but it remained silent and let him cut his own body because it knew that the procedure was crucial to him. In the end, Noah let his weapon go and waited for the skin and muscles of his low waist to heal. The effects of the liquid worn off eventually, and the healing properties of his body fixed the deep cuts, revealing a black, rectangular rune that had an intricate pattern drawn in its insides. Noah didn't exactly understand what that pattern meant, but he knew that it was a physical representation of the procedure through which the primary energy became his breath. All the pieces are in place, Noah thought as he heaved a tired sigh. He wielded his blade again and inserted the opaque ring that he had stored inside his space ring in its hilt. The suction force of the demonic sword skyrocketed, and Noah promptly laid the base of the weapon over the rune drawn on his low waist. When the two of them touched, Noah felt his dantian enlarging again. The opaque ring enhanced the innate suction force of the demonic sword, which was now able to absorb the breath in the environment since it had gained an outlet. The breath became primary energy as it entered the blade and gathered at its base, where the hilt touched with the rectangular rune. The primary energy entered the rune and transformed according to its rules, becoming a peculiar kind of breath of the darkness element that shot toward Noah's dantian, enlarging its walls as it filled it. Noah felt his body cheering as breath filled his dantian in short instants and stated to apply pressure on its walls. A sensation of power spread through his cells as his centers of power began to work together after so much time. He was finally advancing in the 5th rank. He was finally able to express the full power of a complete rank 5 cultivator. His dantian didn't oppose any resistance. It seemed to enlarge willingly as if it had waited for that moment to happen. Noah was temporarily lost in the wonderful sensation of seeing his power increase again, but he didn't miss that peculiarity. I've accumulated a lot of understanding as I created my darkness, Noah thought before losing himself again in his cultivation. Creating his breath was a clear expression of his individuality. The demonic sword was a fluke, but his darkness was something that he had built on his own. He was an inscription master able to create items in the 5th rank, and the same energy that flowed through his body was a clear statement of that. His mind was his world and contained the mental energy of a hybrid. His body was his creation, and it was able to match the might of the ancestors of the other world. His dantian contained breath of the darkness element that he had built specifically for his individuality. There wasn't the slightest trace of heaven and earth inside of him anymore. Noah had cut away even the last bits of their influence by replacing the innate structure of their breath with one of his own. He was entirely outside of their system now. The mistake had thrived and reached a form that didn't need to abide by the rules of the world anymore. A sense of freedom enveloped him. Noah felt different as his breath nourished him and worked together with his other centers of power. It was a sensation similar to when he was about to become a perfect hybrid, but it wasn't the same either. Noah spent days cultivating and stopped only when the enlargement of his dantian slowed down and reached what he thought to be its average growth speed. The understanding that he had accumulated during his experiments had become part of his power. If he wanted to improve his training speed further, he needed to express his individuality more or dive deeper into the laws. When Noah opened his eyes after that long session of training, the world felt different. Nothing had changed, and he wasn't seeing nor understanding more than usual. Yet, he sensed some kind of distance from everything. It was as if he had become a stranger in the world where he had lived for many years. Noah dressed up and left his underground quarters at that point. He needed to experience the outside world after so much time spent in seclusion, and he wanted to contact Elder Julia for the 6th Xianxia rune. During the mission to the other world and his seclusion, Noah didn't make use of the rune. Taking it in that wild environment was simply too dangerous, and he didn't have time to train in anything else while he was busy creating his cultivation technique. However, his alternative method and the continuous experimentation had kept the enlargement of his mind going. Also, now that he was free and in a safe environment, he could claim his turns with the rune and keep it for a few years. When he resurfaced, though, he sensed two familiar presences at the top floor of one of the most luxurious buildings in the city under his dome. "Hasn't the hive built underground quarters for both of you?" Noah asked as he entered the floor and stared at the two demons lazily reading books on a couch. "The reappearance of the demon prince," Flying Demon said while making absurd gestures. "I was beginning to like this city. I see that you solved your problem," Dreaming Demon said, eyeing Noah's low waist with a glance. "Here, you can keep it for 4 years." Dreaming Demon handed Noah a folded sheet, and he was surprised to see the 6th Xianxia rune drawn inside it. 4 years? Noah asked, even if he knew what that meant. "Yes, you've spent 16 years in seclusion and won me a bet against Justin," Flying Demon said while putting down his book and raising a cup full of wine. "He now owes me a jar of liquor that he has stored for an entire century." "Excellent job." Noah stored the rune and ignored Flying Demon as he sat on the couch in front of the couple. He intended to continue training soon, but he needed to understand how the world had evolved in that period. However, Flying Demon suddenly lay down and gazed at the ceiling before asking a question. "So, what do you think about the laws? Elder Julia told us that you saw them." Noah was a bit taken aback, but his eyes soon wandered too as he tried to remember what he felt whenever his consciousness managed to reach that realm. "I don't really know," Noah said. "They resemble soft emotions that hide an incredible complexity, but I can't put it into words. That's because words can't describe them," Dreaming Demon said while revealing an understanding smile. Noah knew that she was the strongest asset in the 5th rank in the hive and that she probably interacted with the laws often. After all, being able to wield the laws was necessary for the 6th rank, which meant that she was surely learning how to do that. Dreaming Demon could see Noah's interest in her understanding and tried to find the right words to give him some pieces of advice. "You will gradually find your way in that realm more often as the expression of your existence starts to interfere with the corresponding laws." "Are you already on a level where you can define the laws?" Noah asked. "You don't define laws, Prince. They define the world and its behavior," Dreaming Demon corrected him. Noah's mind wandered for a bit. He had to train and learn what had happened in those years, but he took a moment to appreciate how far he had gone. He still remembered how he carried his piece of breath blessing around when he was just a human cultivator. Now, he discussed the laws that ruled the world with beings that were more than 1,000 years old. "Right," Flying Demon exclaimed as he straightened his position. "We have finished the passage. I just have to set the door." The letter delivered by Faith contained the details about the location of June's private training quarters. Upon learning that Noah had asked the two demons to enlarge the separate dimension while he was busy creating his cultivation technique, Of course, the demons had completed the task long ago and were just waiting for him to come out of his seclusion to set the door. They didn't dare to place it without him since the lines of the formation would appear even on the outer world, and that area was deep in the domain of the Elbas family. If June was to see two strangers randomly appearing from the floor of her quarters, she could trigger an alarm and turn the whole situation into a mess. "Could you set it now?" Noah asked, and both demons revealed a sly smile before standing up and turning in the direction of the desert. The three of them flew for a while, but they didn't hurry. Instead, they used that time to drink some more and update Noah about the current situation of the world. Chasing Demon put the Yudi family under oath, but he still doesn't trust them. Flying Demon said, "Yet, that Daniel is good with alchemy and the other nobles are behaving while also trying to blend in. They were really desperate when they came here. The other nations have mostly focused on increasing the number of cultivators in their ranks, experimenting with the hybrids, and analyzing the knowledge retrieved in the other world." Dreaming Demon said, "The Hive is the only organization avoiding to replicate their transformation, so we are a bit ahead of the other nations when it comes to sorting the new knowledge." Noah didn't need to ask why the Hive didn't approach the testing phase. Investing in such a revolutionary experiment would be expensive, and it would slow down the growth that it was experiencing. Also, the Hive already had the best expert in the field. He had just been unavailable for a few years. Noah knew that Chasing Demon or one of the elders would soon contact him to speak about that matter. Yet, he wanted to set his private life straight before involving himself with political affairs again. The two demons kept on summarizing the main event that happened while he was in seclusion as they flew toward the desert in the west. The fact that the Nation was becoming a wasteland due to the dimensional portal had pushed away even more assets from the old continent. The colonization of the new continent advanced as a consequence, and the destroyed central territories also saw the appearance of various structures belonging to all the major organizations. As the years passed, the central areas of the new continent were slowly giving birth to new forms of life, which eventually brought packs of magical beasts back in those regions. There had been no sighting of exceptional life forms like the black flowers, but the magical plant there were peculiar nonetheless. While the other nations behaved as usual though, the Elbas family found itself involved in unusual matters. Most of the royals had disappeared entirely from the social environment, but that was quite understandable since they were busy studying the compound. However, the nobles that patrolled the borders of their domain or handled certain public events would often disappear, only to be replaced by other heroic cultivators. What was strange was that some of them wouldn't reappear anymore, while those that did it would have a higher cultivation level. Noah was aware of the rumor that the royals had a way to increase the power of the heroic cultivators forcefully, but he couldn't even imagine how something like that was possible. The only one who might know more about the matter was June, and he had to admit that they didn't talk much about the Elbas family when they were together in the New World. Couldn't be helped. There was too much to do there, and they were finally together. Also, they always kept some pieces of information for themselves in case someone exposed their relationship and made use of their knowledge to hurt their partner. She had only questioned him about the raids in the Nation because she was worried about his mental state. As for the matters concerning the royal inheritance, she didn't mention them because Noah had already taken care of his grandfather. The colonization of the New World is going smoothly though, Flying Demon said. It's funny how political differences don't seem to matter there. I guess problems will appear once the four organizations start to define the borders of their domain there too. The New World provided a continuous stream of new materials and perfect hybrids, filling the inventories of the four forces and allowing them to continue the experiments. Noah was surprised to discover that the Hive had managed to obtain a fair share of hybrids too. It seemed that the four forces were set on dividing the gains coming from the New World equally. His interest though was in the rank 5 hybrid that had joined the Hive. According to the demon's description, the creature was a mantis called Danielle Duran. One problem at the time, Noah thought before focusing on other pressing issues. He was sure that the elders would start filling him with requests and missions once they realized that he had some free time again. The trio eventually reached the desert, and Noah saw a few structures built on the sandy terrain filled with blue cracks. The buildings were tall towers that formed some kind of array with their arrangement. They were encircling an area that he recognized as the entrance to the separate dimension. 37 was waiting for them on top of one of the towers and jumped down when they were about to reach him. The towers work as a reserve of energy, and he is quite free in that area. Human cultivators can also live inside them. So the hive is using this place as an academy for promising inscription masters. Dreaming Demon explained before the three of them crossed the towers and landed on the sandy ground between them. Flying Demon promptly used his key, and the ground lit up, bringing the three of them in the familiar environment of the separate dimension. Noah soon noticed that a series of teleportation matrix were now occupying that part of the tunnel, probably linking that spot on strategic places. The two demons led Noah toward one of the formations, and they disappeared again once its light enveloped them. Noah found himself in another part of the dimension, together with the demons and 37, who began to place the door. The task took them only a few minutes, and the three of them opened a path to Noah, who didn't hesitate to step on the shining lines. When his eyes became able to make out the new environment, they focused on a familiar woman that held a spear pointed in his direction. "It's been a long time since you pointed that at me." Noah cracked a joke when he saw June's familiar battle stance. However, June wasn't in the mood for their usual routine of light bickering and dropped the spear as she threw herself at her lover. "You kept me waiting," June said before diving into Noah's lips. The two of them exchanged a long kiss, and Noah couldn't help but lift her from the floor as they continued to embrace. Noah felt her smile at that gesture. He knew that she liked it when he expressed his desire for her so openly. June eventually tilted her head to break their kiss and pointed toward a bed in the corner of her quarters. The two of them took their time to satisfy the emotions and urges accumulated in the past years. Then, they lay in the now messy bed in silence for a while before June left his arms and sat behind him. Noah casually rested on her lap and let her mess with his hair. June just wanted to comb it to make fun of him at the beginning, but its metallic properties didn't make her task easy. "I've always been meaning to ask," June said as she tried to pull one strand of hair. "Is this a rank 5 material now? I might test it in some formations. Let me get my spear real quick." "Don't spear my hair," Noah said, turning and pulling her by her leg so that she would slide right under him. June released a cute laugh as she let her lover pull her, but her mood changed when their eyes met, and she wrapped her arms around Noah's neck almost instinctively. They could do that for days just lying in bed or on a couch, exchanging a few jokes before falling prey to their desires once again. However, they both knew that they had to set a few things before relaxing and resuming their cohabitation. "You can use that formation to escape and come to the hive if something happens," Noah said, without moving his eyes from hers. "We can stop holding back a bit now that we are stronger." The limits that they had decided to place on themselves to protect each other were slowly becoming pointless as their power increased. As a rank 5 cultivator, even if Noah created a political issue, the repercussions would be different since there weren't many existences able to affect his position. Also, his figure was more than revered since he was the only real expert in the hybrids field. As for June, she had managed to reach the solid stage in those years, confirming her status as a genius. Reaching the last stage of the 4th rank in around 50 years was a fantastic achievement, and she had spent a long time developing her formations too. June nodded, and the two of them sat on the bed to discuss a few essential matters before deciding how they would live from now on. June kept her arms around Noah's neck as she questioned him about the formation, and Noah explained some of the basics behind the separate dimension. Then, he began to ask her about the strange behavior of the Elbis family. It should be connected to the pool retrieved from the royal inheritance. June said, "I can't be completely sure though. The royals have taken it away as soon as we cleared the tower." The truth was that Noah had partially given up on the royal inheritance by then. After all, it was impossible to snatch it from such a powerful organization even with the help of the separate dimension since he didn't know its exact location. Also, the inheritance would have been under the royals' control for more than 70 years by then. Noah would be surprised if they didn't manage to conquer it in all that time. They focused on other topics too, and they eventually started to discuss their cultivation techniques when June questioned him about the black drawings on his waist. "It's part of the system that I created to cultivate," Noah explained as he called the demonic sword that had kept itself busy as the couple enjoyed their reunion. The sword cheered and reached for Noah, who inserted the opaque ring in its hilt and laid its base over the rune. Breath suddenly started to gather on his position and flow inside his dantian after the various transformations and reconstructions. Noah was openly showing his cultivation method because there was a chance that June might gain some kind of inspiration from watching it up close. She did understand something, but her judgment concerned the technical aspect of the technique. You have managed to add the features of the magical beasts world to a technique that involves the dantian. You aren't limited by your aptitude anymore, and even your energy seems different. Noah nodded at her words. He was actually surprised that she had been able to understand so much with just a quick look. I guess she knows me so well that she notices even the slightest change, Noah thought, but she interrupted his reasoning with a joke. You need to cultivate like the rest of us now, June said as she placed her hand over the rune when Noah interrupted the cultivation technique. Yes, the sword must remain in this form since my individuality has created it in this way, Noah explained. Changing it while I cultivate would just taint the resulting energy. Also, I don't see it standing there all the time. The demonic sword growled as if to agree with Noah's words. It liked it when he wielded it, but being unable to fly on its own for days was still dull. Also, the pressure that it had to endure during the process wasn't negligible. June then explained a few details behind her cultivation technique and her plans for her next breakthrough. She already had something in mind, even if the 5th rank was still at quite some distance. The two of them then began to discuss how they would manage to live together, and the safest option was to build something in the separate dimension so that June could just use the door without risking exposing Noah. The couple eventually went through the door, and Noah formally introduced June to the two demons that had waited for his return next to the formation. As flying demons sized her up though, Noah spoke to the automaton that was in a corner with his eyes closed. I need your help in setting a few devices so that we can know from here if June's presence is requested. Forget it, 37 said. I'm too busy teaching those ignorant fools. Noah had expected his unwillingness and took a bucket from his space ring. As he opened it, he wore a canny smile and tried to persuade him. This is a rank 6 hybrid that has lost all its energy. This dust is useless for most experts. Yet, you might be the only one able to find a way to use it. 37 couldn't contain his interest at the sight of the large bucket. He removed the seal and inspected the compressed dust with his ethereal hands, murmuring incoherent words from time to time. Noah had spoken the truth. The ashes of the rank 6 snake didn't contain even the slightest trace of breath. However, the automaton was knowledgeable in so many inscription methods that he might be able to find a purpose for that wasted material. Noah's had to snap his fingers to reclaim the automaton's attention, and the latter ultimately nodded to express his willingness to help with his issues. I also need something to cover the formation on the other side, Noah said. It's better to be careful when dealing with the royals. 37 disappeared as soon as Noah expressed his requests, bringing the bucket away with him. Noah didn't mind that. He could just use those ashes to brag, which meant that they were useless in his hands. Flying Demon then neared Noah and lay his arm around his shoulders, whispering something to his ear. You have inherited the demon's tastes in women, but mine is better. Noah didn't mind his words. He knew the demon's character. He was just trying to have a talk between men with someone that he considered his friend. Wait 1,000 years and we'll see, Noah said with a smirk. Also, June has a better taste in men. Flying Demon exploded in a laugh and patted Noah's shoulder repeatedly. June and Dreaming Demon were able to hear their conversation, but they didn't pay attention to them. Dreaming Demon was sizing her up with a stern expression, as if deciding if she was worthy of her master's heir. On the other hand, June had just realized how protective those two rank 5 existences were when it came to Noah. June had always known that Noah's status inside the hive was incredibly high, but the other elders had treated her as a guest during the winged beasts crisis. Instead, the two demons seemed to have personal interests behind their protective behavior. It was clear that their relationship with Noah went beyond that shared with the members of the same organization. Noah didn't like that but turned a blind eye to their behavior nonetheless. He wanted the two demons to accept her, and he had total confidence in June. "Do you love him?" Dreaming Demon eventually asked. "Yes," June answered without any hesitation. "He will leave you behind. Are you aware of that?" Dreaming Demon pressed on, but June didn't hesitate and answered positively once again. Noah glanced at Flying Demon when he saw that scene, but he simply shrugged his shoulder. There was nothing that he could do to stop his lover at that point. Yet, Dreaming Demon's stern expression broke into a smile after June's last answer, and she neared her to whisper a few gentle words. "You know, my master asked me similar things when he learnt about my relationship. We have reckless men at hand, but they are the best if you ask me." Dreaming Demon winked at June when she finished her phrase and turned to face the lover that was staring at her with a dazed gaze. Simple words couldn't describe the amount of suffering the Flying Demon had gone through just to keep her alive. Yet, every time he looked at her, he felt that it was completely worth it. It wasn't rare for cultivators to have lovers, but it was hard for couples to last through the centuries spent cultivating. Even a simple difference in power could determine if two existences could be together. The two demons were different though. Their relationship had survived so many crises that it was impossible to imagine the two of them breaking up at some point. June was momentarily puzzled by that interaction, but Noah promptly reached her to whisper a few words. "Don't be Faith." June blushed and started bickering with Noah while the demons were still immersed in their intense stare. 37 eventually returned, carrying a few things with him. He held a large carpet with one arm and had a series of precious items in the other. June recognized some of those items. Most formations that could reflect the power of the heroic ranks used them. "My students inscribed this for a project," 37 said. "It has good cloaking properties, and only a thorough inspection would reveal its status as an inscribed item since they used the natives' method." Noah quickly took the carpet and used the door to return in June's quarters. Then, after laying it over the shining lines of the floor, he activated the key again. The carpet didn't influence the ability of the door, but it managed to cover its light while also blocking the power that it released. Noah could only show his approval when he reappeared in the separate dimension. As for the other issue, the solution was more technical. 37 couldn't just study the functioning of June's quarters and hack in its inscription. There was no point in pursuing such a troublesome approach. So, he drew some lines around the door and told Flying Demon to complete the formation. The ground of the dimension became transparent when he ended the array, revealing June's quarters. Her quarters were upside down in that image, but seeing them wasn't the purpose of the formation. The new lines allowed the group to hear the sounds coming from the habitation even from the separate dimension, meaning that June could just leave her inscribed notebook there and use the door when a message arrived. June quickly went back in her quarters, left the notebook, and returned in the dimension wearing a wide smile. They had finally set everything. She could live with Noah without worrying about any repercussions now. 37 then left, and the demons soon followed his example. "What exactly is that man?" June asked, questioning Noah about the automaton. She became interested in that life form after she saw how experienced he was when it came to formations, and that feeling only increased when Noah gave her a brief explanation. "He is like an encyclopedia for inscription methods." Noah started to send a series of mental messages after that, and the heroic assets of the hive mobilized to complete his requests. Entire structures appeared on the teleportation matrix right under June's habitation. Noah had requested rooms and various kinds to build a mansion right in that spot. The construction didn't take much with him and June there. In a week, they built a large mansion that had features that matched some of the best habitations available in the hive. It didn't have protective formations all around its perimeter, but it had 2 large and reinforced training areas, other than various rooms meant for other uses. Just like that, their life together began. It wasn't the best since they still couldn't show their relationship out in the open, but it was better than spending decades away from each other and ignorant about the condition of their partner. Noah and June's life was uneventful for a couple of years. Their cohabitation went smoothly and without anyone disturbing them. The elders of the hive were busy with their matters, and the Elbas family was in a similar situation, which meant that Noah and June could enjoy their life as a couple in peace. Of course, their cultivation still occupied a large part of their time. Each session of training could last for days or even weeks since they were existences in the heroic ranks. They tried to spend as much time as they could together, but it often happened that they wouldn't see each other for entire days, even if they lived in the same mansion. That fact, though, didn't bother the couple. That was just how the life of the cultivators was. Filled with long periods of seclusion and even boring at times. The determination to keep training for years without obtaining any significant increase in power was one of the requirements for beings in the heroic ranks. After all, time could erode even the strongest wills, especially when they were forced to face a high number of failures before managing to succeed. It wasn't a surprise that many cultivators eventually gave up when the many difficulties connected to the individualities became a vital part of that somewhat dull life. Yet Noah was different. Struggles and battles had filled his life since his transmigration, forcing him always to improve if he wanted to keep his life. Also, his ambition was boundless, and his desire for power had only increased when he fused with a magical beast. As for June, her life had been less exciting compared to Noah's, but she had to deal with her fair share of struggles due to the expectations of his family and the pressure of the royals. Also, as a battle maniac, Noah's fast growth encouraged her to work harder than the others. Between the various training, though, Noah and June always managed to find some moment for themselves. Noah had mostly focused on his battle prowess when he didn't train his centers of power. He had obtained new spells and discovered that his old ones didn't work as he intended when he used his breath. It didn't matter if he had modified them or not. The spells that suited his individuality would obtain stronger effects when fueled with his darkness, while the others would be weaker or even don't work at all with that energy. That forced Noah to review his entire arsenal thoroughly. It didn't bother him that some of his abilities had become unreliable. It was only natural that his battle style would specialize around his individuality as his rank increased. Yet, he had to make sure to know what worked and what he could salvage with the right adjustments. Noah had to put aside King Elba's research for the time being since his cultivation and revision of his arsenal left him without any free time. June didn't approach the research either in that period. Noah had shared its contents with her and, even if she was interested, she judged that her understanding of the lightning element was too shallow to attempt in the creation of higher energy. Elder Julia's arrival, though, interrupted their peaceful lives and reminded them that the outside world wouldn't just stop placing issues in front of them because they were happy. Noah and June sat on a comfortable mat and faced the elder that placed a few reports among them. The sheets mostly depicted images of half-human half-beast beings similar to those seen under the castles in the New World. These are sightings coming from our outposts in the central regions, Elder Julia explained. They are getting close. She didn't specify which force was behind those experiments, which meant that she didn't know their source. Noah could make a few guesses as he looked at the images. Those failed hybrids seemed the result of a flawed transformation, and only the Elbas family could have been able to find a way to replicate it so soon. After all, he knew that the Shandal Empire and the Council aimed to create different kinds of fusions between the species. I can't create an army of cultivators like me, Noah said. It's simply impossible. They would be wild beasts rather than actual cultivators, and that only if they survive the procedure. You can't underestimate the instincts of a magical beast. Noah didn't need Elder Julia to explain the reason behind her visit, since it was quite evident. With the other forces making progress in that new field, the Hive wanted to become competitive by involving the best expert. However, Noah wasn't lying. The mortality rate of the fusion was incredibly high, and that when he used slaves that could only answer truthfully to his questions. Also, the issue of the instincts was something that had no solution. The only beings that could become hybrids without losing their sanity were those with a sea of consciousness able to match their bodies. As far as Noah knew, he was the only cultivator that matched that requirement. We need something, though, Elder Julia said. The other nation will pay any price to get their hands on this power, and some of them will eventually succeed. The Hive has just started to catch up with these forces. We can't let them gain ground again. June remained silent during the conversation. She knew that she was still a foreigner when it came to those discussions. Her presence there was just a consequence of her relationship with Noah. Truth to be told, June would disclose her knowledge on the matter if she had any. However, the Elbas family had cut June and her family out from the testing phase since she had refused to swear oaths after taking down the royal inheritance. Noah fell deep in thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to help the hive, but every approach that tried to replicate the power of the magical beasts would inevitably bring a series of failed experiments. The hive simply didn't have the human resources to endure such losses, and involving the foreigners would just interrupt the stream of migrants that saw the fourth organization as a reasonable force. Then, an idea popped in his mind when he saw the demonic sword uncaringly flying from a room to another. He remembered how the Empire wanted to create organic inscribed items to transplant in the cultivators, but there was a less invasive approach. The only issue was that he didn't know if he was able to replicate the creation made while he was in the middle of his transformation. "I can't promise anything," Noah began to say, "but I might be able to create something similar to my sword. There won't be any drawbacks since your species won't change, but the weapons would be quite revolutionary." Elder Julia's eyes lit up and questioned him. "What do you need?" "Tell 37 to send all he has on the organic inscribed items," Noah answered. Noah would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested in the organic inscribed items. It was a curiosity that had lingered in the back of his mind since the meeting with the Empire's envoy. However, he couldn't focus on them while he had an empty dantian, and discovering that his breath affected his abilities became his priority ever since the beginning of his cohabitation with June. Yet, he decided to reserve some time to the study of those schools since the hive seemed so desperate to become competitive in the hybrids field. Of course, he wouldn't neglect this personal power. That was the mistake that most cultivators belonging to organizations did once they became too involved in the political issues of the world. Nevertheless, helping the hive meant helping his status too, which was something that he needed since he and June still had to hide from the other forces. Also, the creation of living weapons was a clear expression of his individuality, something that he needed to exercise if he wanted to reach the point where he could wield the laws. Elder Julia left after his request. She had succeeded in involving Noah in the race currently happening in the outside world. Now it was up to him to decide how much he would help. "Our time together is always threatened. Am I right?" June said before releasing a helpless sigh and lying on Noah's shoulder. Noah understood how she felt. Even if they were both busy pursuing their power, they still lived together and managed to seize long moments of intimacy every few days. They had also synchronized their training schedules to optimize that. However, the world wouldn't just stop because of their happiness. There was a high chance that the current race for the power of the hybrids would influence the outcome of future conflicts, and they couldn't just ignore that. Noah took June in his arms, and she silently sat between his legs, enjoying the warm breath of her lover that hit her neck rhythmically. They didn't need to say anything. They just remained in that position for a few minutes, seizing the last available moments of peaceful life that they could get. "Hey," June said at some point, "I want a spear. Make it orange." "I thought you wanted a large, pointy hat," Noah replied, only to see June turning and climbing on his lap, pushing him down in the process. It didn't take much for 37 to appear above the teleportation matrix and leave a series of scrolls in front of the mansion. Noah and June sensed his arrival while they were busy exchanging ideas on her cultivation technique. June's centers of power shared a deep connection due to a technique called perfect circuit. Her body would work as a vast bridge that improved the exchange of energy between her dantian and mind, and the heaven's spark absorbed in the past made her lightning incredibly pure. However, that was just the foundation of her power. The true expression of her individuality had to come from the formations that she added to the circuit. June had focused on a particular field of the formations called perpetual formations, which allowed her to increase the output of energy generated by her centers of power as she kept on fighting. Yet, there was a set limit to how much energy they could produce, which left her quite worried about her prospects as a rank 5 cultivator. The mansion didn't isolate its insides from the outside world, since they had to sense when June's notebook received a message, and Noah had an idea when he saw the automaton. He rushed outside and stopped him to request a few items before picking the scrolls and returning inside. "Our inscription methods belong to 2 very different fields, but the friction described in King Elba's research should suit you." Noah said when he saw June's puzzled expression. 37 will bring what he knows about altering the nature of the lightning element through formations. I've also mentioned your school. June didn't know what to say. She had experienced a privileged life with the royals, but they had their reasons, and there was a limit to how much she could ask. Instead, inside the hive, Noah had access to basically everything and could take out inscription methods as if they were obsidian credits. Also, the fact that he was so concerned about her progress made her feel so loved that she was barely able to contain herself. Yet, she knew that Noah was busy now, so she just kissed him, whispered that she loved him, and left for another room. Noah revealed a complicated smile as he stared at her departing figure. As much as he desired her, he knew that there were more pressing matters that required his attention now. He sat on the mat and started to inspect the scrolls while activating the divine deduction technique to quicken his analysis. It turned out that there weren't many inscription methods that dealt with organic items. That field seemed rather unexplored and old according to the amount of data described in scrolls. The main issue was that something organic had to be sort of alive or work in symbiosis with a living being to express its effects. Achieving that was extremely hard since and products would be either dead or too wild to control. It was simply better to create an inanimate weapon due to its reliability and easier construction. Noah studied all the scrolls multiple times for many hours. There wasn't anything too specific since none of the methods led to something that could be considered a success. There were records about devilish weapons that ultimately revolted against their owners, or symbionts that took control of the user's body and went on a killing spree. There were even many that had failed to keep the organic inscribed item alive. Keeping the will of the creature alive would just cause a rebellion in the long run, but suppressing it would create a weapon weaker than the normal inscribed ones. Noah thought as he diverted his attention from the scrolls. The real issue, though, is that there can't be a common ground between the two states. Something can be either alive or dead. There wasn't a balance available. The experts of the past would have just found it otherwise. I need to keep the will of the creature alive while also finding a way to tame it. Noah's ideas surged under the enhanced mental state created by the divine deduction technique. I need to use the body inscription spell, but not in its current form, and something to contain the will in the eventuality it goes out of control. I need 37 again. The body inscription spell was perfect for isolating the will of a magical beast, but Noah wouldn't have a way to take it out from his mental sphere at that point. Yet, even if the spell was rather new and atypical, the automaton might have a way to turn it into something that suited his current task. 37 returned to the mansion, bringing the studies that Noah had requested for June. Noah intercepted him and explained his issue with the body inscription spell. The automaton showed his interest in the spell. After all, it was only a few centuries old. It was an entirely new school in the cultivation world. Puppets weren't popular among cultivators due to the expensive materials needed to build them and the limits in their power. They generally required complex arrays of formations and runes to work, and they would have restrictions in their actions even in that case. Puppets that were able to maintain some form of free will though stood on the other end of the power scale. Noah's blood companions were mighty and could act according to their instincts, lifting a lot of unnecessary weight from his mind. The copying technique worked similarly but used the restrained creatures as the foundation for its power. 37 had to leave for a while to analyze the issue, but he left the book describing the spell in Noah's hands. Noah could resume his regular training schedule for a while since he couldn't make any significant progress until he found a way to isolate the wills of the creatures. Yet, he still pondered about the various problems that he needed to solve once he managed to cross that initial hurdle. The weapons don't have to be restricted to the perfect hybrids. Noah thought as the insides of his mind shone with the light radiated by the divine deduction technique. Even normal magical beasts could work, but their power would be inferior. Noah was beginning to realize that his idea would give birth to a completely different category of weapons if he succeeded. There would even be the need to create a separate terminology that expressed the various level of power and quality. However, he soon realized that it was impossible to contain the will of a magical beast or hybrid inside a random item. He needed something suitable for the peculiar substance of that material, and only a sea of consciousness could work for it. How am I even going to create a sea of consciousness? Noah thought when the issue became more evident. The mental spheres were an ethereal representation of a cultivator's mind. They were different from the Danshians, which were rather simple in comparison. There was something, though, that could work. Noah took one of the normal magical beast's corpses inside his space ring and opened its head to analyze its brain. The creature had been dead for a while, and even his fantastic storage item couldn't salvage the dispersion of its will. Nevertheless, Noah was just testing something at that moment. The divine deduction technique worked at full speed as he studied the brain of the wolf-type beast. Noah was looking for something specific, a particular part of those tissues that was able to turn into a crystal under the right circumstances. Noah applied a partial version of the will-consuming runes, imbuing the brain with ethereal brown dust that carried his ambition and forcing it to linger inside the material with his consciousness. The brain fell apart. That body part belonged to a creature in the 4th rank, and Noah's ambition was far too intense for it. Yet, Noah pressed on, uncaring of the damage that those tissues were suffering and focusing only on forcing the two materials to fuse. The brown dust eventually became one with the pulp of brain matter, but a little part of those tissues had gained a shade that was slightly clearer compared to the rest of the brain. Noah smiled and left the mansion to hunt a few rank 4 creatures in the wild areas that had appeared in the Central Territories. With his new status as a rank 5 cultivator and the separate dimension filled with teleportation matrices, the trip in the outside world didn't even take a week. Noah returned in the mansion with 3 ape-type magical beasts in the 4th rank that followed him in a submissive stance. June had noticed his departure, but she was too busy studying the new schools provided by 37. She felt forced to divert her attention, though, when she saw her lover followed by 3 tall beasts, but she could only shake her head when he saw him entering one of the reinforced rooms with the creatures. Noah growled, and the apes went in the back of the room. They could do nothing but tremble under the pressure generated by his aura. Then, Noah reviewed the process in his mind before grabbing one of the beasts and breaking its neck with a swift gesture. The other apes could only watch in silence as Noah seized the brain of their dead companion and gathered its blood in a large bucket. Something peculiar happened in his mind at that point. One of the spherical runes meant to inscribe the walls of his sphere opened and released the primary energy contained inside it. The energy began to disperse, but Noah promptly encircled it with mental waves that had passed through his walls to gain heaven and earth's aura. After creating his darkness, Noah's control of the primary energy had reached unprecedented heights, and he was even able to have a faint idea of the laws that he was imitating. Noah focused on the memories of the cursed dragon species. The pride of being at the top of the food chain spread through the brown sea only to gather in a small sphere that rose to land in the hands of his ethereal figure. This is too much, Noah thought as he took out a small drop of his mental energy from the sphere and let the rest falling back in the sea. Noah placed that drop inside the primary energy and opened the brain to seize only a small part of its tissues before immersing them in the bucket full of blood. Then, he forged everything together. The bucket exploded after a few seconds, making the whole mansion tremble and leaving Noah covered in blood. June didn't even need to check on him to know what he was doing, but she still focused on the reinforced room for an instant to make sure that he was fine. Still too much. Noah sighed as he repeated the procedure. The same thing happened with the second ape, but the explosion was weaker compared to the first one. The forging had still failed, though, which led Noah to use the last beast in the room. It was hard to create an item in the 4th rank now that his expertise allowed him to forge more potent weapons. The elemental forging method was quite unsuitable for cultivators that were holding back. Yet, Noah managed to obtain some results after he balanced the amount of energy to use. A layer of dense blood lingered at the bottom of the bucket after Noah completed the fusion, and a small, dark red gem floated on it. The crystal was cracked and didn't seem that special, but Noah knew that it was a bloodline inheritance.